Alright, friends. How's it going? Pew pew pew. D4 bad. What is this? We get all the news today, guys. D4 gets to stay alive today. We'll see what we get. Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome in. We also have a PoE patch notes coming up. Oh man, there's a ton of stuff, guys. Just enjoy being an ARPG gamer, guys. We got stuff coming everywhere. Yeah, PoE patch notes. Dude, it's gonna be great. You know, it's fine to enjoy both games, guys, but today is a big day for Diablo. I think it starts at 8 PM, right? In how many hours is the stream? I need to check. So today, guys, we have the full developer live stream for Season 7. Plus, Adam Fletcher confirmed on X that we're gonna get the entire patch notes today. Barb nerf incoming. I mean, I hope not. I want a whirlwind buff at some point. That would be sick. I know what people always have, you know, like they always have it out for some nerfs, dude. Like, I don't understand. Yeah, it should be 3 hours, right? Alright, guys. Yeah, we also have some more stuff to talk about. There's quite a bit, actually. Oh, that should be it, yes? Three hours? More than 1 or 2 viable builds. Well, I think there's a ton of new cool stuff. Like there's Hoda Earthquake Barb that's gonna be insane. There's gonna be Razor Wings on Spiritborn. Like Ball Lightning is gonna make a comeback, hopefully, on Sorceress, fingers crossed. Necromancer is giga strong with the Blood Wave. I don't really quite know what rogues are doing yet. We have to check. We're gonna also do a tier list this weekend. I mean, best guess, right? Like nobody actually knows. Frenzy viable? Nah, not yet, not yet. I don't think so, at least. Alright, boys, we have a ton of stuff. So first of all, we have this blog post, for those of you who haven't seen this. This gives all the details. I'm gonna link this. Hey, YouTube, what's up? PTR? PTR is already over. Like, it already happened. Like, look at these artworks, man. Yeah, there's some, like, fancy new wallpapers, dude. It's really fucking cool. I like a lot of the wallpapers a lot. Let me put this over here. These have like a ton of the good stuff, basically. Oh yeah. It's between Spiritborn and Barbarian for me at the moment. Alright. We can also recheck some of the stuff that they already did talk about. But let me first show you. I think it was Adam who posted this, right? Yes, this is today. Like, he posted this tomorrow, guys. 11 AM. Yeah, that's in 3 hours. Here, patch notes hit immediately after the stream, guys. So we'll definitely get the full patch notes today. Oh yeah, and the Armory. Ooh, it's gonna be exciting. Yeah, full changes today. And we also got the PoE patch notes. Miss D4. I mean, I continue playing both games. I think both games are incredible well. Oh yeah, here, there's also the full patch notes. I did see the only one that surprised me a little bit is that they reduced the chance for waystones for the map drops. But yeah, apart from that, there's the PoE news here as well if you want to check that. I mean, we're gonna play triple shout. Maybe we'll even play AFK Barb. To some degree. Yeah, they posted a new trailer as well. I think it was pretty good. They reduce it to compensate. Yeah. So this is basically an overview, guys, of what you can expect in the new season. Like, this is all the new stuff here that's been happening. So we get Season of the Witchcraft, that's the season theme. We get Eldritch Psyche, Grow and Decay, Lost Power. We get Occult Gems, which can go into your jewelries. They are pretty powerful, actually. We got the Head Rotten, Head Hunts, New Whisperers, Season Journey, Battle Pass, Premium Battle Pass, Accelerated Battle Pass. I mean, the usual like stuff to spend money. We get new runes, new legendaries, 8 new uniques, 8 new affixes, quality of life updates, and Armory to save builds loadouts. PoE patches tomorrow? I thought it's today. So the Diablo 4 news will be today, and the season starts on Tuesday. So in 4 days. 5 days, sorry. Occult gems are the same as legendary gems? No, not the same. Yeah, we can go over some details. I think they'll talk about it. We might want to rewatch the live stream that they did when they announced all this. Let's actually do that.
Yeah, so I know what we want to do is really...
So guys, this is what they talked about for Season 7 a couple of weeks ago. We're going to rewatch this because, I mean, me, you, we probably all forgot half the stuff. So we'll be watching this. If you want to follow along, the video is going to be right here. And then the new live stream, like new information is going to come out. There's a timer up here.
All the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So
this is going to be the new season, and they're explaining it.
We're actually going to...
Colin is cooking, dude.
Jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh, no.
Dan can't currently hear.
I need to check where my soulstone is.
I don't know what happened. I mean, you know.
What class is going to be OP in Season 7? It's most likely going to be Necromancer, Barbarian. I think the Spiritborn is still going to be strong, but not as OP as it used to be. Let me see where I have my soulstone, actually.
Maybe we
think it's in the back here.
It's working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So, Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just to remind
There it is.
Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles,
yeah,
take us through.
Spiritborn is getting nerfed, guys. I mean, it's a much-needed nerf, yes?
I'd love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes.
Corruption is spreading,
equally
boys.
in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of it.
Sorg is getting some buffs, but also some nerfs.
Start with the Barbarian, I believe, the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes.
Barbarian, boys. Many buffs to various skills and passives. So we haven't seen like all the details yet of this. Hoda is Hoda stonks go up, and there's a new build with Hoda that got even stronger. I already did prepare some of the good stuff here. These are some of the builds already, and yeah, there's a Hoda Quake Barbarian here. There's a new chest, and this is looking like incredible strong. Like the Mantle of the Mountain's Fury. And you have the new Witchcraft powers, but this is basically the new chest that they introduced. Hell yeah, we're back. Barb change, Hammer of the Ancients, that's all. Nah, there's more. There's a lot more. Like, I mean, they also talk about Walking Arsenal in the same screenshot here.
Have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step
always a step
below, and so we're looking at a lot.
Always a step under the Spiritborn. How about 10 million steps?
Buffs across the board for them here. Specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been
That's right.
One of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
When's the new season? Next week on Tuesday, in 5 days. This is so cool, guys. The earthquakes are going crazy. Yeah, we'll make a countdown, like probably starting tomorrow. We'll have like a countdown. Smaller camera. Yeah, we can go like this.
Is the best.
Sorry about
Leafquake,
that.
oh, I absolutely love it. You know, the visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to earthquakes, just they increase the...
And this is like multiple buffs, right? Like we're getting, you see this, like this number changes and the multiplier changes. So it's like a double buff to just one aspect. And they're also changing a bunch of other aspects, at least what we know from the PTR. 21st January, yeah, 5 days.
The damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the earthquake expires if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We also got a new legendary that talks directly to earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases
This is
fire,
crazy.
turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool.
On a two-hander, it's going to be more than double damage.
And we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR, but I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR.
Yep, very interesting.
All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with, Sorceress over the whole lifespan.
So I don't know, how are you guys feeling about some of the Sorc changes? Like I feel like it's taking a bit away from variety, where you don't have like as much generic multipliers anymore. Like a lot of the stuff, like to Devouring Blaze and stuff later on, is like killing some generic multipliers.
Of Diablo is Diablo 4.
I wonder if they're going to change that.
Players
again.
often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to
Thing is, like, it's the most used enchantment because all the other enchantments are kind of useless.
A very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree.
In my opinion.
And you know, that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase the, or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really...
I know
play
Sorcs
better in
weren't
the
really so happy
dedicated
with this.
fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the...
I don't know. I don't think, and I've talked to some Sorc players, I don't really think it's like much more build variety, especially this one, where the Devouring Blaze now only works for pyromancy skills and it doesn't work for like cold or lightning anymore. This will be the Sorc season, mark my words. I mean, maybe. I just don't really think so. I wish it was the Barbarian / Sorc seasons. Because we had Druid shine for a lot of time. We had Spiritborn shine recently. We had Rogues being extremely strong for very long. I mean, okay. in general, I think there should be like a balance, and every class should be viable, and no class should be like 10 times stronger than the other classes. But it's really cool to see Hoda Barb make a comeback after it's been gutted in Season 2.
The main driving
after
goals of
Season
a
2.
lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build.
Finally
so
home. Hey, Befeld, welcome back. Let's go.
You've got
Big news today.
Bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades.
There's also
like
two uniques.
These Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning were about stunning enemies or spawning some cracked energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball.
It's like, is GGG gonna troll Blizzard and drop the PoE patch exact time during the live stream? Well, I mean, the patch is today, right? On PoE, like we've got some news. I mean, it's great. Like, what's that troll? Like, you can play both games. There's content and news for both games. Isn't that great? But yeah, maybe. The countdown for the developer live stream, the second part here. This is the first part they streamed a few weeks ago.
Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stun enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun
What is
effects.
this emote?
And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sork.
This is the big balls.
So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season where we're making two uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns
Can't take them both, boys.
into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which is kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on.
This
and
was
take
the
a look at
OG
that
build
one
on
here,
Season 2.
in the next clip. Right. So a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using
this is
gravitational
like
aspect
some
that
good
helps to
nostalgia.
rotate around you, and we've.
I so wish they would have never nerfed this build. Like, just keep it good, man.
Updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses to encourage this kind of playstyle. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
It's like a fun trade-off now, and sort of how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be
Spiritborn Quill Volley. Lots of
and
those.
just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that, very short half-second stop to cast it. It just feels much smoother, and this is one that you really, this build is just wants to be on the move,
Right.
and that encourages that.
This was the OG
All right, so
build,
let's talk about
boys.
the Druid next. So this one,
So how are you guys feeling about the Sork? I kind of wish they would have never changed it. I can say bad stuff about anything I want. The ads for Holy, if you want to get some sugar-free, delicious drinks. They also released milkshakes now. That's why the ad is here. It's one of my partners here, Holy. They make hydration, energy, iced teas, and now also milkshakes. That's what the ad's for. But yeah, you can check out sugar-free. We'll get one. EU only. They also ship to the United States. And I think almost, not in every country, but they do ship worldwide. They do ship worldwide. Might try Holy at some point. Yo, give it a shot, man. Like, I would really recommend the iced teas. I'm gonna get one in a sec. The iced teas are really good. And yeah, you get 10% off, sugar-free, super delicious. There's like a starter pack here. That gets you... Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. Wait, what is this emote? There's a starter pack here that gets you a shaker and 14 of the most popular flavors, guys. We'll keep watching the stream in a sec. Yeah, this is the new stuff, the iced teas. Oh, they already sold out though. But here, this is the one I always recommend to people, friends. Like, you get the 14 most popular flavors, plus you get a shaker, and you can just get a nice drink. Sugar-free, delicious, right to your doorstep. Holy stuff. Yep, check it out here. And that's what the ad's for. So thanks to Holy. Holy moly. And you support the stream. Drink tea? Yeah, they also have tea. But you can also just drink water. Like, whatever you like, right? Whatever gets your juices flowing, man. Anyways, I was talking about Ball Lightning, and I think Ball Lightning should have just always remained a viable build. People have been trying it. The Holy, yeah, it works very well with the Holy Bolt Elixir. It gives you 10% damage, guys. The energy drinks. We're gonna go 30 hours on Tuesday on the season launch. And with Holy Energy, we'll manage. Anyways, let's see what the changes they have for the Druid.
Inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be...
Let's go to Druid. This is pretty strong.
This build is just wants to be on the move, right? And that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So
17 damage.
The Druid is, this season, easy. A lot of werewolf updates. You know, Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, you know, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of
yes,
Diablo's
they have.
And so this
they
season,
definitely
a
have.
lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
Pure
like
werewolf.
mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but you know, pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates.
Updates to poison.
Updates to shred, you know, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, you know, you're kind of...
Yeah, I agree with you, Booty. Like, they nerfed some of the Sorc stuff. We'll get the full patch notes today, guys. In 3 hours, we'll get the full patch notes and everything. And we'll see what's going to happen with the Sorcerer. But I agree with you. There's definitely been a lot of nerfs to the Sorc, which... Yeah, I don't know if it was intended to be nerfs, right? Like, they're probably going to have some stuff that makes up for it. I don't know.
Finishing move on your combo, or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now, this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically, the identity was Poison Boulder. Like, just a giant ball of poison. Yeah.
Poison Boulder,
what
dude.
Does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it, too. I'm not sure.
I don't know how you feel about Poison Boulder, but Boulder, if it just wouldn't knock back the enemies, man, that'd be a fucking great skill.
Sure, if we have a video on that, I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah, people will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated.
Have you guys played this?
Yeah. And so
anybody here played like Boulder Druid on the PTR? Let me actually see if there's a video. Boulder, like Druid PTR, like it was for fucking poison. Dude, why do I get shown like all my freaking clips, dude? all I see is this guy here doing 10 quadrillion damage, dude, 1 month ago. Wait, this might be it.
Alright, what up guys? So today I'm going to show you how everybody's doing like the infinite damage build for the Druid. It's usually a boulder build. I think it works with another...
Oh yeah, it's just bugged, guys. Yup. Fuck, I didn't even see this. Okay, I think we might add this to the tier list. Look at this.
Build.
This is like Spiritborn damage, yes? It does negative.
Build for the Druid. It's usually a boulder build. I think it works with another...
Oh, it's just a usual
build,
block.
I don't really recall what it is. You need something that does continuous damage. So that's why the Boulder Hurricane build works. The only reason I'm doing 110 in this like little opening video, by the way, is because I haven't gotten to 150 yet. But you can see the damage I'm doing. It's going to easily clear 150. But Path of Exile comes out today, and I want to spend some time with my kid before that launches. I'm only going to get a couple hours to play it too, which sucks. But girlfriend's going to get home, and I got to cook and watch some TV with her.
This is the fucking story of the Druid, man. Either it does 17 damage, like 1-7, or it does infinite damage. There's nothing in between, man. Either it's completely trash and does 17, or it's completely bugged and does -9 quadrillion billion. There's the Druids, man. But yeah, looks like this one is completely crazy. But again, it was PTR, right?
Get into it here. So the number that's being displayed, by the way, is 9 quintillion 280 or 23.
9 quintillion.
373 trillion.
Okay, I guess Druid's eating good.
854,775,808.
He's still talking
which
about
I'm
what
thinking is not really what it is, because what you're doing is you're hitting the damage cap. That's why there's also the minus in front of it. So the way that this build works, we'll get into that before we get into anything else.
Wait.
Is this survival instincts glyph right here is bugged. While in
yeah, it's just bugged, guys. 30x.
Bear form, you deal 30% increased damage or 45% when you are at full life. You have 0% increased overpower damage up to 25% for every % difference. It's just not displaying because we're in town. In current life and fortified life % between you and the enemy. So this is just like a long way of saying that, like, since the enemies in the higher pit tiers have trillions of life, the difference between your life and their life is bugged right now, and it's not capping. So, but probably also a couple other weird things going in there because.
Okay, so this is definitely, is there like a planner or something? Oh, it also does have a planner, but it does sound completely bugged. God, that's a fucking like a long ass link.
It doesn't explain why sometimes you hit for a couple trillion and then out of nowhere it just boom 9 quintillion. But
yeah, okay, but okay, this is enough to show it, right?
I'm going to.
This requires a master's degree. Now it does negative damage. I can't have another season of bugs, guys. Like I'm gonna make a tier list, but it's always. Wait, is it Boulder Cane or Boulder Cane? The top spot is always a bugged build, guys, every season. Convert to table, no thanks. This is what I have so far. I need to double check this one, but I still did very good on the PTR. We'll see. Yeah, this one is definitely crazy. Druid is eating good.
See it on the PTR.
Mahlzeit, Schleife Seife. Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, like has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always a.
That's cool. This is like some nice buffs.
Still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity, and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff. And this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. Oh wait, I should say today, right? All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was.
Okay, so I already have some builds. Obviously, this is much work in progress, right? But if you you can just bookmark this link. This is gonna be where all my Season 7 builds are. And I'm most looking forward to the Hodar Quake Barb, like back to the roots, playing Big Hammer Barb. Gonna be super cool.
was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some
Yeah,
bonus
shred's
damage
good.
to poison
Okay, let
enemies.
me get
It
a
was
drink in a
fine,
sec.
but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for shred, you're gonna do some bonus hits, and it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe one additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past. And you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for like movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of like just bouncing around as a druid with the aspect of the blue beast. So very cool.
Yeah.
It's always great when we can inject like changing how you play also, right? Because you can imagine like launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was
Druids
for
and the
a
rogue
variety
looking good.
of reasons.
This is the Season 7 campfire from a few weeks ago, yes. But this has been like some time ago, and people already forgot most about this. And this is all still relevant for Season 7. Today there will be, in 3 hours up here, we'll get the complete new patch.
And not to get too technical here on the details, but
Yeah, I think Shadow Clone was also bugged basically for 6 seasons, right? Where it didn't even work properly.
for a lot of the
wunderschönen
effects
guten Abend,
that,
hallo.
that you have with
It'll
your
be a good day.
legendaries and your passives,
So you get the
and those
banana
kind of
milkshake.
things, historically,
Just some
Shadow
powder.
Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses. It wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting
It's like
for
most of the multipliers didn't even work properly.
like thousands, right?
Now, Bar
And
Lightning
so
is strong.
We really looked at
talked
that
about it earlier.
comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to
make a
kind
tier
of
list.
rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to
Let me
par,
shake
to
this.
make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger
yeah,
all
we
of
gotta
your
shake,
lucky
shake.
hit effects. They're going to interact
Cheers.
with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working.
And this one is from a few weeks ago, so this is going to be the holy milkshake, guys. You can check it out. 10% off with my code ROB, guys. Delicious, sugar-free. Cheers.
with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect.
Well, it doesn't
This is
cost
a
any
very
money.
simple legendary. It just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed.
If you own the game, guys, Season 7 is completely free. You don't have to get any battle pass. You don't have to pay any extra money. You can just play. I'm working on the tier list. Obviously, it's not ready, guys. Like, just today, we will learn about the new patch notes, right? So this is what I started building. I mean, I can already link you this, right? But yes, this is not ready. I'll link it here. This is just like, I'm just slowly starting out building this stuff, yes? So it's not ready yet. We'll finish it this weekend, though. Well, like, it's just a prediction, right? This is all copium. We haven't played the final patch. Like, right now, we don't know the final patch notes. This is just like a draft. But the Blood Wave Necromancer was the strongest build on the PTR. That was not bugged. All the bugs are hopefully going to be fixed, but I mean, it's Diablo, so we don't know for sure.
Now, in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow clone critically strikes. But now, all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow clone critically strikes, and you have Wind Strikers. Now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge.
Yeah, I really
call it. It's like huge.
Overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not
That's
just
cool.
Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game.
But I don't know. Do people really play Rogue to like play with like Shadow Clone and minions and stuff? I don't really feel like a lot of people would do that or would want to do that. Now so guys, for these changes, you do not have to have the expansion. You get all these changes, apart from the runes and the Spiritborn stuff, even if you don't have the expansion. You don't need the expansion. You don't need it. Fake news. I mean, they'll probably make this a bit more clear in the developer live stream today. Yo, Anthony, yeah, we're gonna log in again, dude. Yes. How's it going? What class are you looking forward to play, chat? So right now, obviously this is just a draft, right? But right now, I'm strongly thinking Barb. Maybe there's a chance I play Necro, actually. But I think Barb is... Barb, Spiritborn, or Necro. Depends on the final patch notes. Like, the Necro was just so OP, dude. Pumped for Season 7. Hell yeah, the Barb Nation going strong, man. Druid belongs in Diablo. Well, PoE is also gonna get a Druid, though. Oliver, hey, what's up? Do we know when the Season 7 will start, please? Yes. On Tuesday next week. We know this for a fact. The season starts on the 21st. Now, I don't know about the exact time, but it's usually in the evening Europe. Like, I think it's like 7 p.m. Europe time, which is putting it at noon on the 21st of January next week on Tuesday, US. I'm pretty sure they will know. They will let us know the exact date today. If you wanna check out some more stuff, we have a full video here on all the news as well. Yeah, noon PST. Yeah, something like that. Like evening CT, noonish PST. Hey, 0 to hero, how's it going? Yeah, pussy. Easy. Let's keep watching.
But with Shadow Clone in particular, we've got a new unique item.
No, Yopa, it's always on Wednesday. Wednesday. It's never on Tuesdays. Sorry, it's always on Tuesday, never on Wednesday.
And this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free
Lightning Spear should
Shadow
still be
Explosion.
strong.
So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with...
Yeah, we're going to play both games.
You know, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the
PoE
screen
is
with
getting a
werewolves,
patch today
you
as
can
well.
do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a Shadow Imbuement Explosion, and then move on to the next pack of enemies. Really cool, unique for that kind of build. Additionally, Caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control.
It was really bad.
Oh, God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go.
Yo, hey, turret. Hey, Rob, can't wait to get back into D4. We rely on you to provide us with the most cooked builds. Robbed builds to carry us to glory. Much heart from the guys over at Para Gaming. Oh man, Para Gaming, you gonna be back? Let's go, dude. Guys, Para Gaming always puts a smile on your face. Para Gaming is gaming again. This guy, he always has the best intros and yeah, puts a smile on your face. So, oh yeah, they're back. They're back. I didn't watch any of the PoE videos. We're definitely gonna log in and look at some of the Diablo stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be lit, man. Thank you. The Paragaming dude's so funny. Yup, dude, it's amazing. Parapog,
In
dude.
the right direction.
Yo, yo.
Wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just.
That's gonna be lit,
basically
dude.
very
Thank you.
Similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it.
When does the news come? We get the patch notes and the full patch notes and the stream in 2 hours and 50 minutes.
And it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping 1 minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into
Paragon from season carries to non-season,
I
yes.
didn't calculate that correctly.
Yeah.
So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank
Make the
God.
Bobs
I was
great
like,
again.
Oh my God, please. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this.
Oh man,
is
this
a really good
milkshake
change
is
going
definitely
forward.
one of my favorites, guys. Banana
On
milkshake
to
from Holy.
Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower.
Okay, so Necromancer was the most OP build ever on the PTR. I don't know if you guys remember the Blood Wave. I'll show you a video here. I already have it on in my tier list. That Necromancer had the strongest build. I'll show it to you in a sec, but let's hear about the changes.
Synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life. And now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark, and you know, just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine. On to the next, we've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have 2 uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well. This time in the pants slot, and they're both going to be working with Blood Wave.
Dude, this is so powerful.
This one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting 1 Blood Wave out forward, you're going to get 2 that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control.
Nimm's the int.
And play super
Right.
well with that key passive.
Absolutely.
This is so
Absolutely,
weak.
especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment.
Int has the
Now
best
the
scaling.
alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the blood wave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will.
They
trap
did fix the
targets
Spiritborn.
in a
They'll talk
bone
about this
prison.
in a bit.
So this is a unique that is very much about combining.
Yeah, look at
blood
them
and bone.
dancing.
So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now, additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, or sorry, they drain.
I'm not
maximum
sure what you
life,
mean
still
with
cost
attack
essence
speed.
there. But they drain maximum.
But
life.
okay, on Jamling, intelligence has the best scaling. You take intelligence over dex over strength. Read your gloves and your weapon. They scale tremendously, lightning damage and stuff.
To cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the bone spear and the blood wave, and then casting bone spear reduces blood wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so
Okay, so before we talk about the Spiritborn here, I want to show you. I already have this in my tier list. That is work in progress. So if you click here, so this is the planner for the Necro. This is one of the strongest builds out there. I think, at least. Look at the damage. And this is a Pit 150 on the PTR. And there was not a single item that was even masterworked. Let me see if we have the OG clip. Copy bug. Yeah, the copy bug. I mean, I hope it's never gonna return, but you know, so far we had the copy bug every season without fail. So yeah, the dupe is gonna. I think there's a 90% chance we're gonna see more dupes. Oh, he made it in 3 minutes in the end. Yeah, this was early on, and he had no masterwork. But also from what I understood, this shit was not bugged. It was just very, very overpowered. Yeah, look at how he's like toying with the enemies here. I don't think it was bugged at all. I mean, maybe you guys know more. Like, cause I did not play. I started playing Path of Exile 2 at the time, but I don't think it was bugged at all. Hey, Mr. Rob, D4 finally. Hell yeah, let's go. Welcome in. This is the strongest build from the PTR. I killed all the boss in PoE 2. All my DPS is 200, 300k. Yeah. I mean, you can have like some pretty ridiculous damage. I had like 1.4 million sheet with the gear from Rade. I got my PoE 2 Invoke Attribute Stacker to 1.6. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's wild, Anthony. That's even crazier. Yeah, look at this shit. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. 1.6, dude. What's the god class we're looking at? This is the best build from the PTR that was not bugged. And there was a Boulder Druid that was completely bugged to hell and back, infinite damage. Yeah, wait, let me see. Maybe he made the video like at the end of the PTR. Looks like he's also. Oh yeah, here, 3 minutes. Wait, the fuck, is he invisible? Okay, this is the hardest content. Good. This is like as strong as the Spiritborn. This is with Masterworks. He just one-shots the packs, dude. Yeah, so do you think they'll nerf this? This looks boring. I don't know, I think it looks pretty cool. He just one-shots the packs in 150. I mean, he hits for like 800 trillion. So by how much? They need to nerf this like a millionfold. This is like almost, this is like as fast as Spiritborn. Look. It's like 1 minute in, he has like 50% progress. This is a Necromancer. This was the strongest build of the PTR. I don't think it was bugged. I don't know, maybe there's any Necro players that played the Necromancer on the PTR. But from what I understood, there was no bugs. It was just insanely overpowered. The trash was never an issue. Well, let's see the boss fight. Like, I mean, we have a minute. This is not going to be a long clear. Yeah, this is the strongest build of Season 7 as of today. We'll see how much they nerf it. Well, or hopefully buff others. Number squish? Yeah, I mean, 800 trillion is fine. Dude, there was 1,600 trillion damage. We're getting to 1,000,000 trillion again. Hey, I'm doing great, man. We got some cool news today. And in a few days, on Tuesday, the 21st, in 5 days, the season starts. Yeah, you gotta spawn the boss here. I mean, do you guys really care if you do like 100 million trillion or if you do like 100,000 damage? Like, I don't really care about that. Okay, let's see the boss fight. You say the boss fight at 150 is gonna take long? Like, he just kills it in 5 seconds. Not even 5 seconds, like. Yeah, I mean, I would say Necro is pretty strong, eh? I mean, this might be even stronger than Spiritborn. This is his gear. Yo, by how much they need to nerf this? It's fucked up. Hey, the pain, the pen. What's up, man? Good to hear, man. I truly appreciate the raid the other day. It means so much. Helps so much, man. Yeah, thanks for the charity stream, dude. Take care, dude. Yes, let's go. Looking forward to Pleasantly 4 again. The math is not mathing. No nerfs, it's fine. No, I mean, maybe they won't nerf it. Like, I don't know. But that looks pretty crazy. That looks pretty crazy to me. Yeah, what boss fight, bro? Like, what boss fight? Not 48. No. Okay, yeah, my sister is gonna stream. Yeah, so I'm gonna be here for like 30 hours, and then Dee's gonna stream for like 10 hours, and then I'm gonna be back, so yeah. That's the plan right now. It's gonna be fun. I mean, I don't know how much they'll nerf this. We can make a short clip if you guys want. Let's do it. He's so fast. Alright, my friends, this was the strongest build on the Season 7 PTR. Blood Wave Necromancer here, clearing 150 in under 3 minutes. He's completely one-shotting the packs. And now watch this boss fight here. He dies just in a few seconds and he's hitting for thousands and thousands of trillions. Completely blasting down this boss. He's showing us all his gear. And has no problems, basically. Melting this guy down. This is like the new Bloodwave Necro, and we'll see how much this is gonna change for the launch. I think this Witch Powers with Piranado and all the stuff for Season 7 is looking pretty powerful. And again, this was the strongest build on the PTR, far outclassing even the Spiritborn. Hope you enjoy, guys. Let's go Necromancer season, question mark, exclamation mark, GG. Yeah, I hope the Necro is gonna rock, dude. Did he post a planner? Let me see. This ain't the Bob, no. Rennie Shadowwave. Oh, guys, he posted a planner. Gonna give him a... Did he put his video? No, he didn't. Okay, wait. I'm gonna put his video in there as well. Showcase. This was the strongest build of the Season 7 PTR. All credits to... This is the guy. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm gonna put this in here as well. It is extremely ridiculous. So what was he playing? Piranado, Aura, or just double Aura, Hex, Soul Harvest, and Purging Death. Was basically in under 3. All right, my friends. This was the guys. Let's go Necromancer season? Question mark? Exclamation mark? GG. Exclamation mark? GG. All right, my friends. It's definitely Necromancer. Most OP build for Season 7. Necro for the win. Okay. I think that's it. I'm gonna put planner. The exclamation mark OP will work now. I'll link it here as well. On YouTube. Yeah, this looks insanely powerful. Okay, shall we watch the Spiritborn next? Or any more questions for the Necro? I think we can keep watching the Spiritborn nerfs, right? That Necro is insane.
Nicely. Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of, warned at the start, Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn, very powerful, and we really like that, but we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board. So,
dude, Kapaleka is getting destroyed.
Playing the Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of...
It goes from 3 to 0.5, dude. Oh. They divided by 6.
The classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race.
Wait, what was the Necro that we just watched?
So we just have to continuously sort of to clearing pit 1, right? And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing.
Okay, we'll see how much the Necro needs a nerf.
Race where we just have to continue.
I think even if they nerf it by 100x, it's still going to clear 150.
Sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the
Kapaleka
other 5
gone.
Classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that, yeah.
And
that makes sense,
rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot.
That's a good philosophy.
One of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapaleka here. This one is the one that converts your core skills into basic skills, and does...
Yeah, I mean, Velocity was kind of useless, right? So Vigorous is definitely going to be better on this.
It used to do reduced damage based on Vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that. Scaling.
How do you spell Spiritborn in Season 7? Necro.
Unintended ways that
Necro.
were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high.
Maybe.
We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations.
It's all nerfed.
All right. Additionally, we've got
here's the new
new
stuff.
aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talents that causes you a Razor Wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage. And Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. You know, it stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to like just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in
sounds good.
Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually.
Joris, thanks for the Prime, man. 3 months, dude.
Builds.
Much appreciated.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the
I think Spiritborn was intentionally bugged. I don't know, man. I don't think it was looking good that the Spiritborn was like, 10 million times stronger than the others. So, I mean, that like sounds like a little bit like a conspiracy theory. That it's like, okay, I get it. That Spiritborn intentionally probably was stronger than the other classes. But I don't think it was a good look having this bugged or like having this intentionally bugged. I think that's just like a bit outrageous to even say that they bugged it intentionally. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's like not like letting them like off in a good light with like having it bugged to hell and back, right? It just like gives Diablo like a reputation of being like a bugged game. So yes, I agree. It might have been a bit more on the strong side on purpose, but I don't think it has been bugged on purpose.
Used uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot.
Yeah,
so we reduce that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation because your rings are often resource generated ones. So we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right. So let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good. Gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now, when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example, here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about...
Yo, thank you so much. Stinging Slicer with 6 months. Much appreciated, dude. Yo. Druid will eat good. I mean, the Druid's always eating good, man. And it also gets 17 plus pounds of damage. Druid... I mean, Druid has infinite boulder damage. I'm not sure if they're going to fix that. We'll see. We'll learn today. But yeah, if infinite boulder is here...
UO.
Yeah, Barb is pretty good. You can check the Hoda Barb. They have a very strong build. Depending, again, in 2 hours here, we'll get the full patch notes. They might change, nerf some stuff, buff some stuff, nerf some stuff. We'll see.
38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scalar. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Yeah. So often, sometimes you'd see if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the utility, maybe you get some buff from it. But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure that that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful. And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
Sounds good.
All right, we've also...
How's the sit and stand desk treating you? He actually turned me on the desk we have. Dude, the desk is so amazing. I mean, right now I'm sitting, right? But probably when the live stream... Yeah, this is live. Hello, I'm live. This is the Campfire chat from a few weeks ago, and there's going to be a new one plus patch notes in 2 days. In 2 hours. And the season is going to come in 5 days. Yeah, the standing desk is like... I think I would say I'm like 80-20. Like I'm 80% sitting, 20% standing. But just having the option is so. Is this really live? No, it's like pre-recorded to the comments, right? Like you see here the like the entire chat, guys. Are you live? Nah, it's not live. No, usually when it's not live, guys, I have like a big thing saying "be right back" food sometimes, because sometimes I eat, right? Live. No. No longer live, boys. We are here, yeah. I don't know, dude. Sometimes. Sarah has been pushing Necro since I can remember. Great Source Season 7. Can you link... is there like a YouTube? I think I'm following, though. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I did not play much Necro. I played Necro like in Season 0. Yeah, this AI Rob. The AI Rob is getting pretty good. Yeah. Free 30x. I want to play the strongest build. I guess I'm going Necro. Well, okay. Right now, yes. But we should probably wait. In 2 hours, we'll get the full patch notes. So, yeah, right now, it might be. Right now, I think Necro is the strongest. The build I just showed you. The Necro build is kind of ridiculous. Is this one? I mean, you can already watch it in the tier list. Draft, guys. It's a draft, yes? The Necro is on the very top. Actually, let me update the... So this is going to be 150 clear. Wait, it's going to be a 3 minutes, 150 clear. This is absolutely ridiculous. I put the link. 3 minutes. Boulder Cane. I'm probably gonna put this below, actually. I don't know yet. We'll wait. We watch, we wait. But yeah, I think Piranado is one of the best lost powers. There's also the planner here, and we also have the what are they called? Like new gems? Or cold gems. That's the word. Like, you can already, like, cook your planners if you want. This is already all updated for Season 7. I mean, obviously, we might see some new changes today, right? That might not be in here yet. We watch. We wait.
Also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style. That talk directly to ultimate skills.
Yep.
So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output.
Lightning Spear, I haven't tried it.
For 8 seconds.
I talked to Mikuna a couple days ago. He said it was like still pretty decent. Sora said you might want to take a look at this.
Hey guys, Lord Sora here. Last week I...
This is the one. Oh, I'm not subscribed. What happened here? Yeah, is this also the strongest build? I think it's the same build.
dropped a couple of preliminary guides for Shadow Wave in season. I can subscribe. I have plenty of Necro content lined up, especially Season 7 is shaping up to be an incredible season.
I think Necro is the strongest class right now.
Build Shadow Wave. With the PTR wrapping up soon, I wanted to spend some time enjoying this build in its current form, knowing it will be at least a month and a half before I get to play Shadow Wave again in Season 7.
It's so busted.
Last week I released 2 in-depth videos on this build, everything you need to know in this current stage to properly build Shadow Wave. Honestly, I held back from fully min-maxing the build or releasing a full build guide on it since
It's just one-shots every pack in 150.
and I expect quite
Yo, guys, this looks as strong as a Spiritborn. Like, honestly.
changes, particularly around damage scaling. While healthy and fortified, it will simply be just a waste of
There's
fuel
no way
and
this is gonna
my time
survive,
and will
right?
make a misleading guide. Initially, I built this as a damage heavy setup for pit pushing. As it turned out, this build is so strong it's already doing quadrillions of damage. It doesn't need to be purely damage focused. It already has more than enough for even the toughest content in the game. So I decided to explore a speed farming version of the build, focusing on speed and efficiency. Just in an hour or so playing before the PTR ended, I kept getting runs about 2-minute 55-second mark, and my goal was actually
absolutely
2-minute
ridiculous.
45 seconds. However, the best we could got for now was 2-minute 53 seconds. With that being said, this is still far from being fully min-max. We were running low Paragon. I actually didn't even bother to min-max my Paragon yet.
Yeah, he's like
Since
200
the time is
Paragon.
limited in PTR and a lot to learn and test while everything is being subjected to change. Gear is not even correctly masterworked. For example, Bloodwave scaling could reach 18,000% multiplier, but we are sitting at around 11,000% here. So there is a lot of room for optimism.
What the fuck is this, bro? 10,000% weapon damage? What the fuck? 88,000% weapon damage? Wait, there's some swear multiplying? Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, okay, now I remember what the fuck the bug was. I think the healthy bonus and the fortify bonus were separately multiplying each other. There's no way it's gonna... Oh yeah, Sarah is here. It was getting 110x in PTR. Wait, how do you know? Yeah, I'll link it. This is a great guy. Here's the video. So how was it working? Like the guy who made the video is here, Sarah. Okay, but it was basically multiplying each other, right? The healthy was multiplied with the fortified. I mean, there's no way this number here is legit. It's like square root. Oh, I did enjoy PoE 2 a lot, and I'll continue to enjoy it for sure. The graphics are completely different, and the gameplay feels really good. So, like I was saying, multiplying with each other and was getting 100% of the stat sheet scaling. Okay. I would guess the intended way is to have it additive to each other and not a multiplier. Yeah, then you're gonna lose a lot of damage. But, I mean, it's probably still one of the strongest builds. Like, right now, was there any other class that you know of that did 150? I don't think Barb did. Barb was like 130.
Position. I just want you guys to keep that in mind. The sky is limit for this build.
Sky is the limit.
When it gets nerfed, it's gonna be...
Oh yeah, okay, Druid was completely bugged. Yeah, we saw
This
that.
speed farming version will be great for...
But the Druid was hitting the damage cap, like a negative 9 quadrillion billion damage. Yeah.
experience, hordes, and basically all other content. And if nothing major changes between now and Season 7 launch, this will be the best build to play in Season 7.
That's
there
right.
There are 2 major changes in the speed farm version. Number 1 changes the boots. Now we're running Metamorphosis, which really helps us stay unstoppable.
Best build in the
and
game,
also
boys.
Teleports us quickly when we're running from pack to pack.
We'll see how much
we
it gets
run
changed
so
today.
Fast and travel so fast between elite packs. Now we are utilizing the BAC rune. As we travel faster, it simply just activates Cax rune at all times, keeping our damage high. Another rune combo I utilize is the Decrypify rune. Since this is all about speed and efficiency, you won't see me cast any other skill than the wave itself and occasional tender pulls here and there, but that's about it. This rune auto-curse targets for us. Executing them and also running this rune allows us to run
OP,
Metamorphosis aspect instead of a curse touch on the boots, which then still keeping a skill slot open on our skill bar, leaving room for darkness skill that also buffs our damage further via Reaper's Pursuit. This was a quick update video from PTR Season 7. I'll keep you guys posted as we see the final patch notes and expect a very detailed guide on this build when the time comes.
Here's the link.
Again, writing the max roll build guide for
We'll keep an eye out here for Lord Sora. All hail the Necro King. LFG, dude. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, Necro definitely eating good. It's profiting a lot from all those ultimate multipliers.
And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got...
Yeah, I mean, this stuff also makes it pretty crazy. You have all these in the build.
You know, a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apagic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation.
Is taking
to
away
really get
check
that
marks?
ultimate cooldown reduction, or any
I mean,
build
you
that
gotta
really wants
pay
to
for the
focus
check mark.
around casting your ult many times in a
What check mark? He still has his check mark. You mean this check mark? Check Quinn? He also has a check mark. Oh man. Asmod is not good at video games. Oh man. The drama just keeps on going, dude. So much drama for one video. Yeah, whatever. Let's just keep watching the season 7 stuff. I'm super hyped. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. He accuses Asmongold of having editors or something. Yeah, I think it's very public knowledge that Asmongold has editors for his video, right? I mean, I also have an editor helping me with YouTube. It's, you know, like for a streamer, I think it's a very big deal. For example, like today, guys, we have the season 7 campfire chat, right? So I think it's a very big deal. I can be live on stream with you. We can react to the campfire, make a summary, and then while I'm still streaming, I can get help from my editor who can do a YouTube video, right? I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think most people, like at some point, you gotta have an editor on YouTube. Like it's like, I mean, you don't really have to, but I think like 90% of like the bigger creators have someone helping them. Yeah, editing takes a long time, and you can't do it simultaneously while you stream live on Twitch. It's just not worth it. Yeah, it's industry standards. Yeah, but I don't really know what that argument is about. Well, I think Gavi did. I mean, doesn't Gavi have like 30,000 subscribers? Like, what do you mean below average? Like, Gavi been killing it, man, with PoE2 launch.
In a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds.
Yeah, wait, the Diablo 3 season is also starting right after the D4 season? I think that's so stupid. Obviously, you play whatever you want. But I think it's very stupid from Blizzard to launch the D4 season and the D3 season in the same week. The fuck? I don't know, man. That sounds sus. Like, why?
All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once.
I don't know, guys. I don't know about you, but to me, cast 5 skills, then become exhausted. Like, these don't really look that amazing. It's just some redesign stuff. Yeah, I mean, these are also magic runes, right? These are not like the big runes.
And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
That sucks.
It's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds and stuff.
Yeah, the stacks again.
It's just like more cooldowns. I don't like this kind of stuff. Like, so you can get like, you cast 5 skills, you get 300, but then you have a cooldown of 3 seconds. I don't know. Helltide's still the fastest way to a level. Ooh, you could also do the Kurast Undercity. I don't know if you watched the Samsung Odyssey event that I did with Woody, DM, and Barricade. And me and Woody, we were actually leveling in the Kurast Undercity. There's these like cooldown shrines that you can get there that really help you out on while leveling.
It's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds.
What's this video? I'll link it.
Now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you this strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of the gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. You know, it's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian ancients from some of your effects.
You guys, we gotta be a summoning bot, man. Maybe one day.
All of the ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash all in, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there.
So didn't we have this rune on the PTR already? The Druid's Lightning Bolt? I felt like we did this. Chuck is going to be good for evade. I mean, how much weapon damage is it? Like, it's gonna like fart out a ton of these lightning bolts. But yeah, where do you get keys for Kura's Whispers? I think you get them doing the Whispers, or in the Purple Helltide. What's the countdown for? It's for the full patch notes in 2 hours, guys. we will get the full Diablo 4 patch notes. We don't know what class I want to play first between the Rogue and Druid. I'm kind of leaning more towards Rogue, but Druid's looking pretty good. Yeah. I think Druid, I mean, depends where the border lands. Like, the border looks extremely powerful. But we'll see where it goes. I mean, I'm also excited for Season 7, but one problem, guys, that we still have is we don't have much to do in the endgame. I still think this hasn't really changed. What are we going to do all day in the endgame? I mean, there's like, you know, like maybe a week or two, and depending on how fast you play, maybe 3 weeks of content. But then what do you do with your character? That's the problem, man. Pushing pit records. Yes, that would be at least okay to do, but there are no leaderboards. We only have leaderboards for the gauntlet. We don't have any leaderboards for the pits. So it's like, yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, if we'd at least have some leaderboards, maybe even some weekly rewards or something. I don't like it's something. It could even just be the prestige. It doesn't have to be rewards, right? Because I feel like the moment you reward somebody for doing something on a leaderboard, people are gonna get pissed. Because like not everybody can get it, right? Chances to get leaderboard this season, I mean, less than 10%. I mean, maybe they'll surprise us at some point. Like, do you guys remember when AOZ came out? Like, that was a big surprise. Like, nobody really expected it, right? Like, suddenly we just had AOZ. Just like, bam, just like that. Where can I find the video you're looking at right now? Right here. There's also a complete new trailer here on !news if you want to check it. This is like a full summary of the season, basically. Like, it's like a 10-minute video. Yeah, but I hope they fix the dupe this time. Yo, chat. Do you think... So we had a dupe every season, without fail. We had a dupe on launch. We had a dupe in Season 1, Season 2, all the way until Season 6. Do you think we'll have more dupes in Season 7 again? Or do you think they finally cracked down on all the well, not necessarily only Chinese, but most of them were from China? We're gonna have a dupe 100% again. No. It's just ridiculous. No, because the Chinese RMT Mafia is playing PoE. Oh man, all the mafiosos. 100% dupes, day 3 of launch. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they can kind of like keep it low key. I mean, I'm happy it gets like... I think it's good for the game that to some degree that the dupes are getting spread like a lot, because then they're at least gonna fix it, right? If this duping is like only happening with a handful of people, then chances are they're not gonna fix it. But if it like becomes widespread, at least they are fixing it. But still, man, like every season, dude. Yeah, last Epoch dupe, PoE dupe, D4 dupe, dupes. I mean, it's a big problem of ARPGs. It always happens. Every ARPG I ever played had dupes. I mean, okay, the dupes in PoE, they were a big deal, but it was not exactly like duping items. Not like they were just duping the instances to farm the item, which is almost as bad though. Yeah, last Epoch had a ton of dupes too. I don't think GGG banned the people with the Temporalysis dupe, right? As far as I know. Do you guys know anyone that got banned for duplication in PoE? Heart of Exile 2? I think the big issue is that Blizzard doesn't comment about it. Well, sometimes they disable trading some seasons. The auction house. It would be cool to have like a currency exchange, You know, at least like for boss materials, crafting materials, and this kind of stuff. But after the Diablo 3 auction house, I kind of don't believe it. Yeah, I don't know if GGG bans for that. I don't think they banned the duplication exploits in PoE 2. Maybe they still will. But I don't think that happened. I've not heard of anyone being banned for the temporal sys exploit. The Armory is gonna be here this season. Yeah, it's gonna be big. But it might also, unfortunately, open the doors for some new duplication methods with the Armory, right? That might happen too. My friend got banned in PoE for asking someone to carry him. What? That sounds very sus. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. D4 is worst for duping. It's every season that takes so long to fix it. Yeah. I mean, GGG took like 3 weeks to fix it. But that was during the holidays as well. Yeah, in Diablo, those dupes are going for months. Yeah, but I mean, you could like claim anything, right? It's the internet. Like my friend got banned for asking someone to carry him. I don't believe that. Okay, let's keep watching, guys.
And finally, we've got the Chalk rune that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those. It's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So, enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune updates.
Stuff.
Lots of changes coming to classes. You know, there's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just
we'll get the notes today, guys, in 1 hour 50 minutes.
Examples that we have for PTR, and of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, "Hey, I'm noticing like maybe you're giving a lot of offering, and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that." Let us know. Like we want people to try those out, like test it out, so that we have the feedback, so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of feedback. So lots of cool stuff.
When does the PoE patch go live? Well, today. I would say within the next 12 hours. I would say it's a bit later. It's what is it in Australia? Like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. So probably in like 6 hours.
Stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is
I can hear you now.
Oh, there we go. Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera.
4 a.m.
Like,
yes, I was.
Yeah, so probably in like 8 hours.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1.
Hey, thanks for the gifted sub to Zizaran Zero.
So, Dan,
GG.
do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me
He's still sweating in Albuquerque, this guy.
from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is PTR.
Okay, guys, so the PTR already happened, obviously.
At this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in Season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, show what's working and what isn't. This is also going to be the first time since Season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in Season 2,
let's go D4, let's go PoE 2.
Vampire powers.
There's great updates today. So we get the PoE 2 patch. Again, probably hitting like in 8 hours or so. And then we also get the Diablo 4 final Season 7 patch notes in next 2 hours. I'll say PoE is like in the next 8 hours. It depends a bit.
Into your Sanguine Circle. And so for Season 7...
PoE patches tomorrow? No, it should be today.
This time it's going to be Witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now.
Guys, in Australia, it's already tomorrow, right? It should be in the next like 12 hours for PoE 2.
And tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So Witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before.
So guys, if it's 6 a.m., if it's 6 a.m. in New Zealand right now, whenever they tweeted, it was yesterday. Look, they tweeted 11 hours ago. So they tweeted in the evening of Thursday. Right now, it's Friday. And that means it's tomorrow for them. So that means for us, the patch, I mean, at least here in Europe and America, the patch is going to be hitting today. Like tonight, basically. Yeah, it's Friday, 4 a.m. Yes. And the patch is going to hit on Friday, NZ, which is today for America. Time zones is complicated. I get it. I mean, it is fucking complicated. Yeah. It's going to be today.
In the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into Witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot.
They just fly there, man. Easy.
Currency for the season. Now, like I said, this season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar, you're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. We wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use.
There's a timer up here.
And the result is this witchcraft menu that you
1
can
hour
see
50
in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal power.
Now you can talk English or German. It's fine. As long as it's a language that I understand and can moderate.
You can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for
really
special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining.
Yeah, I don't even exactly remember how this worked on the PTR. Again, we only played for 2 days, man. And the first day, the vendor was bugged.
The process.
The cheat vendor.
Make it easy for players to
equip
and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards. And so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay.
You think Joe Shelley is working on D4, D5? Yeah, we don't know, man. Mikuna gonna lose his mind. No endgame in D4 again. Yeah, it is a bit concerning for me too. I think it's the #1 problem still. But yeah, we haven't seen Joe Shelley in over a year, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's working on some secret project. Maybe he's not with Blizzard anymore. Who knows?
Of Coven's favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards,
Diablo 3 Resurrected,
materials and things like that. In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your...
That's great. That's going to get you Ubers.
Coven's favorite rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to Witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so
Don't even remember this.
You can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars...
Frog, did you guys remember this? Forgotten altars? What do you guys mean, killing one-shot Duriel 10,000 times? This is really good endgame. I mean, they could have done so much of the gauntlet. What does? Yeah, I don't remember this.
Altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And, yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different.
No, I don't think you have to collect them.
And, yeah, let us know what you think about it.
Wait, I don't get it. What did he say? What did he even say?
Runes that you can earn in the game.
The fuck is he even talking?
All right, one last little thing with respect to Witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And, yeah. We just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And,
I don't get it.
Let us know what you think about it.
What?
Now, let's talk about some...
What, so you have to click them and you get some lost powers or what? Find it extremely funny. Nobody likes the Witch Dog and they bring skills as a season theme. Well, so they're not bringing the Witch Dog as a class because of what you just described. I think it's fine them having some of the powers. I mean... Some stuff like fire bats was pretty cool, in my opinion. I think there was a lot of cool stuff for Witch Dog. And lots of... I think it was still the most unpopular class in Diablo 3 though. But I don't really mind so much. I think there was definitely some parts of the Witch Dog that were super cool. It was not my favorite class. But, I mean, it wasn't also not all unfun, you know?
Some of the Witchcraft itself. You know, we've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies, and you know, if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously.
Exploding
with a lot of
chicken
damage.
Maybe we'll get that.
Having a lot of fun with this one.
That'd be fun.
Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches, and it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as...
So, no, you do not need Vessel of Hatred to play any of this. All of this is free. The only thing that you need Vessel of Hatred for is the runes and the Spiritborn. And the new area. In this updates. I mean, all the expansion exclusive stuff is gonna still be expansion exclusive. But these witch powers, you can have them on normal game, on expansion, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, the mercenaries too. But this season's theme has nothing to do with any mercenaries.
Name implies as another servant like the frog, and this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about, and this is Piranado. So
this was one of the best ones.
This one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of
it's very strong.
Fish and destruction. So dervish of...
I mean, Piranado was extremely powerful in Diablo 3.
Fish and destruction. So, yeah, that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with
He's
soon.
just laughing, dude.
But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in?
That's right.
And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill.
Yep.
So you're going to follow
It's
the
basically like ultra bounties,
to,
whispers.
find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Hell Tides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special.
So these are gonna be similar to some of the hearts that we got in Season 1. You guys might remember the Barber heart. No, that was maybe an outlier, but there's definitely some cool stuff there. What classes look strong? I do have a draft. Obviously, this is not ready. It's much work in progress. Actually, I can make a Season 7 out of this already. I think the best class, and you can see the planner and everything up here, is the Necromancer. I almost said Witch Dog. It's very weird I couldn't get into Spiritborn at all. Barely played the season. Yeah, I get it. Feels worse when compared to the depth of an early access game that never stops giving you something to do. Yeah. PoE is great in that regard for sure. And it's gonna get even better, right? Because that was just the early access. Like, I think in PoE, we're at least missing... Like, we're getting double the content. At least on launch. Probably even more. We're getting double the characters, ascendancies. We're getting double the story acts. And we're probably gonna get another, like, 50% increase on the endgame. We might not get, like, a doubling of the endgame activities, but... everything else is going to at least double. And then obviously it gets tremendously more complex multiplayer because all these new things are benefiting each other in a way. What do you think about Razor Wings? Yeah, Razor Wings has a lot of problems, but let's wait until we get the final patch notes here in an hour and 40 minutes. I think then we can talk all the details about Razor Wings. There is definitely some strong stuff. It might be an A-tier build. They also did increase the maximum amount from 12 to 15 on the Razor Wing side. And we already did make a video about it. It was pretty strong, actually, already. Razor Wings, Rob. We should probably still have that. Yeah, the playstyle, like, they look pretty cool, right? This is like how Razor Wings look. They look pretty cool. I really enjoyed them a lot. But yeah, we had like a run. Yeah, he was like a pit 120, and they are buffing it a lot, even though there was some double dipping bugs here. It's like a boom, 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 boomerang. Hey, thanks for your work in D4. I appreciate the kind words. Let's go, dude. Is any quest or anything affecting new season, or it's completely fresh? It's completely fresh. There's going to be a new seasonal quest line coming up. Oh, Rake. I mean, unless Rake is like significantly buffed, I don't think it's great. Yeah, Rake is like, I didn't want to say it quite like that, but it's trash, yeah. A Rake is no bueno. Yeah, look at this guy with the map hack too. Frickin' map hack. Can you run WW and get into pit 150 by any chance? No, it's absolutely zero chance. Whirlwind build is one of the weakest builds in the entire game. And they refuse to buff it directly, at least. For many... Like, Whirlwind build was good for like a week when the game came out. Ever since that, it's been... Yeah, it's like in D tier or something. Probably even worse. They nerfed it. They nerfed the Tyrell's Might. They nerfed the Whirlwind Tornado aspect. And they did buff like the direct damage by like, I don't know, 20% or so. But it's nowhere near enough. Like, we need like a 10x buff or something to be compatible to some of the other builds. But it's just not the case. Yeah. Don't like spin to win, man. Best method to level up new characters. We will discuss this. It depends a bit. I think the purple health is going to be pretty good. And then there is a new endgame, the Kura's Undercity, that has these like cooldown shrines that are going to be very powerful. Okay.
About occult gems.
Let's keep watching about the gems. Thanks for the prime. GG. Gold Harin, much appreciated. They need to throw balance out the window in this game. Everything is for trillions. Dude, the Necro is so powerful. Here, look at the OP Necro. This is looking to be the strongest build of season 7. Yeah, there's a clip here. Exclamation mark OP. It's fucking busted. Well, we'll see. What blows my mind is EDG can double their character output at half the company size. Yeah, that's crazy. They do some good stuff. Yeah, but the Necromancer might be changed in the patch notes. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get a snack. We'll continue watching this. I'm just gonna get a quick snack. I'll be back a sec. Like a few minutes. This is the occult gems.
Excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, you know, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them so that, you know, really you're getting a bonus above and beyond, you know, those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other two I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for, you know, creating a certain type of build. And, you know, we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think, yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing, is, you know, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, you know. So we thought, well, we should, you know, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you know, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you know, you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across, to walk all the way back to the waypoint, or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot of big changes with that. And actually, please do choose the ancestral cache.
Yes,
like,
so
like, why
powerful.
would you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, you know, people have been seeing some of the new Witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here.
This is a Season 7 campfire
with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really,
we get the full patch notes today.
We're really excited to talk about it. And Mr. Colin Finer will talk and walk us through everything.
Armory, boys.
So most of these are sort of systemic updates. So
this is gonna be the Armory. Look, guys, I got some tomato soup. Can you see this? I'm gonna be eating some soup. There's a bit of rice in that. And then I got some fresh bread. Thought it'll be later. Yes. There's going to be a second one. This was the first one, just for the generic stuff from a few weeks ago. And there's going to be one with the final changes today.
Talk through them. Paragon migration is
I'm just refreshing myself because I don't remember
system
how
works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, you know, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone.
Tomato soup is good,
I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but that's the Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at
this is the
Paragon
Vessel of
level
Hatred
300,
Crystal.
You can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can...
The Paragon 300 reward, dude. You can get it in Eternal. Dude, I think they should put some more rewards to it, though. Overall. Curious how the build ranking will look. Yeah, I just have a draft up. Do I have it up? Yeah, like just a baseline draft, right? But there's a lot of stuff changing. There's a ton of stuff changing. Okay, I'm gonna eat while we watch this.
work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal
Super hot.
characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like I have to have it in this season or something like that. You know, you probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4 GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4 GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah, it's always great getting a 4 GA and then rolling 1%.
Yeah, That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got 4.
This is actually such a big change. So what they're saying, guys, whenever, maybe a lot of you know this feeling, you find you 4 greater affix, Rod of Kapeleke, and then it has 1% on the secondary. This, starting with the season, cannot happen anymore. So whenever you get a 4 GA or even 3 GA, it can only roll the highest range, basically. So maybe you find a 4 GA Kapeleke, it is at least like 2.8 and very likely 3%. Something like that, right? Wondering if you're Diablo partner. If so, do you need to play the seasons? I'm Diablo partner, but I don't need to play the seasons. No. There's no payment involved. There's no obligation to play the game. No. I just play whatever I want. But I like playing Diablo.
4 GA, well, my 1 GA one is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing, so we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is, comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that should help quite a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is ancestral legendaries. They are now going to, when an ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the legendary aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an ancestral drops because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
Yeah, we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit.
It's going to be much easier to find your perfect aspect.
People going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just makes it easier and better for players and being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
Yeah, no,
grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice, yeah.
And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one.
The stream is live, but this was a recording.
So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall. But to compensate, we're actually adding a sync for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be.
This is just a refresher.
Once you get into the Torment. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome, yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's
1 hour 20 minutes, guys. We get the full patch notes.
Last quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah, so class quests, so most classes, or every class has this, special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage.
I wonder how it's going to be in the season.
So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent Sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome. And you could still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this.
So, is it going to be like I have the class quests in the season? I feel like they didn't really say that. So they're basically saying once you unlock, let's say, your Sorcerer Enchantment quest, you're going to have it unlocked for every character of your account. But I'm not sure if this would calculate for your hardcore characters or for your season characters. I mean, that's a big change, but I feel like they didn't say that. What's the timer counting down to? The full patch notes release.
We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time, I'm level 40, I should probably go do my class quest.
I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Because Armory is coming with Season 7 Patch 2.1. Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum, so...
What does he mean it was a niche request? No, it wasn't. Everybody wanted Armory. What is he talking about? It was not a niche request. You could say a lot about Armory, but you can't say it was a niche request, bro.
With Season 7 Patch 2.1.
Think it was sarcasm? Maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So that one guy who asked for this is for you.
Okay, it's sarcasm.
I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your Fireball build, but you got this really sweet Ball Lightning unique,
one guy.
Now it's really easy to just save off that Fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that Ball Lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an Armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right? Yeah. So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one. So you do.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of challenges with this, right? Because you can re-roll your aspect, imprint a new one, then what Armory part is it going to be part of and stuff. It can definitely get a bit tricky. Now you can save all your builds from all the people who hand out gear. Exactly. Dude, Rontron, this guy gets it. Armory is actually going to be big for my longevity. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, there might also be some issues with duping. I really hope they... And again, with the timing with PoE 2 coming out, I did not play the PTR as much as usual, so I really hope there's not going to be any new duplication exploit with this Armory feature. Because it happened in the past, and also in Diablo 3, the Armory there was notorious for deleting or eating your items. Like you would lose like your 150 Bane of the Trap, your 150 Bane of the Stricken, like just poof, it's gone. But yeah, just hoping that it does right. I mean, it was in the works for like almost a year? I don't know. Probably almost a year. So I hope it's good.
The imprinted aspect on it, you know, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one.
Yep.
So you do probably want to get, you know, multiple sets of gear if you want to be building these up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns. It's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to.
Best of the season
really
looks like to be
utilize it, which I
Necromancer,
think is great.
but that depends on the final patch notes, which we'll
So,
get
yeah,
in
we're
1
super
hour, 20
excited.
minutes.
We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around. And we think this should open up, you know, if you're playing a Druid, you don't have to go make another Druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash.
I tested it, like, briefly.
Inventories, etc.
It worked
So
fine.
want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR,
Man, W for controller, guys. The console players are getting a loot filter in PoE. They're also getting Armory controller support in Diablo. Let's go. Now we just need a loot filter in Diablo. That'd be sick.
it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually going to, that do play on controller, to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words.
Oh, Barb is eating good. There's a pretty cool Hoda build. This one. Will and Barb support. I don't really think the support characters are going to be big. Have never really been big in Diablo 4. There was like one season where Barb was kind of good support, but not really like any mainstream thing. I'm talking normally without it feeling like a script. Yeah, I think these campfire chats are usually super nice. I much prefer the live interaction campfire chat rather than a video. I think it's a lot better.
As well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the Witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before PTR updates. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot about PTR updates. I can't even follow my own agenda.
Yeah, it's gonna be Q&A now.
2.1 actually kicks off.
PTR already happened.
Cool. Now we can go into Q&A. I do want to call out quickly just a reminder that we will have a blog up immediately after the stream for PTR. Patch notes will be next Wednesday. Again, this is due to the...
Patch notes will be in 1 hour, boys. Fastest way to level in Season 7. It's probably going to be Purple Helltide. We don't know for sure. Purple Helltide going to be pretty good. But we'll have to wait until the patch notes.
Streaming a little early for the holidays just to make sure that everyone was here to do a stream for PTR. And then PTR is planning on starting on December 3rd.
And City might
players
also
will
be
able
pretty
to
good.
jump into PTR then. Of course, it is just PC Battle.net, just easier for us and more flexibility for us to be able to do updates and everything from our end for PTR. But I know we have a question teed up, so if you have questions, please put them in chat. And we will get those, we'll try to address as many as possible for the end of the stream. I have to reach over. There's a plant here that no one can see. But will all the PTR content be available on day 1 is a question that we Probably, we've heard when we announced the PTR stream.
The timer is for the campfire
probably
and for the
passed,
patch notes.
Just because with the past PTR, you know, we had
split it out.
Yeah, we did split it out. We will say that all the PTR content will be available day one, so players can jump in and actually check out everything related to patch 2.1 immediately with day one whenever they need to. So shouldn't be a problem. Jumping into some questions, Small Petting Zoo. I know Small Petting Zoo. They're a person that plays a lot of companion druid.
I would imagine based on the name.
So they're asking, will there be fixes to Storm and Werewolf tags given to Druid Wolves by the item Storm's Companion?
Yes.
They have never functioned, would more than double the damage of the build.
Yes, actually.
How many broken builds? The Boulder is broken and the Necro is broken, at least as of PTR. Probably some more stuff. But those might be fixed, changed in 1 hour today. We'll see. There was some pretty broken Necro and some infinite damage Druid.
As part of that comprehensive update that I mentioned to summons across the game, I did take a pass to look at specifically updating how the wolves interact with Storm's Companion. And now, whenever they're imbued with a lightning from Storm's Companion, they do count as lightning skills. And because the not to get too technical, but because the way
but it's
the
not
damage
broken.
is calculated and attributed, it should also work with all the things that say, hey, when you deal lightning damage, do
Spiritborn is
special.
fixed, yes.
Your lightning wolves are going to be triggering and interacting with all those effects. It should work in every way that you're expecting to going forward.
Awesome. Shocky pets.
Question from Narrator Dog. How does this fit into, how does the Season 7 stuff fit into lore? Because during Vessel of Hatred and the Tree seem to be on good terms. Dan, I don't know if you want to answer this or if you want me to answer it. Up to you.
Yeah, so I'll say, first off, we're not going to get too deep of an answer. We're going to reveal more about the story as we get closer to the release of Season 7. That said, we are really looking at trying to build upon the events of Vessel of Hatred with every season moving forward. And so you'll start seeing changes in the world as we do that. And I'll leave it at that.
Cool. You'll hear more soon. Again, we plan on doing a more grandiose reveal of Season 7 content.
Today, guys, in 1 hour, up here. The class cast is going to be automatically completed starting the season. This is unclear. That's a good question. We were discussing it earlier. We don't really know. Like they said, whenever you clear it with a character, it's going to unlock on your account. So I assume you don't have to do the class quest in the season. So, like, you do need the level, right? Like on a Sorcerer, again, this is like, we're not 100% sure. But if you're on a Sorcerer, you reach level 15, it's going to unlock your class quest, basically. There's going to be a campfire chat in an hour from now, and a new campfire chat. This one was the first one for Season 7. The second one is going to be today. And there's going to be patch notes.
Content in the story as we get closer to the release. So you'll hear more about kind of like the backstory of everything and how the Tree of Whispers plays into everything as well. Question from Toothless81. Is there going to be a rework or cost reduction to masterworking? Veiled crystals have become a huge roadblock with trying to gear multiple alts.
Toothless81. What a guy.
We are always keeping our eye on the economy. We did a big pass. If you remember, we did a stream last week that was talking about tightening up the economy. So we do intend on taking a look at just generally how.
We don't know exactly what's going to be in the patch.
I think alts is something that we need to definitely be taking a look at. We do want to encourage alt gameplay. That was part of the big Paragon changes. So that sort of feedback is super valuable. It's really good to know that Veiled Crystals are that alt blocker. We want to make sure that alts are something that players are really excited about if that's something.
They bought Rawhide.
So appreciate that.
I think they fixed the Rawhide problem.
Question mainly related to like stacking items. This is from Marwan Gaming. Any plans on the amount that you can stack, like items, potions?
Dude, the boss materials.
Like potions, keys, and runes. Wow, I can't read. Any updates, or are we looking at any of that type of thing?
We definitely are looking at it. We don't have anything to share, but it's top of mind. I know that boss materials, for example, are at 50. There are some technical reasons why we have it like that, but it's something we are actively looking at. Dracaronia mentions, do you know if XP wells are getting fixed? And do you know if there's an opportunity for maybe pets collecting loot a little bit faster? Anything on the screen for players? I know the XP well definitely has been reported, and it's something we're looking into. So we know about it, we're looking at it. This is part of the PTR, is to find a lot more of these types of problems, so we will look at it. As far as the pets, no plans at the moment. I know we've done a big pass on a lot of things to essentially make sure that like when a rare item drops in Torment, it's just going to get auto-salvaged. So we do try and essentially make a lot more of the loot just auto-pick-upable.
Question from Mags PvE. Will Druid ever see some love for ravens? Would be awesome to have maybe a different companion
17
outside of like.
Give us AOZ back. Oh hell yeah, that'd be sick.
Or the vines and stuff.
AOZ was great.
Is there any plans for maybe?
I just don't believe it
in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Ravens, one of the three companions compared to the wolves and the vine creeper, which I think are often a bit more of the marquee ones in the companion builds, at least as they currently are. That's something we're definitely aware of, and going forward, when we look to make new effects for these companion builds, I think ravens might be maybe the next one we start looking at, but nothing I can commit to firmly at this point. But it's definitely something that we have noticed, and yeah, it's something we'll keep in mind. So we appreciate that.
Part of that summoning tag update was really to sort of give us more tools to do things like improve the Raven experience or the Call of the Ancients experience.
Yeah, I think that summon update is going to be really huge for...
Dude, I really want to play like a Call of the Ancients, ancient-focused Barbarian at some point. I opened D4 today, first time since PoE 2 launch, and the gods, I've missed the speed. Yeah, the movement speed and stuff, I definitely agree with. But one thing that felt weird, man, when you open your stash space in Diablo 4 coming from PoE. That was tough. That was really tough. Yeah, Bloodwave looks extremely strong. The timer is for the full patch notes. I don't really care that the game is simply dull. Players don't require a storyline. They want content and rewards to keep them engaged, that's all. Well, there's such and such players, right? Some people really care about the story. Some people just really care about the game itself. Like, it's different for other people. Hot take, but amid blasting in D4, PoE is very slow burn. I mean, PoE is a different game for sure. There's some overlap, but there's also some very major differences, I would say. Yeah, both games have their pros and cons, dude. And it's completely fine to enjoy both games. What's the highest pit you think Barb will clear in Season 7? That depends on the patch notes that drop in 1 hour. I would say there's a good chance that it's going to do at least 140 plus. If it's not completely nerfed. I think, how high was the highest Barb, like, on the PTR? Probably like 130? Somewhere around there. Who is my BFF? I personally love both games. Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with playing both games. No matter how much people of either corner want to convince you that it's not okay to play both games or they must hate each other or whatever. You can just play whatever you want, man. It's simple.
Companion druids and every other build that uses these, and we'll definitely look at it under that new lens after this update and see where we can make further improvements.
We'll do one last question, but this is like a two-parter questions from two different people. One's from Teampo Diablo.
Love both games.
From Dejal.
Not to say D4 but I don't know why everybody wants to be on one side or the other. Yeah. I don't know, I just feel like a lot of people are just like throwing more gasoline in the fire. It's a video game, man. Like, just play the video game to have fun, and like, I don't know why you care about all the other games. Like, just like play whatever games you like, and like, you don't play the ones you don't like, but don't hate on the people that do. Like, no one's out here, like, I don't know, hating on don't know, like shooters or FPS games when they don't play FPS games. Like, what's the point in that? Campfire stream is in 1 hour. Yeah, play whatever you want. Exactly. Started playing before with my wives. Wait, plural? You have multiple wives? With my wife's cousin? Wife's cousin, okay. I should have kept reading. I started playing Diablo 4 with my wife's cousin. Okay, sorry. He's loving it. He's seen me play, saying Diablo 4 is okay. I said it's a bit iffy at the start, but then you're getting it, yeah. Yeah, you got multiple wives, man. Happy wives, happy lives. Appreciate the tag. Tired of people shitting on others. Yeah, I really don't want to be about all this like negativity and drama shit that is happening. It is happening between the two communities, and it is fucking crazy. You got me the first half, Rob. Not gonna lie. Yep. Happy wife, unhappy coins. Okay, okay. My wifey. Yeah, balancing and endgame could be better in Diablo 4. I agree with you. I think most people would even agree with you. Class balance has been horrible. Balancing is an issue. And I think the endgame, there's just not enough to do. After you have done the stuff to optimize your character, there's just not enough to do for your character. Many wives, happy lives. Well, yeah, maybe not the coins. I do have... So, guys, we have to wait. We don't even know the final patch notes, right? But, yes, I started making a tier list. It's very bare bones. It's always going to be a lot of copium until it comes out. But, yes, it is the beginning of a draft here. Oh, okay. Right now, power ranking, I would say Necro is the best. Let's actually update this. I would say Necro better than Druid. Better than Barb. I think Sorc is last. Better than Spiritborn. Better than Sorc. Wait, what are we missing? Rogue. Okay, Rogue's probably here. Boo. This would be my class. Well, the strongest build. Yeah, I think Sorc's still shit, unfortunately. They did nerf Sorc. They did nerf Devouring.
Again, some Prime sub because new Diablo season laughing face.
Hey, Chris, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, guys, you can support for free. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's good on Sorcs, but like Ball Lightning, Lightning Speed, there's nothing really like new, right? Like, you go back to Ball Lightning. And that's a pretty popular build, but didn't really look as strong, especially with Devouring, Blaze Nerf, and other stuff. Yeah, Druid's got to hit for some more DPS, man. No. Like, look at the Druid clear here.
Alright, what up, guys? So today I'm going to show you how...
Here, guys, this is the Druid. Now, obviously, this is a bug. But it's not obvious if they are going to fix this bug, right? So, the Druid is eating good with Boulder. It does infinite damage. Like, look at the number here. There you go. That's Spiritborn number. That's on a Druid, on a PTR. Yeah, the strongest build is always a bugged build, guys. Every season. Oh yeah, this one is gonna like one-shot everything in the game. And then there's the Necro. I put a clip. I think the Necro is not bugged. It's just overpowered. So that's why I put the Necro even above it. Look at the Necro here. You might even miss it. This is a pack in 150. Look, this 150, this is a pack. Okay, Twitch is just bugging out. Okay, whatever. Well, long story short, it's one-shotting the packs. And it's probably one-shotting the bosses. You can just click here and then you'll see it. Yeah, this is the Necroman. This is a Season 7 Necro with Blood Wave. We will see if this is getting nerfed or changed in 1 hour up here. It might be. Who is the Druid main D4 streamer? So the Druids I know. Screamheart, Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades makes really good stuff. He was also spearheading a lot on the Spiritborn. Then you have Small Petting Zoo, who's usually like very much in the pet direction. Moxie is playing a lot. Yeah, Eden is playing a lot. I mean, to be fair, there's not really that many Druid players. Oh yeah, Boiler, Oogie Boogie, but Oogie Boogie is like playing all class. But yeah, Boiler, yeah. Boiler's great. Oogie Boogie. Eden is playing a lot. Yeah, and Diablo he is. For sure. Yeah, I know there's drama, but in Diablo, I mean, and you can watch his streams from Diablo, like, right? He did plenty of streams. Like, he knows the stuff in Diablo, for sure. Now, given Diablo is not as, you know, like, complex in some ways as PoE is. Look at the boss fight here, 150 boss fight. But he for sure knows what he's talking about for Diablo. I can just, like, that's my personal experience. It's not like from somebody, you know, like, saying this. It's just I've seen it. I've heard it. And you can clearly do as well if you watch some of his Diablo streams. Yeah. I mean, the boss fight is just a full joke, right? I thought the devs did not want to have that high damage numbers. Is this, like, too high? This damage is too high for you? Like 1,000 trillion? Or, I mean, I don't really mind too much about it. Like, does it really matter what's the letter there? Yeah, I don't really care if it says T or K. It doesn't matter to me. It's just all relative. I mean, okay, yeah, I get it's kind of stupid. But it doesn't affect the gameplay in any way. It's a 4-digit number. There's a T or a K or a B or nothing at the end. Like, I don't really care. Just play Sorg, turn off damage numbers so you don't feel inferior. Yeah. Now you can disable this. You can disable this completely. I'm really happy they made the combat float numbers with T and stuff. And K. The campfire chat is starting in 50 minutes. What are you playing this season? So I'll most likely play this build here. Now, this is just leveling footage, right? It might look slow now in comparison to these ultra high endgame builds. This is the Hoda Earthquake Barb. You're basically just creating explosions everywhere with your Hoda Quakes. Like these big, like, fire explosions. That's the Hoda Barb. Yeah, I didn't really get to record so much footage. I have some Greater Rifts on my Twitch. I need to. The next expansion news. I think Gamescom in the summer, like in August. So like 8 months from now. And then we don't really know. What do you guys think, guys? When is the new Diablo 4 expansion? Do you think it's going to be this year, like end of this year? I could see it happening around Christmas again or before Christmas to get like the Christmas market. Or I could see it happening in the summer of, or like the spring of next year. I definitely think that they're going to announce it like in the summer this year, like in August. like at Gamescom or something, right? They're gonna announce the expansion and Paladin and probably even Diablo or something. I don't know. I think there's like, I don't know. Rod Ferguson said there's gonna be annual expansions, like every year. And that would mean we're gonna get another expansion this year. He did say annually. But they might be going back on this. I don't know. Because it was kind of annually, right? Like the game released in 2023. First expansion happened in 2024. Next expansion should happen in 2025. Late 2026. Okay, but then they would go like back a lot, right? On what they promised, like in 2023. Wait, let me see this. Annually, Diablo 4 expansions. PC Gamer. I mean, I don't really know. Annual Diablo expansions confirmed. When was this? This was from the general manager. When you look at the launch of games and this first season, we see that building a foundation on which we can build for the future. So as we look on our quarterly season, so they have to stick to this. Every season, every quarter we get a season. And we look to our annual expansions. Those are the things that we're focused on. Yes, this is directly from the game, the general manager, from Rod Ferguson. It's too ambitious. I mean, I don't know, like, is it? They've probably been working at Paladin for like 2 years already, I would say. Dude, people have been leaking. What was it like? People have been speculating whenever they announced Spiritborn that it would have been a Paladin. Because they spotted like some artworks and like a lot of stuff, you know? I don't remember exactly, but there was like a ton of leaks. Like here, this stuff. It doesn't look like Spiritborn. Spiritborn doesn't have shield. I think the Paladin, like, they've been cooking on this for some time, man. The date of that article, I think, is 2023. Yeah. 1.5 years ago. This was right after season 1. This was from season 1. He said this when season 1 came out. Witch Dog? No. They make the season of the Witch Dog, the season of the Witchcraft powers and all those stuff. It's not going to be Witch Dog. Yeah, I think it's about 50-50. I mean, I'm hoping that we're going to get an expansion again this year, but maybe not. Maybe they're not going to stick to this annual plan, but I could see it possible. I mean, they're part of Microsoft now. They have a lot of budget, and I mean, they're just going to get good sales, right? Making another expansion. Do you feel like the $30 Crypto Capo was not worth it for the 4 expansion? For Vessel of Hatred? Like, we got the Spiritborn, we got the new area, we got a new quest line, we got the mercenaries, we got a new, well, kind of new endgame with the Undercity and the raids. We got, the rune words. I mean, for me, the $30, the $30 was fair for the expansion. Hey, Newbie Aim. Thanks, man, for the support. Welcome in, dude. But yeah. Do you guys feel the $30 was too expensive? For the Vessel of Hatred? I mean, looking at inflation and what other video games cost, I think it was fair. $30 was fine for me. Yeah, but like, you know, okay, you can argue the $50 that I spent compared to the $30 just to get some extra transmogs and some blah blah blah. But that was your decision, man. Like, nobody forced you to buy the big pack. You could have just bought the $30 pack. Yeah, I think $30 for a video game is fair. I mean, if they make a paladin and make some cool stuff, maybe we'll even see a Diablo boss fight. I have no problem with $30. Yeah, if you say like, yeah, I got the $100 edition, okay, yeah, that's fine, but that was your decision. You didn't have to unlock any content. No, I didn't say for a game. I said $30 for an expansion. Clearly said that. And I think they do have regional pricing, right? One Prime Evil equals $30. Well, okay, there was definitely an expectation that I had as well, and I agree with that, to have a final Mephisto fight. Yeah, that was a letdown. I completely agree. I would have expected we are going to beat the Primeval Mephisto. And the next expansion, we're going to beat the Primeval Diablo. And the next expansion, we're probably going to fight the Primeval Baal or something. That was like what I thought. But not finishing Mephisto, it just like, it felt kind of weird. Yeah, this is, okay, in this picture here, this is a possible paladin. People have been speculating this before the Spiritborn even came out. I mean, maybe they have their reasons, like lore-wise, right? I already killed Mephisto in Diablo 2. Yeah, so did you do kill Diablo. But eventually, guys, you know, the game is called Diablo 4. It's not called Lilith 4. I think eventually we're gonna be fighting, you know, Diablo. Call me crazy. I think this is gonna happen down the road in some expansion. I was thinking it would be the Paladin expansion where we get Paladin and then we get Diablo as the enemy, or the prime enemy, or the final boss, or whatever in the story. But now, given that we didn't kill off Mephisto, I feel like that might not happen. This guy's crazy. Yeah, just nuts, dude. Eventually. Took like 2 years to add Diablo to Immortal. Yeah, that's fine though. I mean, it's like a climax, right? Like, just like there's not gonna be the final boss right from the beginning. That's fine. Yeah, guys need more angels to fight. Yo, we have this line like extra damage to angels and demons. Yeah, I don't know. So do you guys think Mephisto is going to be the final boss of the next expansion? Maybe Mephisto, we're just going to beat him at the beginning of the expansion, and then we see Diablo either way. Maybe it's like the cliffhanger. Because like, what's going to be like the content lore line for like the next expansion? Yeah, I feel like I wanted a boss fight versus Mephisto, similar to how we got in the Lilith fight, right? If the Mephisto like boss fight was like the real Mephisto, like whatever, like finishing him, and like a similar caliber fight than Lilith, I think that would have been sufficient, or I would have been like, you know, satisfied. But we didn't really have that. And Mephisto, like, we kind of fought Mephisto, but we kind of didn't. And it was like, yeah. I already know what happened in the next expansion, but if I say so, the future will change. Yeah, it sure will. No, for season 7 you do not need Vessel of Hatred. Only if you want to play Spiritborn or the new area. Like you can play the Witchcraft, the season powers, like all this kind of stuff. Like you can just play for free. You don't have to spend any money. Not gotta spend any money on it. Mephisto is basically starting his own religion, making the players go over to the side of the map. Let me fight Mephisto, Diablo, and Baal at the same time. That's gonna be uber bosses. At some point, we're gonna have quadruple uber bosses. That might be pretty down the line. What class would you like after Paladin? Okay, so we're gonna have the Paladin. I mean, am I crazy for wanting like an Amazon assassin kind of playstyle? I know we have the Rogue. I don't know. I want like the Javazon. Like spear, like throwing the spears and stuff like that. That'd be pretty cool. A sniper, like with a rifle? I don't really think the guns fit. Like, I know we have the mercenary in PoE, but in the lore, like, you can't have, like, a sniper with, like, a rifle or something, with, like, a gun. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Blood Knight would be pretty cool, too. Valkyrie. Yeah, people were speculating Valkyrie even for this expansion. Before the Spiritborn came out. Valkyrie. Yes, the expansion, the new classes are usually going to be costing $30, I would say. I would think. This is my speculation. $30 for Paladin and Diablo, maybe. Alright, my friends, this was the strongest build on the... Yeah, strongest build on the PTR, going strong. You guys have TikTok? I don't know, guys, if you have phones. If you have phones, this is the Necromancer. 150 boss, chop. Easy. Gonna waste all my money on Paladin skins. Huh. Okay, let's see the rest of this Q&A.
22, and they're both from Teampo Diablo 4, the other one's from Dejal 22, and they're both related to Armory. Will items in the Armory be locked from...
I heard Diablo players just don't have phones, dude.
Accidentally selling them. And separately,
no one has a phone.
Saved items for Armory builds have like maybe an icon or something associated to them to kind of like call them out that they are part of a saved build.
Yeah, so when you do save a loadout, we favorite all of those items. So just automatically that happens.
No,
that's cool.
No mistaken, like, oh,
yeah,
crap.
You'd have to unfavorite it, then sell it, and then at that point,
I just sold everything by accident.
Sort of on you. And then the second part is, yes, there is a little icon that does indicate that, hey, this is part of an armory.
Cool. So yeah, you know that, like, hey, this is part of a build. Don't mess with it. Don't accidentally unfavorite it or anything like that, which is good to know. So cool. Well, we again thank you guys for tuning in for our patch 2.1 PTR stream. I know there's a lot of news coming down the line for Diablo 4 as we get closer to 2.1.
Today, guys, the news.
But we do have a blog that will be going live this afternoon, probably right after this stream. And again, our patch notes, the full patch notes for this PTR will be next Wednesday.
They will be coming today, boys. Not next Wednesday. That's gonna be lit. Here, he said it. Tomorrow, it's gonna be today, basically, in 40 minutes. We're gonna have the full patch notes. Colin is a gamer. Colin is cooking. I mean, they're all gamers. But Colin has the big cooking hat. Hey, everybody. Colin with the cooking hat, dude. Yeah, they also have a complete new trailer with a blog post. I don't know if you guys seen this. Did they post this down here? Oh yeah. This has like a summary. And some cool images. Yeah, we do have a lot of the patch notes already. And they did buff Hoda even more, boys. 100% Hammer of the Ancients damage for 5 seconds after an Earthquake X frickin' explodes. Earthquakes deal 60% increased damage. Yo, they buffed like a lot of these. Yeah, Blood Wave to deal double damage. This is also a buff to the strongest build. That's crazy, man. Do we have a tier list? I do have a work in progress on a list. But again, this is not ready, guys. We don't have the final notes. This is all copium. We don't know yet. We just simply don't know yet. But it will probably soon. But yeah, this build is extremely powerful and they are buffing it. I can close this. Look, there's a buff here. So it goes from 25 to 35. And this is base. You can have freaking Greater Affix and Masterwork it 3 times. When's Diablo coming out? In 5 days on Tuesday, 21st of January. PTR had a good build for Sorc? Not really. No. No good build for Sorc. I mean, there's Ball Lightning making a bit of a comeback, but it's not powerful. Not as powerful. I don't even know. What was the highest clear a Sorc has done on the PTR? Yeah, I don't think it was all too high. Did they buff Sorc at all? Sorceress. Okay, extra rank for bolts. Super Ball Lightning bolts. Super Ball Lightning deal double, like 125% more damage. Have higher lucky hit chance and its stun duration is increased. So yeah, the Super Lightning Ball is a big dam. And we might be strong, like 3 ranks plus double dam plus projectiles to cast twice. Wait, also, what does this do? 250% Ball Lightning projectile speed. I don't really know what that's even gonna do exactly. But it looks like to be doing some good stuff. Is it not? Sorc was ranked 3 in Season 6 because of the Firebolt. Did they nerf that? I don't even know. Maybe they did. Spin faster for more DPS. That's right. Anyways, 125%. That's a lot. Dancing Knives. I think they nerfed it a lot. It might still be okay. Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I'm like really sad for Sorcs actually. It just feels like they did get nerfed. Didn't they? That's how it feels to me. Sorc on the nerf side. At least a little bit. Yeah, it would have been great for Ball Lightning to be stronger. Why do you think the Armory looks shit? I think it looks fine. To me, the Armory looks okay. Why does it look shit? I mean, there's everything that there needs to be in there. And this is also a Barbarian screenshot, so like, you know, get some more credits. To overlay, I mean, I think it's fine. Like, this is Upheaval, Mighty Throw, Hammer, Bash. Whirlwind. Oof. Yeah. I don't know, I can't really fix the microphone that easy. There's like a new program for my microphone and it doesn't really work that well. The most relaxing build. Oh, there was like a complete AFK no button build. Armory dupes this season? Yeah, I hope not, but there might be. There's Earthquake Bob. I think it's still going to be pretty chill build. You basically just cast your Hoda. It's going to explode your Earthquakes. That's it. You want to watch the video? I think then it's almost time. Yeah, they did nerf they did nerf the Spiritborn a lot, especially Kepaleke builds. Kepaleke is getting nuked out of existence, it feels. Or almost, at least.
In the season of Witchcraft, the tree is missing some of its heads, which, spoilers, is actually a big deal.
Someone has stolen heads from the Tree of Whispers, and it is the Wanderer's
Was it you? Who stole the heads?
role to discover the mystery behind who is taking the heads and to what end.
As you progress through the storyline, you work with the Coven, and in exchange for your help,
Don't steal the heads,
give
boys.
you their own powers, and then you can utilize these powers in Season of Witchcraft.
If you're not familiar, the Tree of Whispers is this ancient tree with heads. You can come and ask for favors from the tree itself, but it will ask for something in
They
return.
took our jobs.
Notoriously, no one has been
They
able to
took
get
our
out of their
bills.
deal with the Tree of Whispers until now.
Who is it that's been freeing these heads from the Tree of Whispers? And what are the fugitive heads themselves trying to accomplish now that they're free from the tree?
And these stolen heads are scattered all around Sanctuary, causing chaos and spreading strange rot, taking over the bodies of the living. Head rotten are what happens when a head from the Tree of Whispers attempts to graft itself onto an already living creature to reclaim
I mean, the
that.
artwork looks
It
sick.
retains some of the tree's power. Brambles and roots grow along the inside of these creatures,
I mean, look at this guy's head.
bursting out and causing them to essentially
Okay, I think the artwork on this is pretty sick.
have a head detach, and they don't mind sacrificing their living victims in their pursuit to live again.
I mean, they never fail with the artwork. Yeah, it looks so cool. Hold the door, build the wall. It's creepy AF, yeah, but I like it. It's like creepy, but in a good way. They look awesome. No?
To live again.
During the course of the season of Witchcraft, you're going to work with different witches to help solve the mystery of the missing heads.
The witches of Hawazar are a coven of witches and chose to serve the Tree of Whispers in exchange for its power.
That guy does not look like a witch.
At this point, hatred is spreading all throughout Sanctuary, and for the first time, it's managed to launch an attack at the Tree of Whispers. And though the tree is still standing, it's definitely worse for wear. And the witches that are bound to the tree have to set things right. Investigate, hunt down these heads, and through gathering strength in their witch powers to deal with the encroaching threat, they will be able to uncover what the mystery is.
In exchange for your help, the witches are offering you their witch powers. And this season, you're going to be able to tap into three
There's some pretty
major
cool ones.
categories of witchcraft power.
Una has eldritch powers, which are tied to the cycle of life and death.
Man, PoE players know this Una character.
Of dealing damage directly to enemies in the form of fire damage, burning damage, shadow damage.
Galena has power over psyche, which is illusion and seeing the unseen.
Powers of the mind, will, and soul. And they're the ones that
I think the best witchcraft power is Piranado. But then again, they might have nerfed it. We'll have to wait and see what they talk about today.
protect you in battle. Growth and decay powers are powers of the swamp.
Caden deals with the body, disease and poultices, familiars.
They're the ones that decay your enemies and heal you in battle.
So you might be going for a fire sorceress, for example, and decide that you want to have ancient mystical frogs helping you in some way. These are going to be things that you're going to play with to get new levels of power and unique builds that really are special to just this season.
Every class can use every power for every build.
There is
Hell yeah.
also lost witchcraft power that can be found while you're adventuring.
This is a special witchcraft power that exists outside the purview of traditional witchcraft powers. So as players progress through the storyline and they complete Whispers, they will earn a seasonal currency. This seasonal currency is used to, one, purchase witch powers, and also
That's pretty cool.
upgrade your witchcraft powers. An example of an eldritch power would be a new power, Doom Orb, an ominous orb of pure eldritch energy that circles you and burns enemies with fire damage. Doom Orb gets stronger as you slay enemies and will eventually explode. Doom Orb will also launch it
A lot of people played Doom Orb, right? This was the Necro was playing.
stronger as you slay enemies and will eventually explode. Doom Orb will also launch itself at enemies if no enemies are near you. So we do
This is
have
Piranha.
some returning fan favorites coming back in Season of Witchcraft. Players who are fans of our franchise will remember some of these powers are from Diablo 3, specifically the Witch Doctor. Fire Bats is returning from Diablo 3. Those who
Derek, thank
played
you
the
so
Witch
much.
Doctor also remember the Hex skill, the Toad of Hugeness.
Welcome to
However,
supporter.
it's been reimagined for Diablo 4 and Season of Witchcraft. This is
So how do you feel about this many, well, really like Witch Dog powers coming back from Diablo 3? I know Witch Doctor has been
Thank you
so
Witch
much.
Doctor. Also remember the Hex skill.
A bit of a controversial class historically. We're also live on YouTube, by the way. If you want to check it out and leave a like, helps a lot. I think they do look fun, especially like some fan favorites like Piranado. That's a really cool spell. Piranado freaking rocks, dude. Well, in my opinion, anyways.
The Poison Frog Servant.
I just think it's adorable, and I want to have a murderous pet frog follow me through Sanctuary.
That's
Of all
right.
the witchcraft powers, something tells me that players are probably going to be the most excited about Piranha. It's effectively a whirlwind of water and chomping piranhas that will just shred your enemies.
It's actually pretty cool.
And yes, it does pull enemies towards it.
So players will be unlocking and upgrading their various witchcraft powers. through
That's some great
performing
stuff.
head
Swatwire,
hunts.
thanks
You're
for the
gonna see
5
that there's
months.
An area in the world where the Tree of Whispers.
All right, boys. This here.
Head hunts. You're gonna.
Wait, it does look like green Helltide, but it's really purple Helltide. Like you go there, it's purple. So this is like a new form of like Helltide basically, and you get like a ton of different whisperers and quests there, and I mean I really like this. I think it might be also one of the best ways to level up. I have played a bit of hardcore in Diablo 4, but I do not like hardcore.
See that there's an area in the world where the Tree of Whispers has detected fugitive heads. The head rotten are there.
Fugitives.
You need to go hunt them down. When they interact with other monsters,
I can turn it up a
wolves,
bit.
Wary. Best case scenario, they horrifically corrupt.
I
that
turn up the
monster
volume a
to
bit.
become a new headless form of itself. Worst case, they actually affix themselves to a monster and become a new boss-like entity that has this ancient rotting head on top of this now puppeteered body.
There is a
Oh man,
horror in them, a sort of
the freaking artwork is sick. Yes, I will be making a tier list. In fact, I'll keep drafting it up today. But it is very much work in progress, and it is very much co-procurement. It's very much not ready yet. We don't even have the final patch notes, but it'll be here. You can bookmark it. It's always in this sheet. And you can also see all my Season 7 builds. Those are also ready. Season 7 comes out next Tuesday. So in just 5 days. We get the full patch notes in 20 minutes. Then the entire season is going to launch on the 21st of January. So in 5 days on Tuesday. It's very close now. Very close. It's going to be lit. It looks like Bloodwave Necro is going to be the strongest build in the game. Well, that depends a bit on what we see today. We will make tier list. Yeah, I'll have a tier list on my YouTube ready this weekend. It's gonna be. I'm gonna have a tier list video. But again, boys, it's gonna be a lot of copium, a lot of guesses. Nobody knows. Well, maybe after the patch notes we will.
Frankenstein-esque monster.
Frankenstein is
so
here.
they have more humanoid traits, but even stronger powers.
Like flaming swords they're going to be throwing at you, or they might be using poison axes that are hurled your way, or even shadow spears that tear up the ground. So these are going to be some new encounters that you've never seen before. As you perform various whispers in the area, hopefully you see briars out in the world. These are going to indicate that there's a head rotten there. If you manage to successfully take down one of the head rotten and claim a fugitive head, this can be returned to the witches at the Tree of Whispers, and you're going to get special seasonal sockables as a reward. On top of that, there will be some new whispers out there. You might have a chance to help a bewitched frog, or there might be a lost wisp that needs to find its way home. As you engage in these whispers, you're going to get...
Dude, have you guys done this quest on the PTR? I don't remember this.
Some new whispers out there. You might have a chance to help...
Dude, he like triple crit all his items. Look at this, 800% grenade damage? The fuck?
As a reward. On top of that, there will be some new whispers out there. You might have a chance to help a bewitched frog, or there might be a lost wisp that needs to find its way home. As you engage in these whispers, you're going to get reputation with the witches, as well as seasonal currency that you can use to unlock and upgrade your witch powers. So we've seen a lot of great feedback from our players on what are the various features that they most want to see in Diablo 4 to make our game even better. One that's come up quite a few times is an armory. When you save a build in the armory, it's going to take a snapshot of everything currently on your character.
Oh man, the snapshot stuff.
Skill tree, paragon boards, your glyphs on those boards, and all of your gear. Players will be able to access the armory UI from any major city. You're going to be able to pursue multiple different builds on one class at the same time. This can be pretty cool when leveling up, but it's especially fun once you get into the end game. At that point, whenever you find a cool item that, oh man, this is really strong, but not for the build I'm running right now, oh, but you can still use it. You can still save out separate sets and try to pursue getting really powerful setups.
That's pretty cool. I'm probably going to play Hoda Barb next season. It depends a bit on the patch notes they put out today. I mean, if they giga nerf Barb, then I'm probably not going to play it, but... Because, like the other classes, like, are already stronger than Barb right now. Like, Necromancer is ridiculous, but they might nerf Necromancer. And the Boulder Cane. I mean, I think mostly, when they talk about Endgame, they talk about pits.
Of very different versions of your class at the same time. I am excited of what it could feel like to constantly be swapping between these different builds and seeing which one is the most powerful.
I'm excited for people to just immerse themselves in the season.
Me personally, I'm very likely going to be running a companion druid build with the grow power to have a giant werewolf army. Hell yes.
We have a quest line that is different and emotionally gut-wrenching.
Ball lightning looking good.
Fugitive heads, new whispers.
Really interesting bosses that have unique attack patterns.
Uniques, legendaries, and new runes for Vessel Hatred players.
There's a lot to try out here, some builds that have never been present before. I'm excited to see what players do with it.
Excited what players do with it, boys. The artwork is looking really cool. Wood Chopper Army, man. He's playing all the druids. Blizzard needs to make something similar to maps instead of doing the same thing over and over and over again. I don't know. I think the concept of rifts is fine. Why is Kratos there on a D4 poster? Okay.
Barb Nation Unite. R2628 Pog R2628 Boss.
That's right, man. The Barb Nation unites. Oh, the stream is live. They started the stream, boys. Okay. Let me close a few things. Hey, thank you so much for the support. Krontron. The Barb Nation is back. Back on track. Okay. Okay, it starts in 22 minutes, boys. Yep, yep. Oh, the artwork on this are pretty cool. Do we have the full artwork? But did I link this? Oh, there's a press kit. Dang, y'all. That's sick. Starts in 20 minutes, guys. Okay, I can remove the timer then. From my side. Can you access all the game mechanics with all the DLC in Season 7? No, you can't. There's no Mercenary, there's no Spiritborn, there's no Undercity, there's no
Happy
raids.
anniversary, my favorite German barbarian.
Hey, thank you, man. German Barbarian, LFG. Thanks for the Prime. Caffeine Junkie. Or drinking a lot of coffee. Or maybe some holy. Back to PoE then. Thanks for answering. Yeah, enjoy. I mean, the season doesn't start until next week anyways. It's just news today. Well, just. I mean, it's pretty cool news. Customize your Barbarian to look like this. Yeah, you could go like for like a full beard and the muscles are kind of there. Yeah, you could. This is like a dual wielding. It's probably like a double swing. I think my internet's gonna be fine today. I might be watching on YouTube though. I can skip easier. Yeah, it's just gonna be additive, man. There's no way. Yeah, they have a new patch today, though. Hey, thanks for supporting with the Crime. Multane. It's a bit loud, isn't it? Appreciate the support, man. Welcome in. Thanks, guys, for all the primes. You connect your accounts for free. The music of Diablo scares you. They have some epic music. I think the music, I mean, PoE does as well, right? Like, they both have some cool music, dude. I mean, they all have some sick music. That stuff is for sure. Yeah, I think we'll watch it on... Do you guys want to watch on Twitch or on YouTube? They are live.
Love your gameplay, bro. Glad to have you back on D4 Barb Nation.
Hey, thanks for the kind words, man. Dude, something is definitely up with Twitch. Look at this. Page unresponsive. I'm gonna watch on YouTube. Definitely something wrong on the Twitch page. Yeah, I might be switching back to it. Well, this is gonna be fun. Oh, this is working good now. Can't beat the Tristram music? Okay, yeah. Nice to hear that. I mean, both classes are gonna be extremely powerful. I mean, they got it perfect, right? It's too powerful. When will they add more endgame? I mean, maybe they'll surprise us today. Because honestly, I don't really know why they make this developer stream. Because they already did make a developer stream. And they already did put out a blog post. So all we're missing is the patch notes. So unless they have something big to announce, I don't see why they would make this stream. So I'm hoping there's going to be something new that we don't know yet. Right? Because else what's the point of the stream? That's my thinking right now. Obviously, I don't know. We'll see. One can only hope and cope. That's right. I mean, with AOZ, with Abattoir of Zir, they surprised us. Like, middle of the season, boom. They just dropped it. I don't know, man. I'm just hoping, dude. The PTR already happened. The PTR already, like, is over. PTR was last year. Early December. It was actually almost 1.5 months ago. Yeah, I've seen covered animation or RTG. They are great. Much recommended. I mean, we'll see what they do. There's a really cool Boulder Druid build. You can check on my tier list, exclamation mark sheet. But it was just infinite damage scaling, right? It was freaking crazy. Like infinite DPS kind of Druid build, like oof. Just lower your expectations, yeah, but I just wouldn't know like what the stream would be about. If there wasn't something new, I would just like not get it. Why it would even take place? You know, guys, I think there's a good chance we're gonna get some, I mean, something new. This is kind of what I'm hoping. Yeah, but obviously we don't know. People are just speculating. Coping hard, they could say. Expect nothing, hope for the best. Okay, I think we're gonna go stand up during the stream. Put the desk up. Can't get surprised anymore when it comes to D4. Why the hell not? How high is it gonna go? Okay, that's good. Dude, it's 120. Okay, maybe that's a bit high. The freaking standing desk goes to 120, dude. But that might be a bit high. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. AOZ style surprise would be freaking amazing. Oh, hell yeah. Are we Gucci? Oh, we are. We've already hit infinite damage numbers where we'll do it all over again. But the infinite damage numbers were bugs. Now you need a treadmill? Yeah, I don't have one. That'd be sick though. Have a treadmill now. Abattoir of Zir was fantastic. Maybe they have a surprise in store for us. Okay guys, I'm gonna fill this up, get water, get a snack, go to the bathroom, and in 10 minutes we start. We'll be a sec. Alright, boys, ready or not? 10 minutes. Grandpapa of ARPGs. AOZ Endgame style LFG, dude. Yes, please. So what character are you guys most excited about? Ward, thanks for the T1 sub, man. 3 months. Much appreciated. LFG. Magic Man Woman. So Sorceress. Yo, Rob, are you playing D3? I'm going to be playing D4. I think it's very sad that D3 and D4 season start at the same time. Like, what the fuck is that? Sus. I don't think they should ever do that. Because a lot of people that like D4 or like D3 are playing D4 and vice versa, right? Season 7 Campfire recap. It's a bit sus. That's right. There's a fight, Asmon versus Elon. Spiritborn is gonna be dead. They nerfed it a lot, yeah. Kepeleke also took a big hit. Kepeleke got nuked. But then again, Spiritborn was extremely powerful. Like to the point where it was like a 10x compared to all the other classes. Like, I think it was more than 1,000 times even. It was absolutely ridiculous numbers. Okay, it's gonna be like... patch notes and updates live now.
Some of its heads, which, spoilers, is actually a big deal.
Someone has stolen heads from the Tree of Whispers, and it is the Wanderer's role to discover the
7 minutes,
mystery
boys.
behind who is taking the heads and to what end.
As you progress through the storyline, you work with the Coven, and in exchange for your help, they will give you their own
Season of the Witchcraft.
Utilize these powers in Season of Witchcraft.
If you're not familiar, the Tree of Whispers is this ancient tree with heads. You can come and ask for favors from the tree itself, but it will ask for something in return.
They all have heads, boys.
Notoriously, no one has been able to get out of their deal with the Tree of Whispers until now.
Who is it that's been freeing these heads from the Tree of Whispers? And what are the fugitive heads themselves trying
The
to
art
accomplish
style,
now that
boys.
they're free from the tree?
And these stolen heads are scattered
the hair's
all around
amazing.
Sanctuary, causing
Don't you think?
chaos and spreading strange rot, taking over the bodies of the living. Head rotten are what happens when a head from the Tree of Whispers attempts to graft itself onto an already living creature to reclaim that life.
Campfire
They
will
retain
be
some of
longer
the
the
tree's
next
power.
season. Oh.
Brambles and roots grow along the inside of these creatures, bursting out and causing them to essentially
they look
have
so
the head
cool.
detach.
Come
And
on.
They don't mind sacrificing their living victims in their pursuit to live again.
During the course of the Season of Witchcraft, you're going to work with different witches to help solve the mystery of the missing heads.
The witches of Hauzar are a coven of witches and chose to serve the Tree of Whispers in exchange for its power.
That dude does
At
not
this
look like
point,
a witch.
hatred is spreading all throughout Sanctuary, and for the first time, it's managed to launch an attack at the Tree of Whispers. And though the tree is still standing, it's definitely worse for wear. And the witches that are bound to the tree have to set things right. Investigate, hunt down these heads, and through gathering strength in their witch powers to deal with the encroaching threat, they will be able to uncover.
The Transmog looks super cool.
In exchange for your help, the witches are offering you their witch powers. And this season, you're going to be able to tap into 3 major categories of witchcraft power.
Una has eldritch powers, which are tied to the cycle of life.
Is Una not PoE
Eldritch
2?
powers are the witch's form of dealing damage directly to enemies.
Back
in the
to season
form
7.
of fire damage, burning damage, shadow damage.
Galena has power over psyche, which is illusion and seeing the unseen.
Powers of the mind, will, and soul, and they're the ones that protect you in battle. Growth and decay powers are powers of the swarm.
I think Hoda
Kaden
Bob
deals
is
with the body,
crazy strong,
disease
yeah.
and poultices, familiars.
Depends a bit on the
They're
patch
the
notes
ones
today.
that decay your enemies and heal you in battle.
So you might be going for a fire sorceress, for example, and decide that you want to have ancient mystical frogs helping you in some way. These are going to be things that you're going to play with to get new levels of power and unique builds that really are special to just this season.
Every class can use every power for every build.
There is also lost witchcraft power that can be found while you're adventuring.
This is a special witchcraft power that exists outside the purview of traditional witchcraft powers. So as players progress through the storyline and they complete Whispers, they will earn a seasonal currency. This seasonal currency is used to, 1, purchase witch powers, and also upgrade your witch.
It's similar to season 2,
An
yes.
example of an eldritch power would be a new power, Doom Orb.
Yeah, the earthquake animation is
pure
fantastic.
eldritch energy that circles you and burns enemies with fire damage. Doom Orb gets stronger as you slay enemies and will eventually explode. Doom Orb will also launch itself at enemies if no enemies are near you. So we do have some returning fan favorites coming back in Season of Witchcraft. Players who are fans of our franchise will remember some of these powers are from Diablo 3, specifically the Witch Doctor. Fire Bats is returning
Witch
from Diablo
Dog.
3. Those who have played the Witch Doctor also remember the Hex skill, the Toad of Hugeness. However, it's been reimagined for Diablo 4 and Season of Witchcraft.
Huge Toad.
This is the Poison Frog Servant.
I just think it's adorable, and I want to have a murderous
He
pet
looks cool.
frog follow me through Sanctuary.
Of all the witchcraft powers, something tells me that players are probably going to be the most excited about Prawn Meetup. It's effectively a whirlwind of water and chomping piranhas that will just shred your enemies to pieces. And yes, it does pull enemies towards it.
So players will be unlocking and upgrading their various witchcraft powers through performing headhunts. You're going to see that there's an area in the world where the Tree of Whispers has detected fugitive heads. The head rotten are there. You need to go hunt them down. When they interact with other monsters in the world of Sanctuary, best case scenario, they horrifically corrupt that monster to become a new headless form of itself. Worst case, they actually affix themselves to a monster and become a new boss-like entity that has this ancient rotting head on top of this now puppeteered body.
There is a horror in them, a sort of Frankenstein-esque monster. So they have more humanoid traits, but even stronger powers.
Like flaming swords they're going to be throwing at you, or they might be using poison axes that are hurled your way, or even shadow spears that tear up the ground. So these are going to be some new encounters that you've never seen before. As you perform various whispers in the area, hopefully you see briars out in the world. These are going to indicate that there's a head rotten there. If you manage to successfully take down one of the head rotten and claim a fugitive head, this can be returned to the witches at the Tree of Whispers, and you're going to get special seasonal sockables as a reward.
Go,
On
Bob,
top of that,
go.
there will be some new whispers out there. You might have a chance to help a bewitched frog, or there might be a lost wisp that needs to find its way home. As you engage in these whispers, you're going to get reputation with the witches, as well as seasonal currency that you can use to unlock and upgrade your witch powers. So we've seen a lot of great feedback from our players on what are the various features that they most want to see in Diablo 4 to make our game even better. One that's come up quite a few times is an armory. When you save a build in the armory, it's going to take a snapshot of everything currently on your character. Skill tree, Paragon boards, your on those boards, and all of your gear. Players will be able to access the armory UI from any major city. You're going to be able to pursue multiple separate sets and try to pursue getting really powerful setups, different builds, different versions of your class at the same time. I am excited of what it could feel like to constantly be swapping between these different builds and seeing which one is the most powerful.
I'm excited for people to just immerse themselves in the season.
Me personally, I'm very likely going to be running a companion druid build with the grow power to have a giant werewolf army. Hell
Yes.
We have a quest line that is different and emotionally gut-wrenching.
New witch powers, fugitive heads, new whispers.
Really interesting bosses that have unique attack patterns.
New uniques, legendaries, and new runes for Vessel of Hatred players.
Loot filter
There's a lot
boys.
to try out here, some builds that have never been present before. I'm excited to see what players do with it.
Need a freaking loot filter, boys.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our first Diablo stream of 2025. We had an excellent holiday break, super relaxed, and very excited to bring you Season of Witchcraft. As you might have seen,
So excited.
This Tuesday, we announced Season of Witchcraft is coming on January 21st.
5 days.
Excellent show for you today. Today we're joined by some familiar faces.
No Adams.
Mr. Charles Dunn, welcome.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm a game designer on the live balance team.
And I'm Aislinn Hall. I am a
You guys
systems
missing
designer
Autumn?
on Live Balance.
Aislinn, great.
Yeah,
to have
Adam
you
is
back.
great, but these
And all
guys
the
are
way
great
from
too.
Albany, New York, Mr. Dan Tangway. Welcome back to the stream.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
There
I'm
he
Dan
is, boys.
Tangway. I'm the design director for live services.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Dan. As you can all see, Season of Witchcraft is upon us. Huge shout out to our production team. We've got some absolutely disgusting heads that we bore.
Actually looks pretty cool with that
You
background.
can't see on this guy yet. I might give him a spin later on, but the teeth on him are absolutely horrible. Yeah, without further ado, to give you a brief overview for the stream, we're going to walk you through the seasonal content, so Season of Witchcraft. Excited to get into it. Then we'll head over
New
to
stuff.
some class and balance updates, give you a brief preview of some new uniques coming to the season. Should be pretty exciting. And then we'll have some system updates and get into some
we gotta
exciting
get new
features
stuff.
coming with Season of Witchcraft that have been much anticipated for a long time. Then stick around because we'll do a Q&A towards the tail end of the stream, and we'll get into all your questions. So I do have Twitch chat open that I'm looking at, and we will be collecting questions throughout the stream for our devs to answer. But before we jump into Season of Witchcraft, we do want to cast ourselves all the way back to the start of December.
Yeah, leader
where we
boss
had
would
the
be sick.
2.1 PTR. Thank you to everyone who jumped into this PTR. There was a ton of content.
Timing was a bit
And we
unfortunate.
did have some exciting features. Like, I gotta ask you, Aislinn, like, how did it feel to get the Armory finally into
Oh
people's
my
hands?
gosh, I've been waiting for so long. I'm so glad it's finally here. The Armory feels amazing to use. It's so great to finally have it in the game. Anyone who hasn't had a chance to try it yet, it's going to be a godsend in Season 7. You're going to love it. It's just
gonna
such a
help.
useful tool, and we'll go more into the details later, but wonderful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, Charles, did you get any feedback on uniques?
Yeah.
Any of the balance changes? Or?
yeah, from the PTR, we got a lot of great feedback on balance and all the new content for classes, like the new uniques, new legendaries, all
Please, new
the
stuff.
tweaks and adjustments to skills. Your feedback's been invaluable, not only like feedback written up on social media or on our forums or elsewhere, but also just like in the raw data, the player data, our telemetry
hope no
has been
infinite
very
damage
helpful
bugs.
in making sure that this season and every season is as best as it can be when it actually launches.
Yeah, that's a great point, Charles. Like, one thing we did want to touch on is, even if you don't see your feedback represented throughout the stream, because we will be touching on different feedback across all the sections from our PTR, we do still internalize all that feedback and take it through and help, make decisions throughout future seasons. So all the feedback is very much appreciated and really does help inform that content. But yeah, there was a ton to chew on in the PTR. Like, we had all our witchcraft powers in there. Like, there's an absolute smattering of content. But very excited.
Yes, we
to
need
throw it
content.
Over to Dan Tangway. Can you let us know what players can expect in Season of Witchcraft?
Yeah, let's talk about the Season of the Witchcraft. There's a lot to cover at this point. You got a bigger chunk of it
I hope we
than
get
you had in
Endgame.
previous seasons in the PTR, but still, we've got some surprises in store that we want to share with you all. So let's get started. First off, the Season of Witchcraft. Dozens of heads are missing from the Tree of Whispers.
It's gonna repeat
And
the same
so
stuff.
the tree is hell-bent and really just ticked off. It wants to find them. I mean, these heads were part of a bargain. The tree is all about keeping your word.
Okay, we already know all this.
Now that bargain is broken. So yeah, the tree's mad. Full stop. Now the witches have summoned you to the tree, and they're offering you a deal. If you can get those heads back for them, they'll offer you the secrets of witchcraft. So that's where we begin. And the first thing, we're going to have an all-new quest line. And that new quest line is going to be you unraveling the mystery of those missing heads. And while you're doing that, like I said, you're going to be earning wild witchcraft and occult gems. We have a new activity called Head Hunts, and that's going to allow you to pursue whispers, slay Head Rotten, which is the new enemies, the new family of enemies that we have this season, and find those missing heads. In addition to the Head Hunts, you're also going to have Root Holds. These are new micro dungeons that allow you to discover bonus Head
You gotta have something new in this
and also
announcement,
their
man.
bosses.
Why
And
else
then
would they do this
finally,
stream?
We've got some updates to the season journey that we'll cover, including a new pet named Dorian, which is a pet raven. This is our first flying pet, so we're pretty excited about that. Let's talk about some of the powers. So, Witchcraft, at least as we're defining it this season, it allows its practitioners to call upon the power of the swamp to do their bidding. And there are 3 schools of magic within Witchcraft. We've got Eldritch Witchcraft, and that's uncanny magic that, you know, is just weird and bizarre and very of the swamp. You've got Psyche powers. These are powers of the mind and spirit. And we've got Growth and Decay, and that's magic that both heals and harms your enemies. Going to take a look at some of these in action. So first up, we're going to have Eldritch powers once we get our clip going. And right here, we're seeing that we've got Fire Bats, which is a classic.
It should be
power
live, but we've already seen all this.
Brought back this
We just
season,
watched it.
Paired up with Doom Orb. Next up, we've got some Psyche powers here. And we're using Vengeful Spirit, which is kind of hanging.
I mean, it's a
around you
nice
between
reminder.
Enemies, and the Aura of Lament,
But
where you see these
could've just been a
psychic
video.
projections of hands come out of the ground and slow your enemies. And finally, we've got Growth and Decay magic. And you watch right there, your wolves got really big all of a sudden. That's Grow magic, and that's been paired up with the Poison Frog, which you see in the corner.
Dude, the licking
wailing
looks super
away
cool
on
though. I love
Head
it.
Rotten there. So those are some good examples of the
Lick
types
them
of
in.
magics that you're going to be able to use.
Thank
in
you,
this
Jason,
season,
for the 9 months.
and you'll start seeing them sprinkled all throughout the rest of the clips
Yeah, just
that
wait,
we're about
guys.
to show you. Next up, let's talk about the Head Hunts. So I said before the tree was really mad, right? Because it's missing its heads. And so what it's doing is actually calling out all new whispers, and it's just furiously searching for these heads. But it can't do it on its own, so when it calls out a particular zone, because it knows roughly where the heads are, it calls its agents to help it out, and you're one of the tree's agents, so you can go and solve some of those whispers and get rewarded for them. Now, the Head Hunts are special zone takeovers that complement the Hell Tides. So, folks on the PTR called them Witch Tides. Sure, you can call them
Purple Hell Tides.
That's what the idea is that these aren't just replacing Hell Tides; they're there to supplement them
Purple
in terms of what you can do in the overworld. Now, these are going to be swarming with Head Rotten, those enemies we talked about before. The Head Rotten are monsters that have fallen under the influence of the missing heads, and the heads have transformed them in really grotesque ways. Now, these Head Hunts, like I mentioned, are going to feature all new whispers, mixed with some existing ones as well. Completing a whisper unlocks what's called an exposed root, and that gives you a chance of actually triggering what is a cocoon. And these uprooted cocoons have a chance of then spawning a Head Rotten boss. So every time you complete a whisper, you've got a chance at triggering a boss. And occasionally, a boss will spawn from one of these, and then everyone in the zone can work together to try and take down that boss. And if you're really lucky, that boss will have one of the missing heads associated with it. So let's take a look at some of this in action here. Now, first up, we're going to check out one of our new whispers. This is a Shepherd Whisper. This is allowing you to, guide some of these innocent wildlife in this area to safety. Very simple, but, the witches want to make sure that no one's harmed by the Head Rotten. Next up, we've got some villagers that are trapped in bramble in an entangled whisper. And so you're trying to defeat all the enemies around there in order to free the villager there. Following that, we're actually going to get a view of one of the exposed roots as it transforms into this uprooted cocoon. And so, much like some other open world boss fights, there's going to be some combat leading up to the boss spawning. And that first cocoon actually didn't have a boss in it, but you still got some rewards from it. So we're going to see if this second cocoon has a boss in it. So we're, continuing to clear head rotten, and indeed a boss does spawn. Now, unfortunately, it's not a boss with a missing head. This is a headless husk, but still, it's going to be pretty rewarding to defeat this. So hopefully everyone in the area realizes that, there's a boss in the area and they're going to come help you defeat this.
Or you're just going to one-shot it if you're playing Necro.
That is a good peek at what headhunts are going to be. But let's go back to the tree now, because I really want to take you through some of the steps on how to learn new witchcraft. So let's talk about that. So the first thing that's really important when you want to learn new witchcraft is that you're always going to be earning Covenant's favor from completing Whispers. And that's going to unlock new witchcraft at certain tiers of the Coven favor board. Now, additionally, as you're killing those head rotten that I showed you before, you're going to be earning Restless Rot. Now, Restless Rot is something that you can offer as proof of a kill to the altar to earn that new witchcraft. And then you can use it also to upgrade your witchcraft directly in your UI. One final note I want to make here is that we decided to use witchcraft and the seasonal powers as a way to help boost your alts. So that means that whenever you upgrade and unlock a piece of witchcraft, that's going to stay upgraded and unlocked for all your characters on your account for the rest of the season. So it's going to be a great leg up for, trying new characters in the future. Well, let's take a look at some of this in action. All right, so here we are in the Tree of Whispers area, and we're looking at the Coven rep board. And we'll see right up here that on rank 7, you actually unlock some more witchcraft. So we're going to go over to our altar now. Now at the altar, we're going to take a look at a list of things that you haven't learned yet. And each of these costs Restless Rot to earn. And so you're going to learn Grow. And now Grow has appeared in your witchcraft inventory to the right. And you're also going to look at upgrading Abyssal Resonance. It was a bit of a mouthful. And we can upgrade it from rank 3 to 4 by just applying the Restless Rot directly. But headhunts aren't the only places that you're going to be able to find head rotten. Let's go. Actually, no, I'm skipping ahead. Let's talk about Forgotten Altars first. There's a bit of a twist on earning some of your witchcraft. Not all the witchcraft that you can learn is actually known by the Witches of Hawazar, or the tree for that matter. Some of it has just been lost to the world. And so these take the form of lost powers that you can find on Forgotten Altars out in the dungeons of Sanctuary. So as you're adventuring through your dungeons, you will find some lost powers that you can't get anywhere else. And so it should be pretty exciting to stumble across one of these. Can't remember if there's a clip or not here, so let's take a look. Yeah, there it is indeed. And so real quick, going through a dungeon, you see a Forgotten Altar, you interact with it, and then a new power is unlocked. Now the cool thing about these is that if you find more altars, you can upgrade your powers by doing this, but you can also upgrade them through spending a premium price of Restless Rot. So you've got a couple options for upgrading these.
As long as it's not real money.
Now we're going to talk about the root holds, I think. So root holds. Root holds are micro dungeons, and so these micro dungeons are home to some of the head rotten and the head rotten bosses.
This is some new stuff.
They've gotten a little wise to what the tree's up to, so they're trying to hide underground. And so each of these contains a really concentrated population of head rotten and their rewards, and they require a new type of sigil called a Whispering Wood in order to access. And so these drop from whisper caches. So as you complete those whispers, you'll get more access to root holds.
I mean, I expected something
new.
As
well as silent chests, which actually are pretty common in the headhunt areas. So let's take a look at a root hold. First off, we're going to open our inventory, and in there is going to be a Whispering Wood. And we're just going to trigger that like we would any Nightmare dungeon. And then we're going to teleport right into our root hold. And I can take you through a little bit of that.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I have not seen that.
All right, now we're in the root hold, and we're going to come upon a couple of interactions, actually 4. These are rites and ceremonies. These are interactions that allow you to increase the challenge in the root hold in order to get more rewards. And if it reminds you a little bit of Hell Breaches, well, it is pretty similar, but unlike those, you can actually do multiple rites and ceremonies instead of just one. And when you take those on, then all the enemies and all the interactions afterwards have been impacted. And so we're going to fight through some of the head rotten here.
But
like
these
said,
just scale with
root holds
T4.
are a pretty good spot to get a concentrated dose of them. And you also get a number of guaranteed roots that you can try and uproot as well, which is great. We'll watch a little bit more of this, and then we'll culminate with a boss. One more battle first, but I'll say that each root hold is guaranteed to have a boss at the end, which is nice if you want to start really trying to grind.
But this is actually new content, right? Or was this on the PTR? I don't remember. I don't think it was.
Now let's take a look at the boss. Oh, well, this boss actually has a head, so that's pretty cool, because a lot of them don't. So we're going to kill that boss, and that boss is going to drop a missing head. And we're actually going to go take it back to the Tree of Whispers now. So taking it back to the Tree of Whispers, we're going to talk to a witch, and we're going to be able, in return for giving her this head, craft an occult gem. And this gem, I think we're going to craft as an Elder Sigil, and we're going to be able to slot that into one of our rings. So let's do that right now. Here we go. And the Elder Sigil is not only going to provide us some defense, like you would get from your a diamond or a skull that you've slotted into a ring or a not a talisman. But also it's going to give you some additional bonuses above and beyond that. But I'm dancing around it. What are occult gems? And so let's talk a little bit more about what occult gems are at this point. So occult gems are special socketables, and these socketables are going to really help you fine-tune your build after you have kind of a good foundation of witchcraft. Now they're crafted, like you saw, using the missing heads returned to the Tree of Whispers. They can only be slotted in jewelry slots, though, your talismans and your rings, and they only last for the season. Now, when items transfer to the Eternal Realm,
they just get deleted,
forever.
boys.
And they build on top of your witchcraft powers. You know, they're going to provide item and skill bonuses for certain witchcraft combinations. So, if you really like the Piranado, for example, you're going to be investing in Hex and Aura. And if you invest a lot in Hex and Aura, it probably is wise to try and find an occult gem that also builds on top of those things as well. And that'll really allow you to fully enhance your build while you're entering and then playing through the endgame. All right, so we've talked a bit about occult gems. While we were putting all this together for Season of Witchcraft, we also saw some really good opportunities to improve the quality of life of the Whisper.
I think we already know all this stuff.
Let's talk through a couple of those right now. First off,
if you watched the last live
we've
stream,
updated the town area around the Tree of Whispers. Previously, it was kind of small. It was, home to a number of outcasts, and that group of outcasts has grown this season. Not only do the witches make home there, but there's a couple of new people there that provide additional services. And we've also actually put an extra armory in there too, so you can make use of that. Now, while you're out in headhunts, we've also added a new feature called the Raven of the Tree. And this allows you to basically make submissions to the Tree of Whispers, turn in your Grim Favor in order to be able to get a cache immediately on the spot, instead of having to return to the
cool.
the Tree of Whispers itself. And it's convenient, sure, but it also allows you to really stay in the moment. If, for example, a new boss is triggered or something like that from an uprooted cocoon, and you want to join in that, you go over to the Raven of the Tree, turn in your Grim Favor, and then get right back into the battle again.
That's nice.
And finally, we've got some ancestral caches. These are a new type of cache that we've added that guarantees an ancestral item. And we wanted to make sure just that the Whisper Loop had, a full range of items that it could drop. So we're pretty excited to be able to share all of these with you. as well as some new improvements to the season journey. So let's talk through those real quick. Now, with the season journey, we realized that a lot of casual players use the season journey as a way to figure out what to do next. And we also realized that our early chapters hadn't really been helping the casual players as much as we would have liked.
Fucking sellers.
So we reworked a lot of those early objectives to help casual players more, because we want to see more of them get into the end game. Now, the later chapters, though, didn't feel especially challenging to us, so we've tried to improve that.
Nice.
Chapter 7 especially, we've reworked to really provide some more aspirational goals for players. And this is something that we're just going to continue working on in future seasons.
Like, give an example, please.
Now, we've asked you to do a lot more in terms of the objectives, so we wanted to make sure we gave you a really great reward, too. So this is where you can earn Dorian the Raven. And like I said at the top, this is our first flying pet, which is pretty awesome. So let's take a look.
Okay.
You know, I am pretty excited to get Dorian. I have a feeling that flying pets are pretty much going to be my new favorite moving forward. So
okay, that's cool.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this one.
Oh yeah, Dorian's going to be wonderful. You know, Ravens love shinies, so him picking up your gold is just perfect.
Oh yeah, right on.
Yeah,
great point.
Yeah. And finally, I think I'd like to chat through some PTR stuff. So Charles is going to cover a lot of the updates we made to the powers and occult gems, because that's what his team focused on. But the Seasons team really focused on some of the headhunts and systems, and took a lot of your feedback and really tried to improve the game prior to launch. So here's a couple things that I just want to cover real quick. First off, the multiplayer headhunts felt overwhelming for a lot of new players. And so we've done a number of things to tweak the headhunts to make sure that they don't feel as overwhelming. First off, we've made some targeted reductions to the number of elites. There were just a lot of elites on the PTR. And so you're still going to have a lot
less density, never good.
As you're fighting through these headhunts. But hopefully this will make things a little more manageable. Because
nah, that's bad.
We also had to
less mobs.
Reduce the number of, not the number of bosses, but the frequency at which they spawned. We've got bad luck protection to make sure that, you will eventually see a boss spawn as you're playing through a headhunt. But we had to dial that down just a little bit because they were coming up quite often. We've also reduced the number of low-value item drops. We had heard from a number of you that you were spending more time picking up a lot of items that really weren't good instead of actually battling the head rotten, which is what we want you to do. We've also reduced the number of active headhunt zones from 5 to 4. And then finally, we're going to add a new HUD element. A number of folks had pointed out that it wasn't really clear that completing Whispers was the thing that actually triggered the roots and then the cocoons. And so we've got a HUD element that will definitely illustrate that better. Unfortunately, that's not going to come till release 2.1.1, which is going to be roughly 2 weeks out from launch. Now, head rotten, especially bosses, were not challenging enough.
That's not even
so that's another thing that we've looked to address. We've increased the head rotten barrier effect. Previously, it was around half health. We've made that full health now. And we gave the head rotten a very small percentage of damage reduction as well.
So it's coming later.
We've given you a lot of cool new powers in form of Witchcraft to play with. We want to make sure the head rotten serve as a good challenge for you as you're building out your Witchcraft powers. Next up, head rotten bosses were just not rewarding enough across the board, so we've increased their rewards to a level that's
less bosses,
closer to a Blood Maiden than what they were previously.
Very nice.
And then finally, some players didn't quite understand how to earn and upgrade Witchcraft, so we made some changes to help with that. Each altar is going to contain the same inventory now instead of having unique inventories, and that way you don't need to try and figure out which altar you need to go to in order to learn something. And we've also rewritten a lot of the tooltip descriptions to make sure that we're very clear about where you can go to get things. But yeah, I think that covers it for PTR learnings. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but I think I'll pass it back to Irvine.
Okay. No, I think you covered all of it, Dan. That was incredible. That was
there's some cool new stuff though.
Ton of content. There's just so much to dive into with this season. Like, I think I can speak for everyone, like between root holes, witchcraft powers, occult gems, like there's just so much in the mix to dive in and get used to, and like it all kind of comes back to headhunts that you can kind of use as a zone to get through, like to get
like
into
the
all
Man
the
in Black,
content,
dude.
which is super exciting. So Dan, thanks so much for walking us through all of that. I know we've got more details coming out in our patch notes following the stream, and we do have some of those witchcraft powers already existing in our blog. So if you want more information on those, you can check those out. But Dan's going to stick around because we will be bringing Dan back for our Q&A section at the end of the stream. So if you have any questions, you know, on Dorian the Raven or on witchcraft powers, occult gems, or anything to do with Season of Witchcraft, please drop those in chat and we'll grab them throughout the stream.
Lieutenant Dan.
But for all of you who are kind of theory crafting and build crafting and thinking about like, okay, what's my playstyle going to be for Season of Witchcraft, you're probably already thinking about the different occult gems, the different witchcraft powers, but to finish off that equation, of course, you need to get all the balance updates for this season.
Yeah.
So Charles, can you take us through what's coming?
Of course, yeah. I'd love to talk about, you know, how you're going to attack these head rotten. Like, what is your build going to look like, and what are some of the new uniques and legendaries that you're
Necro is getting nerfed,
in the
boys.
season. First, before getting into each individual class, I
No
want
way.
to talk about
Dude.
some of our broader initiatives on the class design side that kind of
That thing looks
affect
so
every
creepy.
class in some way. Specifically, wanted to talk about how we did some ultimate skill updates in this patch. For ultimate skills, we're now we're able to get skill ranks on them, starting in
Dude, it's
season
fucking
6,
turning.
the previous season. But now, once you get them up to rank 5, you're
Why
going to
is
get a
it
special
moving?
bonus. And we found these to be really flashy and fun on the PTR. People love playing with ultimates, and you
Didn't
can
say
cast them
punchy.
more often. They've got more effects. They had some scaling to ways to scale their damage with these rank 5 bonuses sometimes.
It blinked.
We did find that
Seriously?
some of those exact scaling numbers were a little on the higher side. They
Necromancer?
were a little bit, more powerful and kind of crowding out non-ultimate builds.
Right.
We love that people are playing these, and we want them to be powerful, but there are certainly some times when it's a little too much, and it
Dude,
feels like you can't
Necromancer
play
is
anything
ridiculous.
else. So we are taking a pass across the board on some of those ultimate scalings to bring them down just a
Okay,
little bit.
they're gonna nerf
but we still
ultimates.
expect them to be very powerful and very fun. Secondarily, we've got the summons update. This was a big pass across summons from Necromancer, their skeletons, Druid companions, Rogue Shadow Clone is a big one.
Oh, yes.
And then even Sorcerer Conjurations and the Barbarian Ancients even. So for the summons update, without getting too technical into it, essentially what happened was all
gonna
of the
make them
damage
better.
that your summons do is going to be attributed to the player and not to a separate entity that's kind of separated from you. And what that ultimately means is that all of those summons will now inherit your damage bonuses more consistently. Anything that says you deal increased damage affects your summons. Just out of the box, it works for everything. It's just more consistent interaction across the board. Any of your lucky hit effects that says, hey, you've got a lucky hit chance to stun an enemy. All of the damage from your summons also can trigger that now. And this is great for consistency across the board. Previously, it was sometimes inconsistent what would work with what.
Hell, I mean, they say this.
And I'm particularly excited
We'll
about
see if
Shadow
it's really
Clone,
gonna
as we'll
work.
talk about in the Rogue section coming up. But that was one that, you know, historically really never hit the mark for an ultimate skill. And with this new update, we think Shadow Clone is going to really live up to the promise of like really duplicating your actions in a way that feels meaningful and does tons of damage exactly like you'd expect it to.
Oh, it's going to be very powerful. I'm looking
Oh, yeah.
forward to it. And summons truly are just an
Less
extension of you now
Right.
and all of your power. They're inheriting all of that properly, and they're going to blast. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. The one last kind of big picture item that we took away from the PTR was about crowd control effects. We noticed that there's a whole lot of what I'd call incidental crowd control effects, things that happen from lucky hits or procs, specifically from the Worldly Fortune Tempering Manual that gives you lucky hit, chance to stun, or chance to freeze an enemy, as well as particularly from the Fist of Fate unique item. We found that it was often the most common way to build your character in the late
not
game
in
was to
Season
really
7.
stack up these effects, and then you're just applying a lot of crowd control on this lucky hit cadence rather than actively pressing crowd control buttons or really opting into it. And we do think that once it gets to a certain point of that, it can make our combat less engaging.
So it's OP, but they're not gonna nerf
enemies
it
just
yet.
randomly get stunned or frozen without you really having too much input into that. But then it also makes it very frustrating when you don't lucky hit and an enemy hits you that you expected to have got hit with this. So we're looking to potentially address that in a future season or future updates. We don't have any changes regarding the crowd control here in Season 7, but it's one of those examples of the learnings that we're going to take forward to future seasons and potentially look at improving this so that we can make our combat feel that much more
Purple Hell
engaging and
Titan
actually
joiners.
get a little bit of back and forth between you and the enemies a bit more than there currently is, especially in the hyper late game situation when your characters are really maxed out. So with that in mind, let's get on to some of the individual classes, starting with the Barbarian. So the Barbarian on the Season 7 PTR was performing quite solidly. We were pretty happy with where Barbarian landed.
No nerfs.
We are really excited about Hammer of the Ancients and this Earthquake build with the new unique, which we'll show in a moment.
Yes.
We do think the Hammer of the Ancients part of that maybe could use a little bit more numerical buffs, so we threw some buffs there, as well as Whirlwind. That build was definitely falling a bit behind some of the other builds.
Hopefully
But
significant.
on the whole, we definitely expect Barbarian to be really powerful and a strong option going forward. Let's take a look at that new unique item, the Mantle of Mountain's Fury.
Oh, yes.
This empowers your Hammer of the
we already
Ancients to
saw
cause a
this.
seismic line, and if that line hits an
Dude, they are
earthquake,
buffing Whirlwind
it's
and
going to
Hoda.
explode that earthquake for massive
That's all we
damage.
wanted.
A big fire explosion. Looks so sweet.
It's very
Hell yeah. This is a W,
powerful,
man.
And right on the Barbarian fantasy of just, hitting things with big weapons, making earthquakes, making explosions.
Yes.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
I love it because the flavor of
That's
Hammer of
pretty
the
pork.
Ancients is hit the ground and smash it. And this is just taking that and
Smash.
amplifying it.
Guys,
for
we're playing Bob.
Oh, absolutely. So really excited for this and to see how this build performs
Nice, man.
in Season of the Witchcraft. Up next, we've got the Sorceress. So the Sorceress, kind of in contrast to the Barbarian, was by far the
Weakest
weakest
class
on the PTR. No getting around that. We made some adjustments going into this season that
Okay,
we
Sork's
think
getting
maybe
buffs.
overshot and brought Sorceress down a little further than we'd be happy with.
Yeah, don't nerf Sork,
Particularly
man.
changes to Conjuration and Burning bonuses. We're happy with how that affected build variety, but the overall power level suffered. So with
Yes,
that
it
in mind,
did.
we're going to do a lot of buffs mainly on the passive effects for the class to really kind of bring all of their numbers up by just a little bit across the board.
Okay, that sounds good.
I specifically wanted to call out our changes to Searing Heat and Icefall. These are legendary paragon.
This is
builds that
W so
previously
far,
were
these
very
two.
build specific, like you would only use Searing Heat in a burning build. We've made some tweaks to it where it's still good in a burning build. It's probably better.
I'm very happy that they
but it
recognize
also has
Sorcerer
some
as the weakest
applications
class on
across all
PTR and now
the damage
buffing it.
types. So
I
these
think
are
this
obviously
is
a little
exactly
bit
what they
more
should do.
generically applicable, but still very good for the build that they were initially intended for.
I hope it's enough.
With that in mind, I want to show some of the updates to Firebolt enchantment. This is one that we had reworked as part of those burning changes.
they already showed this.
And we thought even on the PTR it wasn't quite hitting the mark. So now, dealing burning damage.
Druid
if you
was
take this
busted on
enchantment, will
PTR.
have a chance to
They're gonna
heal you
nerf
for
it.
some of your maximal life, which it already did. And it also unleashes a bonus Firebolt onto a nearby enemy.
I mean, Druid
So
needs
that
like
you
a
can
bug
see in this
fix,
clip
not a
here,
nerf.
when enemies are burning, they're just randomly firing off some extra Firebolts to
Elon
enemies
Ma,
that can really help to spread that burning and take down big packs.
Yeah, it's its own little chain firebolt now.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Also, want to
I'm just
highlight some of the
hyped
new
that I get
uniques
louder.
coming in this season. So Sorceress has two. The Strike of Stormhorn is a unique focus that's going to modify your ball lightning to give you super ball lightnings sometimes. So it'll always fire out straight forward, and it's a little bit faster. And occasionally you'll get the super
you
ball
super
lightning,
balls.
which will explode for a big chunk of damage at the end in a cone shape, and also stun enemies.
It's kind of like going bowling.
Exactly, you get a strike with Stormhorn. Exactly. Alternatively, you could
going a
take
bit
the
further
other unique focus that is being introduced in this season, Okun's Catalyst, to kind of play Bolt Lightning the way it's often been played in the past with this
Right.
gravitational effect. We've done some reworks on the gravitational aspect that
They
previously
buffed
did
it.
that, and now it will be in this unique, where the ball lightnings will orbit around you and do damage to enemies who are close by.
Triple
You really want
damage
to get
almost.
close and in that action, whereas with Strike of Stormhorn, you're playing at a little bit more of a range.
Right.
We really like how we're doing these like paired uniques where you kind of have a choice. Hey, what focus do I want to use? They are going to be mutually exclusive. You can't have both.
They're in the
But
same slot.
that's because they're so different and they're different play styles.
Yeah, that's actually
But
a
we
pretty
think
good.
putting these into different uniques
also buffed the
gives
ball
us the
lightning, right?
space to really live up this fantasy, give you lots of affixes and
Dude,
bonuses
damage
that
reduction
make it
for
as
each
powerful and
active
really
ball
help
lightning?
enhance that fantasy that we're hoping to play.
Yeah, and Okun's Catalyst
that's
really gives
fucking
you
cool.
that like transformative ball lightning experience, which is like the orbiting ball lightning. but Strike of Stormhorn kind of just amplifies the original Ball Lightning experience, which is just shoot it out and have it explode in this magnificent blast of energy. So I love that we are allowing both of those to shine.
Absolutely. All right, on to the next class. We've got the Druid. So the Druid on the PTR did have one bugged build. One of their legendary Paragon nodes was causing their damage to scale way higher than we intended.
Infinite damage,
even
boys.
Kind of break the game and go, you'd see negative damage numbers. Definitely not intended. We fixed that bug. But despite that, we think Druid on the whole was still in a solid place, even without that. We've made a number of adjustments and reworked the Blurred Beast aspect. This is one that we had tried out a rework on the PTR, and it wasn't quite hitting the mark. It wasn't quite as engaging to play as we had hoped, so we did a rework to it to help improve the shred builds for Werewolf. Additionally, I wanted to highlight some of the Spirit Boon updates. These were the Druid class mechanic. You get these Spirit Boons. Historically, they've been a little bit falling behind, and we've done some big buffs here to make them really powerful. I especially like the Gift of the Stag. It's my favorite one. It gives you passive spirit generation every second.
Yeah.
That really helps smooth out the Druid's early game in particular when they're struggling to really get their resource engine online. They were definitely one of the slower classes early on, and I think this update to the Spirit Boons is going to really help that.
Yeah, totally. And that's just such a great example of how the update is going to help them, because Druids have typically struggled with generating spirit in the early game, and so having more access to that's going to help a ton.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Blurred Beast rework. So on the PTR, it would do some bonus strikes based on how far you traveled. Now your shred will just always have a chance to land additional strikes, but it's going to roll that randomness 4 times. So if you get real lucky on your shred, you're going to hit so many times on that target, which really helps amplify the fantasy of Werewolf striking fast, striking multiple times.
Yeah, this aspect is super fun to play, and I absolutely love what the art team did with this, combining the mechanics of that feedback on the extra strikes with the actual additional slashes going out. It looks awesome.
All right, on to the Rogue. So the Rogue was a very strong class on the PTR. We thought it was in a great spot, very powerful, particularly with Rain of Arrows.
Yeah.
Rain of Arrow builds were already a pretty common, pretty powerful build before the season, but with the new changes to introduce the additional scaling damage on it, they were just absolutely top.
Yeah.
So I will say that, of course, as part of addressing the ultimate changes across the board, we did bring down the scaling a little bit on Rain of Arrows, but we do think that it's still going to be a very compelling choice. Rogue and ultimate skills are going to be just fine going forward into the season.
It'll be good.
Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about Shadow Clone. I know I teased that earlier with the summons update. Shadow Clone was probably one of the biggest updates in this season to really make sure it worked with all of your damage, all of your bonus effects, all of your procs, and especially work with a lot of your legendary effects that modify your skills. So previously, if you had, say, if you're using Flurry and you had the aspect of Encircling Blades that would cause Flurry to hit all around you, your Shadow Clone wouldn't know that you have that. It would just kind of attack like a normal Flurry. With this update, it'll now copy all of your legendary effects. Just as if you were casting the skill yourself, it comes from the Shadow Clone, and it works.
I mean, the class balance I really like so far,
and that's
guys.
Huge.
Absolutely.
It's a lot more damage.
Yeah.
Class balance is really doing it for me right now.
I love Rain of Arrows. I love Death Trap, the other ultimate options on Rogue, but I think Shadow Clone, it's time to shine this season.
Shadow Clone, hit the gym.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Shadow Clone in action.
I don't really like this playstyle.
So here we've got the Aspect of Encircling Blades, the Flurry that I had mentioned earlier.
Oh, baby.
Doing the big AoE around both you and the Shadow Clone. Additionally, with Twisting Blades, when they come back and orbit around
it feels like really fast
aspect, they'll also come back and orbit around your Shadow Clone.
Wonderful.
Charles, you're going to make me do a Rogue Flurry Shadow Clone build this season.
Yeah,
okay, that looks actually fucking cool.
Let me know how that works out. All right, on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer was probably the class that benefited most from a bug with the scaling of the ultimates. As I mentioned, there were some scaling with different stats. And whenever there was 2 stats involved, particularly on Army of the Dead, then it was actually increasing the damage far higher than we had intended.
It one-shot the 150 boss.
And we've addressed it. But with that in mind, Necromancer is definitely the biggest benefit of the summons update. I know Shadow Clone is great, but you know, Necromancer is the summons class.
They just destroyed the build.
Have by far the most. All of their skeletons and their golems are now going to much more consistently interact with your lucky hit procs, your bonus damage effects. Anything that increases your damage output will also increase the damage output of your minions.
I mean, it might still be bugged.
On the whole, we really expect the summon Necromancer to be at its peak going into this season.
Amazing.
Really?
So channeling my Adam Jackson here. Minion stonks high.
Minion stonks are absolutely going up this season, for sure.
What did they change, though?
Additionally, we've got some new, just like the Sorcerer, we've got 2 uniques that talk to Bloodwave, the unique, or the legendary, the ultimate skill. We've got 2 different unique pants that can enhance your Bloodwave.
I think Bloodwave is still going to be solid.
Look at a clip of those.
Oh, they gotta have to destroy.
So first we've got Indriel's Memory, and this is going to be kind of your standard Bloodwave. You know, it still flies forward, but when it hits the end, it's going to trap enemies in a bone prison. Additionally, it modifies your bone spear to also become a blood skill.
Okay, they did say
a blood spear.
Summon minions
and
is
with
stronger
the
than ever.
affix here, casting your bone spear reduces
You
blood
remember Holy
wave's
Bolt.
cooldown. It really promotes the synergy between blood and bone, and you're going to get a nice loop of, hey, cast the blood wave, and then trap them in that bone prison. Hey, that's perfect for lining up this blood spear. And by casting that, you're going to reduce the cooldown in a blood wave to be ready for the next pack.
The blood wave
this
looks
unique
sick.
alone really makes blood and bone, like a blood and bone build.
Guys, Necro might still be OP, actually.
Absolutely.
Depending on how they change the book.
The alternative, you could use Kasemi's Legacy. This one changes blood wave. Instead of 1 wave going forward, you've got 2 crashing in.
Yeah, this is fucking awesome, man.
And it's going to pull enemies towards you, and when it hits, it's going to do a big pulse of damage in the middle.
That's awesome.
It's so cool. It's very transformational in the way you think about it, the way you position it, and what your use case is, right? It's not for pushing enemies away. It's for bringing them in close and really wanting to be
Necro
in the
eating
thick of
good.
combat there.
Yeah, it really makes me think about like a more melee or close range centered Necro build, whereas Indira's Memory makes me think about a ranged Necro build.
Absolutely. This is, pulls them in, perfect for setting up a blood surge to hit enemies right around you.
I like this pod.
So definitely looking forward to see, a blood wave being played in a number of different ways in this new season. And finally, we've got the Spiritborn, of course, our newest class, which is very strong. It was very strong in the previous season, or what's currently live on Season 6. We did some adjustments to some of the bugged interactions that was causing their damage to scale way higher than intended, as well as a handful of nerfs across the board going into the PTR. That being said, on the PTR, we still found them to be a very strong class, arguably still the strongest. So with that in mind, we didn't really make too many changes. We really wanted to make sure that we brought some of the other classes up to that level, and we think the Spiritborn is in a good place. So there was actually a very minimal amount of numerical adjustments to Spiritborn going into this season. With that in mind, I wanted to highlight the Razor Wings build. There's a new unique item, the Sunstained War Crozier, as well as a new
Did anyone of you
the
try
aspect
it
of
on the
Endless
PTR?
Talents. That's going to really help enhance this Razor Wing build. I think we've got a clip of that.
Boomerang.
So we've got the Sunstained War Crozier, and that's going to enhance all of your focus skills. They automatically benefit from all of our upgrades. You don't need to invest skill points in there. And by casting it, you increase the damage of your potency skill, your Razor Wings, whenever you're casting focus skills.
As Razor Wings is a potency skill.
Yes, absolutely.
So did they fix all the
we're
bugs?
Looking forward to seeing how this Razor Wings was maybe a little bit underrepresented on the current season, and we're really looking forward to this unique and the new legendary to really bring it up to par. All right, so that covers our class updates, and once again, I kind of went at high level for each class because the actual number of changes were rather, there's a lot more that we didn't want to just throw up all the numbers for every single class.
Got nerfed.
So I kind of painted a broad picture. Make sure you check out the patch notes for the actual changes that should be coming right after this stream.
Yeah, and the patch notes are massive, so buckle up for those. They're quite long. If we went through those, that would be like a 4-hour stream. So, but dive into
massive, big, deep patch
for
notes.
some of the occult gems and witch power updates, we
Goat.
could fit kind of all the changes onto the side. So we're going to go into a bit more numbers here. So let's take a look at what we made updates on the occult gems. I think on the whole, occult gems were pretty strong. They were really hitting that mark of they were appealing to put into your jewelry, the rings and the amulet. And they give you a lot of defense. And a lot of other bonuses.
Dude,
some of the bonuses
this
maybe
a
a touch high, so we brought some of them down by just a little bit.
Right.
We still think on the whole
Just
these
a
are
little
going to
bit.
be
It's like
really
divided by
exciting
3.
moments to be able to craft these once you get those heads. I really like to call out the update to Witching Hour here at the end. This is a occult gem that modifies your core skill to gain the Eldritch tag, and that enables some really interesting synergies that you'll be able to explore once you get your hands on the full Witchcraft system. But when it had a timer of 5 seconds in order to do this, it was really hard to build around.
Yeah.
And now reducing that down to 1 second means you can much more consistently benefit from this effect, and it really opens up the build possibilities with the Witching Hour occult gem.
It was a bit too slow paced for how fast Diablo 4 is right now, but with 1 second on the timer, it should be a lot more playable.
For sure. We've also made some updates to the witch powers themselves, and for the witch powers, we think in general these were probably a touch weaker than we'd like. So across the board, there's some numerical improvements, especially on the poison frog servant. My favorite,
yes.
the little frog.
The wee beastie.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, he got a big buff. Love that guy following us around and spitting the poison and exploding if he ever dies.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage.
So yeah, on the whole, we think witch powers were pretty good. I love how flashy they are in particular, and just how impactful they look and feel. Art team did a great job with all of these.
Knocked it out of the park.
All right, and with that in mind,
stop
there's
being
also
so
still
toxic,
one
man.
additional
Just play whatever
new
game you
witch
want.
power that we did not have on the PTR.
yes.
We've got the Force of Will. Now this is a Psyche witch power that empowers your overpowers. When you kill an enemy, your next overpower is going to gain some increased damage up to a maximum. And if you rank it up to at least rank 4, it'll empower your next 2 overpowers.
Excellent.
This was one that we were not able to get out on the PTR in time.
Wait, holy
it had
shit.
Some issues, but it was being in development. But for the actual season launch, we're
That's
going to have
insanely
this,
good.
out there and available. We know it kind of really rounds out the roster of witch powers that were available.
Yep.
We
What
had
the
one
fuck?
less Psyche power than the others. This is the last one, and we didn't really have too much support in there for overpower builds, and now we do.
Voila.
So really excited about this one and help to empower overpower.
Just double damage. Like overpower is
So I
already
think
so
that
strong.
wraps up all of our balance changes. Once again, check out the patch notes for the exact details. But hope this, gets your minds turning for build crafting for next week when the season launches.
Yeah, there is absolutely a ton of
Dang.
fun. Like I went
Overpower
into the
builds
stream
eating
absolutely
good.
thinking I was going to roll Spiritborn again, and now I'm thinking I'm going to have to go Barb or Shadowclone Rogue. Like,
Those are so sweet.
got my decisions cut up for me. That's for sure.
Okay, I like the class balance
And with the
part.
Armory, you're going to be
I
able
think
to
that
pick
one was really
one
good.
class and a bunch of builds from all of them.
Aislinn, I think what better thing to get into now than tell us about the Armory.
Oh, yeah, I would love to. Yeah, so for those who don't know, the Armory is a tool that you can use to basically save a loadout that you've constructed. So you're going to be able to save your skills that you've picked. You're going to be able to save the equipment you've used.
they did say Whirlwind Boss. We don't know what it is.
Put in. And you're going to be able to imprint it onto one of these slots in the Armory you see on the left here in this image. Like this build, or excuse me, this character has Crush Hand, Touch of Death, or Touch Death, Quill, Razor Wings, and Payback. So this is a Spiritborn that has saved a bunch of different builds there. It's really wonderful because if you want to try a different build, like if you want to try Touch of Death, but you've spent a really long time working on Crushing Hand, you don't have to worry about changing all of that manually anymore with the Armory. You can just do it automatically. Once you've created that build, you save it, and then you can swap to it whenever you want. These loadout slots are also character bound. So you make a Spiritborn, and then you decide you later want to swap to a Necro or whatever. You're going to be able to ensure that you have a lot of variety to play in each character class. Another thing about loadouts is that they don't cost gold to change, so you're not going to have a bunch of significant gold overhead when you're actually swapping these, so you don't have to worry about that at all, which is very nice. The Armory can be accessed through a bunch of different places in Sanctuary as well, including major cities, the Dark Citadel, the Tree of Whispers, of course, which is a major focal point of Season 7, and training areas, so that if you're trying to test certain things, you can really easily make adjustments without having to, spend a lot of time on that. And finally, we've got a few PTR updates where we gathered feedback from the PTR. We have improved the button clarity from the PTR. If you see in the image the little highlighted white box section, that should be more clear than it was in the PTR. And we heard you guys about easier loadout deletion. We're going to make sure that that is much easier to do in 2.11. And next up, we have some gameplay updates. So these are just some miscellaneous things that are coming in Season 7 related to systemic gameplay. So I'll just go through these one by one here. We have Paragon Migration. So any experience that you earn on your Paragon levels in the seasonal realm, once the season is over, are going to be added to your Eternal Realm your Eternal Realm Paragon level. So if you earn a bunch of Paragon XP in Season 6, and then Season 6 ends, all of that Paragon XP is going to be added to your Eternal Paragon level, which is going to make reaching Paragon level 300 a lot more attainable for a lot of folks.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense. I expected this.
Yeah, you just get progress every season over season on your Eternal Realm Paragon to make sure you can really reach the heights of that, even if you're just a seasonal player for the most part. When you hop into the Eternal Realm,
Did anybody thought this would not be the case?
Over. Yeah, and it's actually going to be really nice because
still good though.
I think the way I like to think about it is it's even if you don't play on the Eternal Realm, it's kind of like a window into like how much you've played the game and how much effort you've put in, and like you get to look at that number and be like, oh, like, that just gets higher.
What
if
you're already 300?
Next up, we have some unique power roll updates. So something that you might notice when you are finding unique items is that if they roll ancestral and they drop with greater affixes,
this is good.
That doesn't affect the actual unique power roll itself in any way. So it was possible to find, for example, a 3 or 4 greater affix unique, but then the actual power roll itself min-rolled. And that could feel pretty deflating.
4 GA Kepeleke with 1%.
You get really excited that you found a unique that you wanted that had like all the GAs, and then you look and it doesn't actually feel very usable because the power roll itself was very low. We're changing this in Season 7. So now the power roll floor changes.
This is such a good change. This is probably the best change.
Greater affixes that the unique has.
This is so fun.
So the more greater affixes it has, the higher guaranteed roll on the unique power you're going to get.
W.
So when you do see that 3 or 4 greater affix unique you want, you know it's going to absolutely slap, which is awesome.
Yeah, definitely. That was
this
always a little bit of a frustrating experience when you get really excited for an item drop, but then you're like, well, is it really better than what I currently have? You know, you had to stop and think about that based on the affixes and the unique power roll. But now, if you get a 3 or 4 GA, hey, you know it's going to be powerful. It may not be guaranteed to be the best one, but it's going to be one of the more powerful rolls.
Yeah, absolutely. And next up, we have some other ancestral item changes. So something you may have noticed if you were playing a lot of Season 6 is that ancestral items are the only ones that can have the top aspect rolls. And what that meant was that those ancestral items were still rolling randomly. So like, let's just say for the sake of argument that a non-ancestral item with an aspect
they started really weak, but they're getting stronger.
Aspect. But then the ancestral version could roll up to rank 11. That ancestral item was still randomly, like totally randomly rolling among all the different ranks. And that made it seem really, well, it didn't seem, it was very rare to find the top end of these aspect rolls, which actually wasn't the case in previous seasons. And we were all feeling that in Season 6. And for the completionists out there and the people who want to make sure that they have the best version of the aspects that they can, we wanted to make sure that we changed that. So now when you find these ancestral items, they are going to gravitate more towards the top end of those aspect rolls, and it should be much easier to actually fill out your collection of aspects than it was before in Season 6. And then as just a totally separate but wonderful thing, we were working on like how often ancestral items should actually drop as a baseline, and we've just bumped that up in Season 7. So you should, in general, find more ancestral items than you did before. And this is like something that feels very small, but has a big impact on the season as a whole. So that should feel a lot better in Season 7 as well. And finally, something else that we were noticing in Season 6 was that people were finding tons and tons of gem fragments, and sometimes even capping out their gem fragments if you played enough. And this problem was exacerbated in Season 6, and we want to make sure that you
just make it infinite, like 1 trillion.
Fragments. So we created a gem fragment conversion at the Jewel Crafter. So we have a little clip to just show what that looks like here. So we're in Zarbinzet as a sorcerer, and we're next to the jeweler. We're going to talk to them. There's a little tab where you can go to jewelry crafting. And once you're in the late game and you've already crafted all your grand gems, and you don't actually have much to do with your gem fragments anymore, now you can just directly convert them into jewelry.
Okay, that's
so you
sick.
can craft
You
rings,
can craft
you can amulets, and it will give you a little cache that will have a randomly rolled item. And this is just, again, it's a nice dump, basically, once you want to just, once you finish all your grand gems and you just want to find some extra gear. And these can
amulets are hard to get.
Items, which is wonderful. And amulets and rings can, they have a wide range of potentially useful stats.
Wait, they say account
roll those more is really nice because you can actually target farm the things you need.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wish it didn't cost that many Forgotten Souls.
For sure.
5 is crazy.
And
maybe like 1.
Finally, we have some kind of more quality of life centered or early game updates that should be really nice going forward season over season. So now that we're in season 7 of Diablo 4, it's possible that you may have made a character of any given class and you might be doing it again. And it's not always the most fun to go through the same content over and over. And so because of that, we wanted to make sure that you didn't actually have to do your class quest to unlock your class mechanic every single time you make a new character. So for example, if you made a sorcerer and you unlocked enchantments previously, you're not actually going to have to do that again. So when you hit level 15 on a new sorcerer in any realm, you're immediately going to unlock an enchantment slot. That's cool. Because the game knows that you already did that before. You can, however, still do the class quest if you would like, but you do not have to. And again, just to reiterate, you do have to do the class quest at least once on any character, and then on your account, it's unlocked forever. And to go along with this change, we have a new cache that we like to call archetype cache, or archetype caches, rather. So these are basically themed goodie bags. So they come from a variety of sources. You're going to get an archetype cache when you complete the class quest. You're going to get them periodically over the course of the season journey from different chapters. And then eventually you're going to start earning greater archetype caches as well, which have better stuff. But we have a clip here to basically just show off what an archetype cache looks like and what doing your class quest looks like in Season 7. So we have a level 15 sorcerer here who's just going to go and do their class quest, which is the Legacy of the Magi over here. And the reason that this character might want to do the class quest still, even though let's assume that they have already made a sorcerer and have already unlocked their enchantment, is because they're going to be getting an archetype cache. So we're going to go through, we're just going to do all of the stuff for Legacy of the Magi, get through the dungeon. But then at the end, we're going to get an archetype cache. And archetype caches have items and a tempering manual that are relevant to a specific theme of any given class. And so I'm glad we have sorcerer here because the sorcerer themes are very straightforward. For example, pyromancy or fire is one of the themes in sorcerer. So here we see we have a pyromancy cache that we got from completing the class quest. We're going to open it up. It's got 2 legendary items, a tempering manual, and some extra materials like bundled herbs and angel breath, and etc. Because it was a pyromancy cache, it came with a utility and a more offensive-focused legendary that are related to being a pyromancy sorcerer. It also came with a pyromancy-related tempering manual. So that really helps you get started on your journey as like a fire sorcerer. So if you find something like that, you're right out of the gate, level 15, you're gonna get a big jump in power, and you're gonna be able to dive into like what it means to be a fire sorcerer pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think what I really like about this change is that, if you're just playing a new character, you're in the flow, you're doing the headhunts, you're leveling up, you hit level 15, right? You think, oh, now I got to go do this quest, otherwise I'm missing out on power. And sometimes, you're in that flow. You don't want to stop and shift gears and go do that class quest. You now can do it on your own time, right?
Yeah.
You can instantly unlock that power from the class mechanic.
Yep.
And then whenever you get a chance, whenever you think, hey, I want to go do this quest, you can go do it and then feel rewarded for getting a nice archetype cache that really maybe pushes you in a certain direction if you're unsure of how you want to build your character. Can help to enhance, the pyromancy, like you mentioned.
Yep, or frost, or lightning, or every class has its own themes, so it's going to be fun to dig into that.
That's nice.
Cool.
All right.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think even for that early game too, when you're kind of scrounging for materials and uniques, it is kind of difficult to hit that next power level. So knowing that you have like a
Fuck, man, it's
guaranteed,
staring.
now optional quest to go to get that power. And
I'm
I can
telling
speak
you,
for
they
Twitch
hired
too.
one guy to just
They
spin
were
the
very,
head.
very excited to see that you did not have to do the class quest
yeah.
anymore.
Yes.
But that it
There's
gives
just
you this
one
optional,
intern that's like
power
spinning
boost
the head.
in your
Yeah,
direction.
we wanted to make sure that it like wasn't worthless if you had already done it a lot. We wanted to make sure that there was still something there to feel like it was a meaningful quest. So.
Yeah, but not so good that you feel like you're missing out if you're
Exactly. Exactly.
taking care of things over in the headhunts and things like that.
Yep.
Bro.
Well, that brings us to our Q&A portion of the stream. So we're going to bring Dan Tangway back, and we're going to answer some of your hard-hitting questions. So thank you for everyone who've dropped
PoE patching an
questions
hour,
in
let's
Twitch
see.
chat throughout the stream. I've also been laughing at your commentary throughout. It's been pretty good. So first off,
Hey, what's
I
the
want to
source?
drop a question from Doggo. Asked, will there be a mid-season patch with balance changes?
Yeah, I can talk about that. We are currently planning to have a mid-season balance patch like we do every season. I just want to reiterate some of the philosophy around mid-season patches as well. For our mid-season patches, we're mainly looking at taking the data from when the season launches. So honestly, we haven't started looking at the mid-season patch at all because it's so heavily driven by what actually happens when the season launches. What builds are performing well, what builds are not performing well.
Cool.
If there's anything that is bugged or broken to the point where it's trivializing the game, that might be something we look at. In general, for mid-season patches that happen, well, in the middle of the season, we're primarily looking to bring up the underperformers or fix issues of interactions that maybe aren't quite seeing the spotlight that we were expecting them to. We're not really looking to take the top builds and nerf them.
Right.
Because we know players have already had time to invest in their characters. They've got the gear, they've leveled it up, they've read build guides like, hey, how do I make this character? And we feel like if we're taking those down in the middle of a season, that really does a disservice to players that you are afraid of making the powerful thing because it might get nerfed in the mid-season. So that's something we avoid. There are, of course, sometimes rare exceptions when they're so far above
Dude, it's
our
spinning
power
the
bar,
other direction.
or they are literally breaking the game due to performance-related issues, which occasionally pop up. Those things we still will address when we need to. But in general, mid-season patches are not for nerfing strong builds if they're just strong. And that's partly why during Season 6 we knew that Spiritborn was a very powerful class. Like no getting around it. It was definitely stronger than the other classes on Season 6. But that was okay. We didn't
That was okay,
kind of snap judgment of like, oh, we need to nerf it here in midseason. We know players have been invested into it, and we want to respect their time and investment into that.
It's important that there's a sense of security in picking a build and knowing that it is going to stay viable when you're playing it throughout the season.
Yeah, and kind of as a corollary to that, whenever we do seasonal updates, like launch a brand new season, that is more when we're going to look and say, hey, what is dramatically overperforming? What is crowding out the rest of the roster? Like Spiritborn during Season 6 was maybe crowding out some of the other classes.
Yeah.
We take the seasonal resets as a time to say, that's when we're going to bring those builds down. And that's when everyone is starting fresh on the new season. And so you're not losing that much of time investment if it's starting all fresh again.
Yeah. And on the system side, in terms of mid-season changes, it's really important to us that we have a very targeted approach to systemic changes in mid-season patches. We want to make sure that we are gathering as much data as possible and as much information as we can to ensure that any tweaks we make aren't going to cause waves or changes that we weren't expecting or are undesirable. So we really want to gather as much telemetry and data as possible from how people are actually experiencing this season, and then kind of patch those pain points that people that we all find together, and we want to wait to make sure that we're doing it right. So we really want to know how people are going to be playing Season of the Witchcraft, and then we'll basically figure out what needs to happen and change from there.
Yeah, and that's why so much of the feedback from PTR, or even just throughout the regular seasons, all the feedback, we really do listen to it, and it's so important to us to make sure that we can make Diablo 4 as best as we possibly can. It's really critical that we get that feedback and we're able to iterate on that.
Absolutely.
Awesome. That is a super thorough answer for the mid-season patch. Yes. I mean, I'll take all the information you got, so that's fantastic. This one's probably for you, Aislinn, from... Oh boy, okay. Bear with me here. Papsarup Sagan, do the class quest caches scale to the level when they're opened?
Oh, yes, they absolutely do. So you can get it early or you can get it later. But the archetype caches that you find in the class quest aren't actually the only place you can find archetype caches. You're going to be able to get more from the season journey and other sources as well. So they're not exactly like a super finite supply. So you don't have to think too hard about like exactly when you should be opening them. The class quest is just one among many sources that you can earn an archetype cache.
You don't have to like sit on it throughout the whole season to be like, all right, when am I going to pop this thing?
Yeah.
And nice to have some extra goodies as you're on your way to get Dorian the Raven.
Of course. Because we know that's the most important thing.
Staring into your soul.
I was say, Dorian's pretty cool. Also, on a similar thread, the Collector KC asks, is the class quest unlock retroactive as of right now or only after we complete it this season?
Yeah, so as long it's retroactive.
That's a good question.
So as long as you've completed, you've done the Sorcerer quest before on a Sorcerer at any point during Diablo, you're good to go.
Nice.
So you start the season, then you have the quest.
Bacterial, cool name. Can we expect the summon tag to work with minion thorns? And any update on bristleback aspect working with minions?
Who knows?
I believe they should. I'd have to look into precisely minion thorns. I know that was a stat that your summons can inherit your thorns. That was a stat that I'd have to look into exactly bristleback aspect. But as a general matter, our philosophy on minion thorns and minions in general is if you think it should work, it should. The interactions of when you deal thorns damage, it should, if your minions are the ones triggering that thorns damage, it should count as if you had dealt it. I don't have that right in front of me, that particular interaction, but that is our philosophy.
I don't know if they fixed all the dupe bug.
We'll look to address it and improve that.
Is there still duping in Diablo 4 right now?
I just had a question from...
I've not played in like a month.
AoE Alina. Are there plans to reduce visual clutter such as an opacity slider? I love Sorcerer and Spiritborn, but the visual effects are hindering my party.
I think that would probably be something that we would have to talk to the UI team about and the folks over in VFX. It's something that we've been grappling with throughout the life of Diablo because, there's so
Duping's
much
part of the game.
happening,
I mean, I hope not.
When you have an Endgame build. And, if that
Duping
gets so
fucking
out of
sucks.
hand, like with new seasonal mechanics or new powers or legendary aspects that we create, it's something that we'll be taking a look at every time something like that comes up.
Yeah, I totally get it too, because like when you're playing Spiritborn, like you know what to look for as you're casting these abilities, but if you're just around it, then it can be a little overwhelming. Like when I have friends that come by that perhaps haven't played a Diablo game before, they're like, how do you know what to look at? It's like, you just kind of figure it out. But I could totally see how that could be a bit of a distraction on the screen. Ooh, Anjin-san. For the Q&A, how do Hydras work with the new summoning changes, and how does burning damage work in comparison to
got a
poison?
disabled trade.
Yeah, another very technical question.
Yeah,
for you,
absolutely.
Charles.
So luckily, I did include the Sorcerer Conjurations in the Summons update when I talked about them.
Yep.
But actually, for the most part, the Conjurations were already behaving this way. And that was part of the inconsistency that I kind of had glossed over, said, hey, they were inconsistent. And, since now we're in the more technical part, the inconsistency was that most of the Sorcerer Conjurations were already behaving the way that we wanted them to.
Right.
Where the damage was being attributed to the player, and it was actually the Necro minions and Shadow Clone and Druid companions primarily that were not as interactive as we would have liked.
Right.
So with that in mind, there's actually no real functional changes to the way that Hydra works with this. I don't believe Hydra was really touched, but it was actually used as kind of the example of how we wanted to implement and make the other summons work.
One question I do want to take really quickly that I've seen throughout chat, I mean, it was really hard to ignore. People are asking where Adam was. I mean, I think we just have to address it straight up. Adam Fletcher is no longer with Blizzard, which is really too bad. So You won't really be seeing him in a whole lot of other streams, so really sorry to disappoint chat, but you're stuck with us. Just kidding. He's been here.
Okay, that was good.
Just kidding.
We're just kidding.
He almost had a straight face.
Adam in the room with us right now.
Yeah. To be clear,
That was
Adam
close
literally
one, man.
sat 2 feet to the left this entire time.
Who believed
Just,
it?
like, for the
been
whole
there,
stream, just
ominously.
hanging out, checking out, watching chat. So,
Dude, Adam has been
Adam
spinning
has
this
his
head,
mistake.
boys.
Do not worry.
He got you?
All
Oh,
right.
he did it well, but those facial expressions gave it away. Adam is spinning the head.
All right, love from Judith. Stash
He's
space is
spinning
already
the
a
head,
problem for anyone running multiple characters.
He got you.
Are there any plans to change Armory loadouts so that they will not be stored in Stash?
He's a good actor.
It's something. The Armory is very new.
Adam is pulling the strings.
We knew
Yep.
that the community really, really wanted the Armory, and so we wanted to get out a version of it that we, was serviceable to get started. But we know it's a really, really important topic for the community, so it's something that we're going to continuously look at, and we're going to be looking a lot at feedback on the Armory to make sure that it's as smooth as possible all the time. And to that end, we will be taking that into consideration. No concrete plans right now, but it's something, it's one of the topics that we have. And our ultimate goal is to make the Armory just basically the most streamlined version of itself that it can be. So look for Armory improvements in the future for sure.
Awesome, cool. And we got our last question for the Q&A. This is actually a two-parter for both of you. We have Poseidon Bobby was asking Charles, does your shirt glow in the dark?
I haven't tried, but it looks like it
looks like it might.
It looks like it should.
It
At least
looks like it might.
glow-in-the-dark bowl in it for sure would light up.
I am being told it doesn't, and I demand a refund. I would like to get a glow-in-the-dark Lilith shirt now.
What a ripoff, man.
And then on a similar vein, Aislinn, Radiobiology was asking, can you buy that sweater?
Can you buy this wonderful holiday Lilith's Christmas sweater? I don't know.
Adam is saying it's sold out.
It's sold out.
I mean, it was just Christmas.
Sold out for over a year. This is a one of a kind.
I think I have
We
one
did
like
a
this.
different holiday sweater this past year, so there should, hopefully be another holiday sweater next year. No guarantees. But,
Yeah.
But if you do see those holiday sweaters in the shop, get them before they're gone.
There's always really wonderful merch online for Diablo. I love taking a look at it. So if you like Diablo merch and you want something like this, definitely check it periodically.
Definitely grab it. Well, yeah, that brings us to the end of the stream.
Okay, patch notes,
I
boys.
Give a really big thank you to
That PoE patch.
Aislinn, Charles, Dan Tangway. Thank you so much for hanging out with us all the way in snowy Albany, New York. I hope it's not too terribly cold.
Not too bad.
Okay.
Do
Glad
it
to hear it.
I have to say that room looks freezing. It's like a
Yeah,
dungeon.
it does look very cold.
It's a little chilly, yeah. But I got my jacket on. I'm all right.
Good.
The Diablo jacket.
But yeah, thank you all for joining us. And Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, everyone.
All right,
thank you
boys.
for staying tuned and checking out everything that's to come with Season of Witchcraft. Like we mentioned throughout the stream, patch notes will be dropping after the stream. We did have our blog that launched on Tuesday as well. Also, I got to give a massive shout out again to our production team. There's a lot of faces you don't see that put a ton of blood, sweat, and tears into the show. These heads are absolutely disgusting, and I don't know if anybody needs more of a reason to brush your teeth, but don't end up looking like that.
20
guy.
months. Two good different games.
Season of Witchcraft
Sweet
does
life.
start on January
Smiley
21st
face.
at 10 a.m. PST.
Thank you so much, my
So
friend.
be sure to go
Universe.
in. And for anyone who hasn't yet completed your season,
We'll do a
journey,
recap,
Battle
yeah.
Pass, check your seasonal stash or eternal stash as well before those items disappear. But yeah, we got
Oh, that's
Season of
a good point.
Witchcraft on January 21st. Super excited to get into it. Thank you from all of us here at Blizzard, and we will see you at the Trio Whispers.
Thanks, guys.
No, that was pretty cool. Okay, is the patch notes here, boys? I mean, we have some parts of the patch notes. I did took some. I think we're gonna make 2 separate videos. Maybe I'll wait a sec. It should be up patch notes. It should be up here, right? Let me see. No, it's December 5th. This one does not have any. Well, I think the campfire started a bit weak, but it went pretty good after. I think the class... So, Class balance stuff. I did took some notes. I think a class balance wise, it was a big W. No? I mean, I liked it. The class balance stuff was really good.
Disease and poultices.
I think the season stuff was, yeah, you know. But the class balance, dude? I feel that was very much on point.
Some of the
I was actually pretty happy with that. Well, this is like 1 hour in. Like these new dungeons?
silent chests, which actually are pretty common.
Yeah, here, these are the new dungeons. I don't know, I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, they have completely new dungeons. D2R. I mean, I think that was pretty good as well. I really like the D2 Resurrected. Yeah, see this stuff. I'm gonna make a tier list, yes. Yeah, let's make a video. I was like kind of expecting the patch notes. If anybody sees the patch notes, please link them to me. Yeah, let me, where did the class balance stuff start? I think most people are actually interested in this. Oh. Why did I make a complete new post? Whew. Okay, these... Okay, the patch notes are huge. Holy smokes, these ain't no jokes. Okay, let's look for hammer. Okay, 10% buff again, plus they buff the crit. Thanks for linking. I'll put this under exclamation mark patch notes. Patch notes are here. Season 7 full patch notes. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make a separate video going over the patch notes. PTR learnings. They did change the scaling a little bit. I mean, in total, the Hoda got from 70 all the way, man. There was a lot of buffs. What is the buff to Whirlwind? I feel like it needed like more. 4%. Yeah. Okay. Don't be hyped for Whirlwind too much. They should have just added a 0. Huh. Okay, it's not all too crazy. Kapaleka time, maybe. Yeah, Hoda is gonna be the best, I think. Okay, guys, we're gonna make a quick recap. I think Barb is gonna be one of the best classes. We'll make a quick recap, guys, about class balance, then we'll go piece by piece through the patch notes. Huge buffs to Earthquake. Yeah, Earthquake is eating good. We'll probably make a follow-up, guys, with detailed patch notes. Hey, everybody, it's Rob here. We just got all the new stuff for... actually, let me start over. Wait. Where's the... Okay. I wanted to see if there's dungeons. Woof, woof. Yeah, new dungeon is gonna be cool. Okay. Hey everybody, it's Vorp here. We just got the full patch notes and balance change from the Campfire chat for the new season starting next week in just 5 days. First of all, here we have the summary and we got new dungeons. I'm only going to talk about the new stuff here. We got the blistering root holes that you can basically open as a dungeon key from the headhunt. That basically going to open like a new type of like nightmare dungeon, if you will, with different challenges and different rewards here and some super cool witchcraft powers here. And you're basically blasting throughout this entire dungeon here, getting new monsters and getting new rewards at the end here. Then we got a ton of class balance changes here. I made a full sheet where we just highlighted the most important stuff. So in general, guys, they are nerfing the ultimates a little bit again. If you remember, you can get the ultimates to rank 5 and unlock additional scaling and bonuses for them. That was, they want to keep them powerful, but they're also going to tune them down a little bit. Then in general, summoning characters like Necromancer, Shadow Clone, Ancient Barb, like all the summons are getting massive buffs and should now be affected by almost all the DPS multipliers here. And that's going to make it pretty insane. They're going to like change crowd control a little bit going forward, but this is not going to happen on the launch yet. Now going to the Barbarian, we are actually getting Hotar buffs. They said Barbarian here performed solidly on the PTR. They are buffing Hammer of the Ancients and they are buffing Whirlwind. I'll probably do a detailed follow-up on this here in the next days, as well as a tier list. I'll link the full patch notes down below. Barbarian is definitely eating good. They already said it performed solidly and they buffed it even further. And I could not see any real nerfs. There's also pretty cool buffs to the Earthquake buff. They did change the strength scaling a little bit from what I've seen, but they made it overall. The multipliers are looking very good for the Hotar Earthquake Barbarian here. So that's been very nice. Then we have Sorcerer, and this was really cool. They did recognize it was the weakest class as of PTR, and now they are buffing it with some pretty fan favorite builds here. They're doing like generic buffs on passives. They also did change the Ball Lightning unique. Again, you can kind of see it here, how powerful it gets here. The Ball Lightning gives you damage reduction for each active Ball Lightning. It gives double chance to cast, and here a 2.8x multiplier for Ball Lightning. So this was a fan favorite build. Not only are they buffing Whirlwind and Hotar, they're also buffing another fan favorite here with Ball Lightning. And Sorc should be, according to them, stronger than what it was now, because on the PTI it was in fact the weakest class. On the Druid, there was one bug that was causing it to deal infinite damage with Boulder. They fixed that. And they buffed yet another fan favorite build here, the Shred Druid. You guys can see here, this is the new Blurred Beast. Shred deals 75x and has a 33% chance to land an additional strike up to 4 times. This is going to be some pretty significant buffs for Shred. On Rogue, they are focusing on Shadow Clone. It's the Shadow Clone's time to shine, but there's also a ton of cool other new stuff for the Rogue. I think they did show some footage here where the Rogue is getting strong with some traps, and yeah, here the Shadow Clone. Like, this makes, like, I think for a really like cool and fast-paced playstyle. In general, the Rogue character was one of the strongest ones on the PTR already, and I think is gonna get even stronger here. Look at this, looking pretty cool, like how the Shadow Clone is kind of mimicking, you know, what you are doing already, and just blasting out your Twisting Blade and all this other kind of stuff. So yeah, then the Necromancer. The Necromancer had the most powerful build with the new Blood Wave. They said they want to keep it powerful, but they did nerf some of the square root multiplicative scaling and made it additive. So it's not going to be as crazy as it was on the PTI. It was literally one-shotting down at 50 boss. But here the Bone Spear is transformed into a Blood Spear. They have 2 new pants as uniques. And the Blood Wave is basically a wave that can knock back or suck in the enemies, making this a pretty powerful build. And they did change the scaling a little bit, again, to being additive, but it's still going to be a hell of a strong build. And you can also make like a ton of pixel pulls. You see this here, like you drag the monsters together and then you basically just melt them. So this has been, or this is going to be, I think, extremely powerful for the Necromancer here. So that's looking really cool. And Bloodwave, I think, is going to be remaining one of the S tier builds. On Spiritborn, they did say they made minimal changes now. They did fix all the double dipping bugs on the Spiritborn. They also did nerf the Rod of Kapaleke quite a bit. But they also added the Razor Wings and some other cool stuff here. I think for potency skills, this is the boomerang here, the Razor Wings. And you can also make them circle around you. So there's definitely some cool, fresh new builds to play on the Spiritborn. However, it's not going to be like 10 million times stronger than all the other classes anymore. So they tuned this down a little bit. Then here they have a new Witch Power that is focused on overpower. So you guys can kind of see this here. Whenever you kill an enemy, your next 2 overpowers deal 6% damage per kill, up to double. So this is going to be extremely powerful for overpower builds, which the Blood Wave Necromancer is one of. In general, I have all my Season 7 builds already linked below. We're also going to be working on a tier list. It's just going to take a bit of time, and obviously there's going to be a lot of guesswork as we haven't played these final patch notes. Yeah, Razor Wing is going to be lit. Then, obviously, guys, we are also getting the Armory here. Massive quality of life changes. They did also buff some more witch powers. We'll probably make a follow-up video on some of the most powerful witch power combinations. But yeah, the Armory here is coming, and they confirmed again the Armory does not cost any gold, so you can switch anytime you want from your characters to like a bounty character to like a high character, whatever. And you can access the Armory here through all the different ways. Then they did talk a lot about upcoming quality of life changes. So they talked about the Paragon migration. Basically, seasonal experience is going to be added to the Eternal Realm each season, and eventually you will reach Paragon 300 on the Eternal Realm, unlocking the rewards. Then, this is a massive W quality of life, unique power roll updates. So the more greater affix an item has, the higher the chance that it has a high roll. So many of you might remember finding a 4GA Rod of Kek W, a Rod of Kepelecke, and then it had 1% on the secondary. This will not happen anymore. If you have 4 GAs, the range of the Kepelecke is going to be like, I would guess, around 2.8 to 3%. So only like the high roll range. The more greater affix you have, the higher the unique power, and also the higher the aspect power is going to be. So this is going to be the case for Ancestral, both Ancestral and unique items. So if you have 3GA Ancestral, the secondary, let's say Edgemaster, is going to most likely roll on the very, very high end. This is also a massive W in terms of quality of life. And then this was really surprising to me, the gem fragments. You guys might remember, like, you are basically overloaded on gem fragments. You can now use these gem fragments at the jeweler here to kind of craft amulets or rings, whatever you want. You can exchange them as well, and you can kind of see here, you can craft with emeralds or with topaz, you can craft your different amulets. This is going to help you, I believe, a lot to craft, especially like a useful amulet here. So you can just click this. It can be ancestral as well, and it can have like all these passives. It also does cost some Forgotten Souls, which sounds pretty expensive, but we'll see. Basically allowing you to craft a ton of different amulets and basically target farm these. You see, you get this like cache here, then you open the cache and boom, you get an ancestral amulet here that you can pick, and you can just keep crafting these, basically unlocking more or having like a potential of some pretty juicy loot. So that's been pretty cool here. Then they also updated some of the early game stuff. So basically you don't have to do your class quest anymore. The class quest on every character is going to be account bound. So if you've done, let's say, the Sorcerer class quest at any time on your account, in the new season, the way I understand it, once your Sorcerer reaches level 15, it's going to auto-magically unlock the class quest for you, and you're going to get your extra enchantment slot. After that, if you keep doing the class quest or other stuff here, you get an archetype cache, which basically allows you to get some specific items for your character. And then later on, you also get greater caches with greater affixes for your character. So this is going to be a nice way, I think. You see here Pyromancy cache of kind of target farming. You see, you get focus, you get pants, you get like Pyromancy recipes and all this kind of stuff. So I think that's going to be extremely useful here, just while leveling up, basically. Let me double check if I forgot some of the cool stuff. Yeah, they also like talked a lot about the occultist gems. Basically, you can stock it into your rings and your amulets. They did a ton of buffs to most of these. Like you see, it's basically buffs throughout the board here for almost everything. And it's going to be pretty powerful. And then, yeah, they did give a lot more details about the season. One thing here is, because this is like the season of the Whispers, of the bounty caches and stuff, we do also get an ancestral cache here. So this one is going to be a reward from the Tree of Whispers that you can basically choose and get guaranteed greater affix items here. So a ton of fun, and I think overall there is a lot of content in this season in terms of theme, but they did repeat themselves a lot, I feel, in the stream. However, the season theme looks very similar to what we had in Season 2, but Season 2 was very popular, and I think the season theme is going to be pretty cool. I'm definitely looking forward to be blasting it here on Tuesday, just next week in a couple of days. And I'll probably have some more details here as we also got now the entire patch notes. It's a pretty big document. I'm going to link this below here, and we're probably going to go through it and check in on all the updates here. You see kind of here for Hammer Barb, for example. They basically keep buffing it, and the Barbarian is looking pretty powerful here, where the Hoda, I think, got buffed to now 90% weapon damage. And it came all the way from 70%. So, yeah, we're eating good here. There's also some runes that are getting buffed. And it looks like I'm going to be playing Barb. And again, I have already some of my Season 7 builds. I'm going to link that below. Hope you enjoyed, my friends. And I will see you with a more detailed update on tier lists and my starter build and what my plans are going to be for the season here very soon on the channel. GG. Take care. Good luck. What class should I play? Yeah, I don't know. There is a ton of changes. Quality of life was really good. Okay, patch notes. Yeah, we post that recap on YouTube. Barbarische Grüße, Dankeschön. Getting the patch notes? Yep. Exclamation mark patch notes. Hell yeah, buddy. Is there a tier list? I will be making a tier list right here, but it's not ready yet.
For the next Monzis smiley face.
Hey, thank you so much, Shimpun. That's much appreciated. Okay, boys, let's start from the top. So changes are in blue. Okay, so there's a ton of stuff here. Seeker, base game. Okay, which powers? We already kind of know this. Ah, okay. They did post a change on the very top. Okay, ultimate skill damage reduced. Max ultimate skill damage bonus reduced. This is going to nerf the Necro a lot. But the Necro was so powerful. Ultimate skill ranks reduced. Ultimate rank 5 bonus scaling 2 or more attributes have been adjusted due to scaling incorrectly and gaining too much value. Okay. Barbarian, another 10% increase for Hoda. Furious Hammer, crit chance per 10 Fury to 5%. So if you have 100 Fury, you get 50% crit. Okay, this seems very powerful early on, right? Religious Ravenous, yep. Oh, we're gonna stretch a bit. Okay, Hoda Barb is looking very powerful early on. Yeah, okay, Whirlwind damage. This is like not 4%, it's like 20%, right? 25 even. Iron Maelstrom got buffed again. Dude, they can buff Iron Maelstrom like 5 more times. I think it's still not gonna be viable. Iron Maelstrom DPS at this point is maybe a little bit of a meme. I mean, it sounds like it to me. Maybe. Passive. Oh! Okay, Belligerence. Belligerence. Oh man, I don't even know how to pronounce this. How to pronounce this? This got buffed by 1%.
Belligerence.
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 Okay, we're learning. Sorry about that. Barb is back. Let's go. Ooh, Tempered Fury. Yo, all the Ramaladi builds got like a pretty good buff here. That's very nice. Walking Arsenal got another buff. Okay, so it sounds like they only buffed it by 5% here. Barb is eating good again. Yep, it needed to. Gushing Wound buff. Man. Oh, these are massive. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3 buffs and 1 nerf. So they did reduce the strength scaling. Did anyone do the math on this yet? I think this might be still a net positive, no? Okay, depending on how much strength you have. I don't think you lose that much. Okay, this is a pretty big nerf, but this is a pretty big buff, these two. You go from a 1.3 to a 1.6 on 2 aspects. And this one is very insignificant. I think the season is going to be quite enjoyable, yes. I mean, I hope so. Did anyone calculate this? I think we're going to have around the same DPS. Let's say you have like 2.5k strength. I don't know, I think it should be around the same. Dude, they said Minion Necro is gonna be the strongest it has ever been. And remember, we had Holy Bolt, Minion Necro, one-shotting everything. So it should be stronger than that. I don't know. I mean, maybe not. I don't think they were like thinking of that. Okay, Mantle of the Mountain, double damage. Gee. Fields of Crimson got another buff. What? Man, they also buffed Force of Nature. Okay, I don't know what you're talking, like 250% damage. No, you need to see it relatively to what you gain. I think Red Spine, I don't know if you did the calculation, but it should be around the same damage at 2,500 strength. Now you need to calculate the multiplier that you lose. How much percent you have? I mean, we can check it later. Just not now. I'm just like skipping over it. But man, Force of Nature, I mean, you're definitely gonna gain damage. Like, we did not lose, we only gain. Like, we gain less damage per strength, but there's more multipliers. Like 4 other multipliers got a buff. So we're definitely in the positive here. You go from 2.5 to 3x. You go from 1.3 to 1.6. You go from 1.3 to 1.6. You go from... yeah, so at 2,000 you get like 20 times. So you go from like 500% down to like 300%. So you go from like a 6 to like a 4x. You're still gonna be net positive. You're definitely gaining like 20% damage or so. You can calculate it later. Yeah, something like that. So you lose what? So if that's true, you lose 7.25 divided by 3.75. So you lose like double almost, like 1.9, but you get so much back. We can calculate it later. Okay, Lacerate. Rank 5 bonus can now be cancelled while using the skill. What? Poison Shreds going up? I guess there's a percent here. It's going up like 5x. Net positive for sure. Nah, I think it's going to be around like 3k strength. Something like that. I mean, definitely a big buff early game. Because early game you don't have 3000 strength. Even though Barb gets a lot of main stat are pretty fast, I would say. No longer requires critical strikes. Now triggers off any damage from Lacerate or Shred. Right. Did it buff Lightning Omen? Wait, where did they talk about the bug fixes? Okay, we are only like 5% in. Yeah, I think Shred's eating good. Here are the patch notes. You think Sorg's the way to go? I have not read the Sorg stuff. They did say, so the developers literally said, Sorcerer was the weakest class on the public test server. So we buffed it. That's what they said. We'll see what they buffed. Lightning bolt scaling reduced. This is a good thing. Okay, Necromancer. Bone Spear makes the first enemy hit vulnerable and deals 30% increased overpower damage. Not only on the first enemy. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with adding more Tormenteers. Sure. MD. I don't know why they don't go to like T6 at least. T4 was what, like Greater Rift 80? They should at least have T5, Greater Rift 90, and T6, Greater Rift 100. I don't exactly know the scaling, but it should definitely... I don't remember the scaling. Yeah, leaderboards for pits. I mean, you have good ideas, but they're not doing that. I've been given feedback like this for a long time. Like leaderboards, like we talked about this like a year ago. Longer, like when the game launched. They still haven't done it, so it doesn't really look like they're interested in that. I mean, they did do it for the Gauntlet, but the Gauntlet was too easy. Like, it was not a fun game mode. Yeah, I agree. Endgame is still a problem for sure. Anyways, let's keep on reading. Skeleton Mage, Golem scaling reduced. Yo, they did nerf a lot of stuff. Okay, Bloodwave got also gutted a bit. Even though I think it's still one of the strongest. New legendary pants? You mean the 2 pants from the Necro? Or something different? Pepper pants, dude. Bone Spear is guaranteed to critically strike enemies within poison bone prison. I think it's still going to be very strong. Like, dude, that build did 800 trillion. Like, changing some scaling here and there. Rank 5 bonus critical strike damage scaling reduced. Okay, this is like nerf. Bone Spear. I kind of wanted like Bone Spear to be like super viable again. Okay, this is buffed. Yeah, I think it's about even, right? This is also a buff. This is also a buff. It might be around even. Actually pretty decent. Okay, yeah, then all the rogue stuff is mainly Shadow Clone. Okay, here's Sorcerer. So they did say Sorcerer equals weakest class equals many buffs. Ice Shard buff. Ooh, Frost Nova is pretty sick. That's like a free multiplier on almost every build. For 8 seconds. That's pretty big. Duns and Yo Soy Stepdad. Thank you so much. Don't know why the text to speech isn't working. Let me double check.
Welcome back, Diablo Season 7. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
New season? Something to compete with Spiritborn.
Yeah, I think Necro is competing with Spiritborn. We'll see. Oh, the rune also got a buff. Now grants 15% dodge chance and restores 10% of your mana for every enemy hit. Yo, the Nova changes are awesome. But Barb has a ton of multipliers. I think, yeah, Warwind, I agree with you. Warwind needs more buffs. But the Hoda Earthquake stuff looks pretty strong. In my world. Your Ice Blades gain 10% attack speed per active Ice Blade. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Wait, how many Ice Blades do Sorks have? Yeah, okay, we'll get to the tech rune. What's tech rune? I'm interested because it's... But nothing happened here. Is there anything I'm missing? There's no changes from PTR. This was already very strong on the PTR. I don't think there's any change to tech rune. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It's not in blue, so it was already on the PTR. Wait, can't you get like multiple Ice Blades? Like, I remember people had a ton of Ice Blades, no? Oh, you missed the tech charge. Yeah, I mean, that was already on the PTR, though. That's already all calculated in. Oh, man, I think... Okay, I think we're gonna put... Bold Arcane is gonna move down. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put Hoda top. Yo, man, do we put the Hoda Quake in S tier? Dude, this is gonna be so much copium. Dude, Hoda Quake? Yeah, this was already known, like this changes. But this is only additive damage for the Hoda. It's not for the Earthquake itself. So it's not really buffing that. Okay, Deep Freeze. Encase yourself in ice, becoming immune for 4 seconds. Chilling surrounding enemies for 14%. And continuously dealing damage to them. That doesn't sound that good. It has vulnerable scaling. I don't think there's ever going to be a DPS skill, right? Deep freeze, initial hit. Makes surrounding enemies burn. After it ends, your non-ultimate cooldowns are reset. Your frost skills deal 25% increased. Don't know, man. These ultimates. Yeah, we'll check PoE. Can I download it? Let me see. You guys already download the patch or what? I mean, I'll download the patch while we talk about like when the patch is done, we'll play. But I want to finish the patch notes here for sure. Patch happening right now. It's fake news. I mean, let me know when it's up. I don't think it's happening right now. Like, then I could download it. Did you download it? Servers are restarting. Yeah, let me know when they restarted. If you saw, yeah. But yeah, thanks for the update. Much appreciated, man. Does restarting mean we're getting the patch even? That might not even like mean that. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for keeping me updated, guys. Much appreciated. Dankeschön. Yeah, I want to see the new towers for sure. And some of the new density in the maps. In New Zealand, it's Friday, yep. This is the way. Yeah, I think I'm quaking. Most likely. Like, I already have some builds here. Like, the Hoda Quake buff here is very sick. Okay, permafrost. %6 increased damage while frost skill is on your action bar. What? That's cool. Asu got buffed. Enlightenment. Enchantments. Okay, we already knew this change. Wait, this is a lightning spear buff? The damage from critical strike bonuses now scales from 60 buff to 100? That's wild. They're still nerfing LS? I mean, Lightning Spear was the most ridiculous build at some point. Yo, they're even buffing Paragon Glyphs. Adapt is getting a multiplier. Execute, Static Search. Searing Heat. Pyromancy skills have 12% increased crit chance. Okay. Top 3 builds for Barbs. Definitely rank 1 is the Hoda Quake. I think Mighty Throw. Did Mighty Throw get nerfed? No. Mighty Throw is rank 2. What's rank 3? Yeah, rank 3 I don't really know. Druid both are still viable? True. I don't know. We have not been to the bug fixes, exactly what they nerfed. We'll get there. Farm 100s? Yeah, something like that. Hoda with Fury scaling and multiplying your Hoda damage with Earthquakes. You mean like pure Hoda without the Earthquake scaling? Maybe. So maybe rank 1 is Hoda Earthquake, rank 2 is Mighty Throw, and rank 3 is like pure Hoda? Is that what you're saying? I mean, it might be. But why would you play pure Hoda if you can play Hoda Earthquake and that's going to be much better? Like, they clearly have to focus on that, making that good. It's not a multiplier and it's not x100. It's like x2, but I think it's plus. I don't think it's a multiplier. The way I remember it working was 50% additive. And now it's simply 100% additive, which is nowhere near as good as having a multiplier. Patch notes and balance change from the campfire chat for the new season starting next week in just 5 days. First of all, here... Campfire recap. Alright, we're gonna be posting this. Get ready, yeah. Here's the video, guys. Leave a like, leave a comment, helps a lot. Pin, pin, pin. What is this cooldown? Give now. Here we have the summary and... Okay, I got the full recap. Okay, then they have a lot of bug fixes. They mentioned Rawhide. They did fix Rawhide, if I remember correctly, already. Season 7 Campfire recap. Yeah, Rawhide from the Mercenary Bargains. I mean, we're also kind of getting new dungeons. Wait, URL cannot be shortened. What is this? Hey everybody, it's Warp here. Okay, sometimes it doesn't work. Fix an issue where Splinter Energy was not properly scaling with both additive and multiplicative damage sources. Okay, I mean, there's definitely some good stuff here. Yeah. Patch of Exile, it's in 15 minutes. Okay, let's watch the recap. I gotta go get a snack, go to the bathroom, and then we'll see. I wanna like listen and check the rest though. Alright, boys, this is the recap. I'll be back a sec. Hey everybody, it's Vorp here. We just got the full patch notes and balance change from the Campfire chat for the new season starting next week in just 5 days. First of all, here we have the summary, and we got new dungeons. I'm only going to talk about the new stuff here. We got the blistering root holes that you can basically open as a dungeon key from the headhunt. They're basically going to open like a new type of like nightmare dungeon, if you will, with different challenges and different rewards here, and some super cool witchcraft powers here. And you're basically blasting throughout this entire dungeon here, getting new monsters and getting new rewards at the end here. Then we got a ton of class balance changes here. I made a full sheet where we just highlighted the most important stuff. So in general, guys, they are nerfing the ultimates a little bit again. If you remember, you can get the ultimates to rank 5 and unlock additional scaling and bonuses for them. That was, they want to keep them powerful, but they're also going to tune them down a little bit. Then in general, summoning characters like Necromancer, Shadow Clone, Ancient Barb, like all the summons are getting massive buffs and should now be affected by almost all the DPS multipliers here. And that's going to make it pretty insane. They're going to like change crowd control a little bit going forward, but this is not going to happen on the launch yet. Now going to the Barbarian, we are actually getting Hoter buffs. They said Barbarian here performed solidly on the PTR. They are buffing Hammer of the Ancients and they are buffing Whirlwind. I'll probably do a detailed follow-up on this here in the next days, as well as a tier list. I'll link the full patch notes down below. Barbarian is definitely eating good. They already said it performed solidly and they buffed it even further. And I could not see any real nerfs. There's also pretty cool buffs to the Earthquake buff. They did change the strength scaling a little bit from what I've seen, but they made it overall. The multipliers are looking very good for the Hoter Earthquake Barbarian here. So that's been very nice. Then we have Sorceress, and this was really cool. They did recognize it was the weakest class as of PTR, and now they are buffing it with some pretty fan favorite builds here. They're doing like generic buffs on passives. They also did change the Ball Lightning unique. Again, you can kind of see it here, how powerful it gets here. The Ball Lightning gives you damage reduction for each active Ball Lightning. It gives double chance to cast, and here a 2.8x multiplier for Ball Lightning. So this was a fan favorite build. Not only are they buffing Whirlwind and Hoder, they're also buffing another fan favorite here with Ball Lightning. And Sorc should be, according to them, stronger than what it was now, because on the PTI it was in fact the weakest class. On the Druid, there was one bug that was causing it to deal infinite damage with Boulder. They fixed that. And they buffed yet another fan favorite build here, the Shred Druid. You guys can see here, this is the new Blurred Beast. Shred deals 75x and has a 33% chance to land an additional strike up to 4 times. This is going to be some pretty significant buffs for Shred. On Rogue, they are focusing on Shadow Clone. It's the Shadow Clone's time to shine, but there's also a ton of cool other new stuff for the Rogue. I think they did show some footage here where the Rogue is getting strong with some traps, and yeah, here the Shadow Clone. Like this makes like I think for a really like cool and fast-paced playstyle. In general, the Rogue character was one of the strongest ones on the PTR already, and I think is gonna get even stronger here. Look at this, looking pretty cool, like how the Shadow Clone is kind of mimicking, you know, what you are doing already, and just blasting out your Twisting Blade and all this other kind of stuff. So, yeah. Then the Necromancer. The Necromancer had the most powerful build with the new Blood Wave. They said they want to keep it powerful, but they did nerf some of the square root multiplicative scaling and made it additive. So it's not going to be as crazy as it was on the PTI. It was literally one-shotting down at 50 boss. But here the Bone Spear is transformed into a Blood Spear. They have 2 new pants as uniques. And the Blood Wave is basically a wave that can knock back or suck in the enemies, making this a pretty powerful build. And they did change the scaling a little bit, again, to being additive, but it's still going to be a hell of a strong build. And you can also make like a ton of pixel pulls. You see this here, like you drag the monsters together and then you basically just melt them. So this has been, or this is going to be, I think, extremely powerful for the Necromancer here. So that's looking really cool. And Bloodwave, I think, is going to be remaining one of the S tier builds. On Spiritborn, they did say they made minimal changes now. They did fix all the double dipping bugs on the Spiritborn. They also did nerf the Rod of Kapaleka quite a bit. But they also added the Razor Wings and some other cool stuff here. I think for potency skills, this is the boomerang here, the Razor Wings. And you can also make them circle around you. So there's definitely some cool, fresh new builds to play on the Spiritborn. However, it's not gonna be like 10 million times stronger than all the other classes anymore. So they tuned this down a little bit. Then here they have a new Witch Power that is focused on overpower. So you guys can kind of see this here. Whenever you kill an enemy, your next 2 overpowers deal 6% damage per kill, up to double. So this is going to be extremely powerful for overpower builds, which the Blood Wave Necromancer is one of. In general, I have all my Season 7 builds already linked below. We're also going to be working on a tier list. It's just going to take a bit of time, and obviously there's going to be a lot of guesswork as we haven't played these final patch notes. Yeah, Razor Wing is going to be lit. Then, obviously, guys, we are also getting the Armory here. Massive quality of life changes. They did also buff some more Witch Powers. We'll probably make a follow-up video on some of the most powerful Witch Power combinations. But yeah, the Armory here is coming, and they confirmed again the Armory does not cost any gold. So you can switch anytime you want from your characters to like a bounty character, to like a high character, whatever. And you can access the Armory here through all the different ways. Then they did talk a lot about upcoming quality of life changes. So they talked about the Paragon migration. Basically, seasonal experience is going to be added to the Eternal Realm each season, and eventually you will reach Paragon 300 on the Eternal Realm, unlocking the rewards. Then, this is a massive W quality of life. Unique power roll updates. So the more greater affix an item has, the higher the chance that it has a high roll. So many of you might remember finding a 4GA Rod of Kek W, a Rod of Kapaleka, and then it had 1% on the secondary. This will not happen anymore. If you have 4 GAs, the range of the Kapaleka is going to be like, I would guess, around 2.8 to 3%. So only like the high roll range. The more greater affix you have, the higher the unique power, and also the higher the aspect power is going to be. So this is going to be the case for Ancestral, both Ancestral and unique items. So if you have 3GA Ancestral, the secondary, let's say Edgemaster, is going to most likely roll on the very, very high end. This is also a massive W in terms of quality of life. And then this was really surprising to me, the gem fragments. You guys might remember, like, you are basically overloaded on gem fragments. You can now use these gem fragments at the jeweler here to kind of craft amulets or rings, whatever you want. You can exchange them as well, and you can kind of see here, you can craft with emeralds or with topaz, you can craft your different amulets. This is going to help you, I believe, a lot to craft, especially like a useful amulet here. So you can just click this. It can be ancestral as well, and it can have like all these passives. It also does cost some Forgotten Souls, which sounds pretty expensive, but we'll see. Basically allowing you to craft a ton of different amulets and basically target farm these. You see, you get this like cache here, then you open the cache and boom, you get an ancestral amulet here that you can pick, and you can just keep crafting these, basically unlocking more or having like a potential of some pretty juicy loot. So that's been pretty cool here. Then they also updated some of the early game stuff. So basically you don't have to do your class quest anymore. The class quest on every character is going to be account bound. So if you've done, let's say, the Sorcerer class quest at any time on your account, in the new season, the way I understand it, once your Sorcerer reaches level 15, it's going to auto-magically unlock the class quest for you, and you're going to get your extra enchantment slot. After that, if you keep doing the class quest or other stuff here, you get an archetype cache, which basically allows you to get some specific items for your character. And then later on, you also get greater caches with greater affixes for your character. So this is going to be a nice way, I think. You see here pyromancy cache of kind of target farming. You see, you get focus, you get pants, you get like pyromancy recipes and all this kind of stuff. So I think that's going to be extremely useful here, just while leveling up, basically. Let me double check if I forgot some of the cool stuff. Yeah, they also like talked a lot about the occultist gems. Basically, you can stock it into your rings and your amulets. They did a ton of buffs to most of these. Like you see, it's basically buffs throughout the board here for almost everything. And it's going to be pretty powerful. And then, yeah, they did give a lot more details about the season. One thing here is, because this is like the season of the whispers, of the bounty caches and stuff, we do also get an ancestral cache here. So this one is going to be a reward from the Tree of Whispers that you can basically choose and get guaranteed greater affix items here. So a ton of fun, and I think overall there is a lot of content in this season in terms of theme, but they did repeat themselves a lot, I feel, in the stream. However, the season theme looks very similar to what we had in Season 2, but Season 2 was very popular, and I think the season theme is going to be pretty cool. I'm definitely looking forward to be blasting it here on Tuesday, just next week in a couple of days. And I'll probably have some more details here as we also got now the entire patch note. Yeah, patch note as I gotta walk through. PoE patch is up. Do I need to restart Steam to download? Probably, right? Shutting down Steam. Yeah, download. I mean, it usually takes me a while. It might lag the stream a bit. I don't know how big it's gonna be. Okay, the download is starting, boys. I hope we don't completely crash the stream. It might be having some lag issues.
Yeah, looking forward for Necro in S7.
Yeah, Necro is looking pretty strong. Wait, fuck, it's that big? Bro, that's gonna take me quite some time. 10 gigabytes. Yeah, I can't even start the download. Internet is not the best. Okay, we keep watching the patch notes though. It's downloading. Well, I'm probably gonna check in at some point. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna take some time with my internet, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, patch notes are live. We're watching them right now. Yeah, my internet sucks. Yeah, but your name is Tesla. Like, you're probably much faster. 2 minutes for me? Yeah, it's gonna be like 20 minutes. Temporalis' nerf? I think it should have been nerfed, especially after it was duped. But even without that. What did they change even? Huh. It's gonna take me 40 minutes, boys. Oh, 0.1. That's wild. How do you feel about Season 7 Endgame coming from PoE? I think both games need to work on the endgame. I like the story a lot better in PoE at the moment. But again, it's early access, so there's still a lot of stuff coming, right? Yeah, Hoda is so back. Okay, we're gonna quote this. I'm downloading, guys. Quote. Full season 7 patch notes. PvE2 in game is based on Tier 1 leagues, sad but true. Well, why is it sad? I mean, a lot of people like that. Yeah, the patch is gonna take me some time. Wait, I think I'm fucking limiting myself. Maybe it's gonna crash my... Okay, let's see if the stream is gonna crash. We're still fine. Okay, now it's giga laggy. Fuck, dude. How big of a lag spike did we have? I mean, people are gonna hate again, right? You're just saying, like, it's cool to play both games, and people are gonna hate. Wait for it. How many people are gonna hate on this again? Yeah, guys, we'll see. Leave a like, or leave a comment, or don't leave a like. The war has started. Man, the image is killer. Living on an island? But I'm not. They'll make another D4 bad song? Who's they? I think it's definitely from people in both communities. Alright, boys, we're gonna have another drink. This time we have an iced tea from Holy. This is the Mango Passion. Mango Passion. Yeah, just enjoy both of them, man. Man, it's so good. I got some like fresh ice in there. You see this? It's like a bunch of crushed ice. Iced tea from Holy, guys. You support the stream, sugar-free, delicious, and 10% off with my code ROB. Cheers. Yeah, Walking Arsenal got another buff today. Sorry, my stream is still a bit laggy with... I'm downloading the Path of Exile patch right now. It's letting my stream act up a bit. I know, it sucks. What do people say here about ball lightning? After playing Spiritborn, yeah. I don't know if you say it even like this. Whatever. Don't think about it too much. Patch is out, I'm downloading, but my internet's slow. We have 20%. The wrong patch notes? What the fuck is this guy talking about? What do you mean wrong patch notes? Mr. Bargoli, the Barb Nation shall rise once more. That's right. The Barb Nation's going strong. It means PoE. PoE patch notes already came out, right? Love both games. Look at this guy. At least he's positive about it, man. A great time to enjoy some ARPGs. Okay, let's see Spiritborn changes. I hope they buffed some Spiritborn stuff. Come on, turn the radio on. Temporalis is gone. What happens sometimes. Okay, Protector got a nerf. Seeker got a nerf. What are they on about with the changes, though? I feel we kind of need to know, like, what exactly they changed. No, I think it's probably under bug fixes. This is all old. Oh, this is big. Okay, so this is all the resolve stacking. Triple masterworking. Fixed an issue where max resolve stacks affixes were receiving twice the expected benefits. So instead of plus 13, it's gonna be like plus 6. No reason why you can't play and enjoy both games. That's what I've been saying, man. I mean, you can leave a comment here if you like. The patch won't download. Try on Steam. I don't know. Like, you don't need to log in. Like, I just, like, download it normally. We're almost halfway done, boys. My internet is, like, crashing. Man, that kind of sucks. Yeah, this is a big deal. I mean, the patch adds new towers and stuff. They do add a couple of new things. Okay, Kurast Undercity. Dark Citadel. Fix an issue where the progression for the Blood into Groove quest could be blocked if all enemies were defeated before the objective was started. Whatever. Okay, base game. Casting ultimate skills nerfed. Hoda, double damage. Oh, but this is kind of the things that we've seen, right? Dude, this is insane. Ranks to heavy hitter on the weapon recipe. PoE patch is live as well. We're downloading it right now. It's all live, boys. No, the main damage is Quake. You can watch this video. The Hoda itself is not dealing much damage. My take. I had fun in Diablo 4 and now in PoE 2. I'm a PoE 1 vet, and even though I think PoE is a better game right now, I hope D4 Rising to do challenge and improve a lot since I have returned to the game to have a lot of fun. Oh yes. That's a very base take, I think, Iris Gaming. Like, you play whatever you like, and there's no harm in playing more than one video game. And competition is good for us as the customer, because both of the games will continue to push each other to be better, you know? I think aggressive resistance, that was in the defensive pool. It doesn't exist as a tempering manual anymore. I think they completely axed that. It doesn't exist. Yeah. Hey, Gremling. Cheers, man. Yeah, no surprises there. Wait, maximum resolve stacks also got replaced? Fuck. fuck, dude. I think this is an old node, though. Yeah, ugly bastard. What did it change? Double damage. The fire res seems so useless. Have a good night, Rob. See ya. Oh my gosh. Have a good night. Sorry, I don't have any more keys at the moment. But it's fine to play the... You can play the new season completely without the DLC. You don't need it at all. You can just play. None of this requires you to even have the DLC. Well, the Spiritborn and some stuff, but... You get the Season 7 for free. You don't have to pay. I feel like a lot of people are getting that wrong. So this one is gone, yes? I mean, only because they said they fixed it doesn't mean it's actually fixed, but I'm cautiously optimistic. This is the strongest Druid build. You think it's still the strongest when it's not bugged? I don't even know how this can keep happening. DPS is good. But this was just boulders stacking up. This is Season 7 Poison Boulder. But I think it got nerfed. They fixed the Immortal Barb? Yeah, I think they did fix it. This was the strongest Necro build. Oh, I can't load it this. It's because I'm downloading. We're gonna be dropping more frames. Yeah, we need to look at some of these powers. Wasn't there some stuff that was enhancing main stat? Like pretty significantly? Yeah, I'm still downloading. I'm not sure. I'm on PC. We are at 70%. Ugly Bastard, I can get 21 aggressive resistance, 3 from points, 1 from chest. And that does sound pretty broken. I'm thinking to come back from Season 7. What class do you think will be strongest? I think it's between Necro, Spiritborn, and Hoda Barb. I think at the moment the Necro is the strongest. What do you think is going to be the strongest class? Like, I had my money on the Necro, but today they announced they nerf it. It didn't nerf it that much. Or do you want hard to play? I mean, I don't know. Hard to play. There's always going to be some crazy build. Yeah, I personally gonna go Bob. Like 99%. I mean, I could also go Spiritborn, I guess. But Bob all the way, guys. Cheers. Bob is live. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it loaded now. This is the Necro build I'm talking about. Nah, the quality is kind of shitty. Like, this Necro build's ridiculous. Sorry about the quality. Just some video. Hey D, how's it going? My internet's going down because I'm downloading PoE. Yeah, they did nerf the Necro a bit though. But I think it's still going to be extremely powerful. With the current nerf just announced, do you think that Necro will be that strong? Not that strong. But this is 150 and he's one-shotting every pack and the boss. Yeah, sorry about the quality. Oh, look, the quality is better. Pork. Yo, the curse is also huge. Yeah, this looks fun. It is fun. I don't really know how much it's getting nerfed. It's hard to say. Yeah, sure, send it. You see, one shot every pack in 150. This on the PTR was way stronger than Spiritborn. Like, way stronger. This reminds me of Season 1 Necro with the aura. Look how he's just playing with the monsters. Thanks, I will check that. Okay, I triple hit that helm. Okay, choose bookmark folder. Immortal Bob. That's funny, dude. Look at this boss fight. This is his gear. I wanted to kind of see what... He doesn't even show the powers that he was playing. Yeah, but the ultimate scaling is getting nerfed and both the aspects are getting nerfed. It's not bugged. At least the Necro is not bugged. I can't load anything until this is done. 1 GB left, boys. Okay, this is Immortal Bob. 21 aggressive resistance. Jesus. Okay. So you need GA double hit it. It's ×5, right? I can't load this. Did they do anything to change this? Yo, they didn't nerf this. What is not working on console? Immortal Bob? Pretty sure it is. You just need the right gear. You know, you can't die. Yo, Immortal Bob is back, baby. The fuck is right here doing? Yo, eventually she's gonna die from the thorns. Yeah, thanks for linking this. This is the best Lilith kill, man. Yeah, also full AFK. I like that. Didn't even press a single button. Damn, man, how are these so OP? 21 ranks. 1 from the chest, that's 22. Plus 3, that's 25. Oh no, where have we seen this before, guys? Gain 100% damage reduction. I'm gonna make a great PvP build with this. Oh man. Yep. That's not busted. I'm afraid, man, one day they're gonna make this scale multiplicatively. He's like, no idea where the gamma damage is coming from. But I think it's good. Yeah, I do have a recap. I'll link this on YouTube. Yeah, the overpower stuff is getting pretty strong. Harry Kane. I think Mighty Throw. Mighty Throw we might get here. Allegedly this shit's been fixed. But who really knows if they fixed it? Guys, what other builds do you think are gonna be powerful next season? The fuck, do I have it open twice? What's the new season? I do have a full recap right here. Okay, boys, what else has potential? What else has a lot of potential? And I think these are all gonna be nerfed like crazy, dude. Yeah, Bone Spear, right? They didn't buff Spirit. Oh, but Bone Spear was like... Dude, Bone Spear was in the shitter. Bone Spear, any chance? I'm not sure. Hurricane Wolves. I just want to list some of the new builds. They did say Minions is as strong as ever. What was the buffs to Minion Necro? But this sheet is work in progress. There is exclamation mark sheet. Yeah, okay. Man. I think we're gonna go like way less. I mean, 90 is like the shitter already. Thanks. Does it work? Fuck. Whew. Okay, Druid is going down. I don't really believe in a Druid. Bloodwave, I think, is the best build still. Yeah, Quill Volley, I don't know. There was no specific nerfs to Quill Volley, right? Let me double check. Nah, just a buff. It's done, boys. PoE download is done. Easy. Wasn't even hard. No cooking, D4? What do you mean? You can already visit them here. But what do you mean, no cooking? Yes, cooking. But this is gonna take some time. It's also a lot of hypotheticals. Spiritborn got nerfed because of less resolve stacks and kept a Lecker nerf. Yeah, but those doesn't really matter. The biggest nerf is a double dipping being fixed. But it's still extremely powerful. I don't know. On the PTI it was extremely powerful. So is it already updated? Yeah, what's the in-game chart? Yeah, let me see if... You guys can just log in, right? The new Barbarian Ubers. I don't know, what is a Barbarian Uber? You can log in. God damn it, man. What is this loading screen? Yeah, let's quickly add the people. I was supposed to... World? Okay, I'll try this in a sec. You're welcome in, man. Music on both is great, yeah. Thoughts on Season 7? I think it's looking pretty sick. Wait, is the Mountains Fury X? Or is it Plus? Not so sure, man. It doesn't really say. $50 million in-game Diablo gold? No, I mean, for sure. It's easy to come by. 50 million in PoE? Don't think you can trade that. I'm most likely starting Barb. You haven't fully decided. Howda is back. Howda is back strong. Patch notes with embeds. Man, the artwork is so sick. Okay, so which of the sigils are we gonna take on Bob? Phew. This has been nerfed like crazy. %1 maximum resistance to all elements. Yeah, I think we're gonna trade a core stuff, right? Well, you have 3 or more Eldritch Witch powers. I don't think we can have both. I think you want the Piranado. Why does the Eldritch Wrath tech really unlock us? It seems like it didn't nerf the stats. Don't think we can realistically even take this. This is extremely powerful. But what's the last one? Now it puts the runes in here as well, dude. I don't know, man. About these powers. The powers are kind of yikes. I feel like you have to do a lot more testing with these powers. Like nobody truly knows. Yeah, I have Mighty Throw still very much on the top. Obviously, no one knows like how good it's gonna be exactly. Razor Wings season, trust me, bro. I mean, I think it is going to be pretty powerful. Do you think it's really going to beat Quill Volley? I mean, it might. Yeah. Which boss will drop Necropants? Did they? Yeah, actually, I didn't talk about this, right? Oh, they try hard to make it work in a way. But resolve stacking was already taking the hit on the PTR. This is nothing new. Is it gonna be Lightning Spear again? Do we know the release date? Tuesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days from now. It's gonna be pretty soon. Fucking insane. Yeah, stuff keeps taking some big hits though. Patch here, patch there, patch everywhere. Do we chat with Rakuna? Oh man, it's so sad, dude. Spiritborn looking strong. Let's see if socks are happy. How is it looking for the rogue? Oh yeah, How is Shadow Clone Rogue? I think Rogue was pretty strong on the PTR. Do we have any videos of any Rogues from the PTR, guys? Definitely Shadow Clone Rogue. They say it's so strong. Let's see. It's not close, it's clone. Fuck this. Yo, can you hear me? Oh wait, shit. Why does it not work? Input device, microphone. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you too. Nice. Dude, how's it going? How do you like the patch notes so far?
It's a bit sad for the Sorc, not gonna lie.
Wait, but they did acknowledge that Sorc is the weakest class on the PTR.
Yeah, they acknowledge it, but they give like 1-2% here and here, and like it's not like they give like very small buff, like 5% here and stuff. And
yeah.
it's not nearly gonna be enough, I think.
But you're gonna start Sorc.
Yeah, I will play Sorc for 3 days probably.
What about Firebolt?
Well, no one's wanna play Firebolt Shatter again.
But
right?
it's still bugged, right? Or broken?
Well, they didn't say anything about that, so I guess so.
I mean, like, I'm like missing the entire section in the patch notes that says bug fixes. Like, I don't like. Have you found this? Like, where does it say all the Spiritborn bugs they fixed?
I think it's Shadow Fix.
Everything Shadow fixed.
Yeah, but I don't know about Shatter. Like, even if it's still here, I don't think anyone's wanna play it again.
Yeah, I mean the build sucks. Let's be real.
I think it's
Firebolt's
gonna be
terrible.
Lightning Spear again.
Compared to this patch, did they change any big stuff from the PTR?
It now scale of Lightning Spear damage, not the flat damage anymore. It used to be 96%, but now the aspect change.
That's splintering, right?
Yeah, splintering.
Critical hits of Lightning Spear cause the spear to arc. Damage is increased by 100% of your crit.
It's Lightning Spear damage now. It used to have flat damage. I don't know if you remember. Like,
Yeah, I
as a
remember.
value. And the value was like 4 times higher than that.
Yeah, so now you want to also put points in Lightning Spear to increase the damage.
Yeah. You just put 4 more points.
Well, I think overall it's a better scaling way. Like you're scaling like the same thing and not something external.
Well, it's just 4 times less.
Yeah, Blood Wave got nerfed a lot. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. So you see no hope, like, for Blizzard or Ball Lightning to be anywhere decent?
Not really. Maybe, I think at max, like without the seasonal power, I haven't looked into seasonal power that much, it's gonna be around like bits 100, 110 maybe?
Yeah, seasonal power does not look as crazy. I don't know, do you have anything with main stat scaling, like Barb has, for example, or Druid has?
Everything is capped for us. Searing hit is capped, Fistless Conjure, everything is capped at 60%.
Yeah, that sucks. Like, there's a lot of main stat stuff you can get from the season powers.
I mean, Lightning is still gonna be strongest probably.
Movements,
because we got like, you know, new legendary node and stuff that give damage, but that's kind of like, I feel like since season 5, season 4, I only play Firebolt, Lightning Spear.
Yeah. Oh man, that's weird. So Sorcerer not in a good spot, you think?
No, it's not in a good spot.
But do you not feel like the Nova and the Ice Blades? I mean, yeah, it's 15% damage here, but the Ice Blade? No, like to me that seems pretty cool.
Yeah, but if you take season 6 and you give a sorcerer like 3-4 times more damage, it's still not that strong. It still like pits 110, 150, like 115 maybe. Even with 3 times more damage, it's not like crazy, you know. And the Ice Blade, if it's category 1, is totally useless. We're already capped. But apparently it's category 2, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it probably follows the same pattern as how it works right now. Like the Ice Blade gain 10% attack speed per active blade. That should... Yeah, it sounds like category 2. I mean, you can probably test that, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be very easy.
Ah, gonna be fun. Okay, nothing else cool, man? Like, what the hell?
No, as we can see, like...
So, like, Sorceress seems like the only one that doesn't really have, like, a new cool build to play. Like, maybe Ball Lightning, but...
Well, look at the Ball Lightning, but I think everyone's gonna play the one with Gravitational, like the offhands that make Ball Lightning gravitate around you, because the other one is just Frozen Orb. Like, it's literally the Frozen Orb, but with Lightning.
Yeah. But this one seems pretty strong, like 2.8x, you get chance to cast twice, you get ranks, you get damage reduction, and you get attack speed.
It was roughly the same as Ball Lightning before.
Yeah, but they buffed it quite a bit.
It's not enough, I think, to compete with Lightning Spear. Like, it's gonna be cool, but not strong enough for people to be, like, want to play it, I think.
Damage reduction for each active Ball Lightning. How many are you gonna have?
It's capped at 20, if I remember.
Really? It's just fucking capped?
Yeah, there is a cap. I think it was 20. So, yeah, it's not, like, crazy neither.
Wait, that's stupid that it's capped.
Yes.
But attack speed, it's not that great to have the attack speed.
Well, I mean, you're gonna finish category 2 usually, at least if you're playing like some conjuration build. People are like,
Yeah.
any idea when Diablo 4 will leave early access, dude?
Man, that's a shame. Like, where is our AZ?
Well, I was kind of hoping with having a dev stream today that they would, like, you know, announce something new. I mean, there is some cool, like minor stuff, but nothing really big.
I feel like every mid-season that we have now, like the really mid-season that we have was season 2 and season 3. They add AOZ, then they add gauntlets, but then they did not add everything anymore. It's like just a balancing patch.
Yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, the dev stream, like, it started like pretty weak, but I think towards the end, like, there's so many quality of life things that are gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, the quality of life is very good, like the armory and stuff. But the problem just remains the same. Like, after a few weeks, what do we do? Like, we're just missing stuff to do. Like, the season really looks cool. Like, we need to play around the seasonal power. I haven't checked everything yet. This seems very cool, but I'm just afraid that we have nothing to do anymore.
That's true. Yeah, Bob got some pretty cool changes though. Like, Bob still has Mighty Throw, which is kind of clunky, but now it also has the Earthquake stuff, which is pretty strong. Necro got nerfed, but I still think Necro might win. I mean, you could just play Spiritborn. Like, Spiritborn looks still pretty powerful.
I think I would play Necro after Assault.
Yeah, or Necro. Yeah, Necro. I think Necro is the strongest class this season.
How high do you think Bob gonna push?
I don't know.
You think you're gonna do 150?
But it doesn't really matter that much how high Pit is gonna do. Like, if you do 140 or 150, it's the same thing.
Well, towards people, it's not the same. People want to do 150.
Yeah, but there's no reward, there's no nothing. But yeah, probably 140 it's gonna do.
People just want to do 150 and quit the game, you know? It's like the ultimate achievement to finish the season of Diablo, doing pits 150.
Yeah. I think Necro is gonna be the easiest for that.
Did you see what Adam Fletcher said? He said no more gauntlet probably, like it's over.
That like on X? Let me see.
Yeah, on X, like he answered his own post, I think, and he said like, bye gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really mind that. It's just, hopefully we can get like a leaderboard.
Well, a leaderboard of what? Of the pits?
Oh, he said it though. Will trial gauntlet return? Probably not. Looking at leaderboards in other ways. That's a W.
Yeah, but in the future means like soon TM. What does
Soon
it mean?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm very happy about this. Like, yeah, no gauntlet, F that, but we're gonna make leaderboards. Soon TM.
Yeah, but when?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but like, at least they're looking into it.
I mean, I think they are looking into that. They are looking into Endgame. They are looking into like auction house. They are looking into many things. But the question is, when can we play?
Don't know. Biggest question is, are we gonna get an expansion this year?
I think we're gonna get Paladin in.
Which Necro builds OP? Bloodwave. There's a clip in the planner here. They did nerf this a bit, but it's still insanely strong. I don't know, I gotta do the math on how much they nerfed it, but...
If Armory took them 7 seasons, maybe we're gonna get leaderboard in 7 more seasons.
Yeah, but 7 seasons, it's like almost 2 years.
Season 14.
Yeah, it's gonna be like in 2026, dude. End of
We're gonna
2026.
be fucking old. We're gonna be grandpa.
If they bring out a new expansion this year without Endgame, then it would be a bad move. I don't know. I mean, they said annual expansions. I think as long as they bring Paladin, people are gonna be Porg. Let's go.
Yeah, but if they need to bring Paladin and probably Endgame, maybe Enigma and stuff like this. Otherwise, like if it just...
Dude, they just nerfed the Did you see in PoE they nerfed the Temporalysis?
I didn't see. I didn't play PoE yet.
They nerfed it, man. It's like
I would just
0.1.
switch to Spark.
It's 0.1
It's like
now.
what?
It's a 0.1 cooldown.
I would just play Spark and Archmage if I ever play again. Did they add some more endgame in PoE or just quality of life for maps?
Yeah, I mean, quality of life mostly. They did rebalance a lot of maps and added some new towers. But, yo, chat, is there like any like real content for I mean, yeah, you could say like content in a way, but it's more like balance, quality of life changes. The content is gonna come with class balance in the next big patch, I think.
Finding 5 tower to buff them with quantity, to find maps, and then you find your wasteland to buff them again, like you prepare for 2 hours to be able to do maps to farm to get divine. Like, oh my god, it gives me anxiety. Like, it was okay when I started doing it for fun, and then I got bored and I didn't want to do it again.
Okay, I think this is plus. Season of the leaderboards. Yeah, I mean, something like that.
So the Bob's gonna be Hota Bob with Earthquake, like you're gonna have Earthquake and spam Hota on it?
Yes. The gameplay is... I'll play a clip on my stream.
It's like firewall fireballs shooting through the shit. Moon Beast? What is Moon Beast?
I think it's insanely fun, this build.
It has big animation.
Yeah, the animation is super cool.
Big animation. Maybe I'll play it, maybe. Man, but if every class can do like pits 140, how is the Druid?
Dude, I think the Druid had one good build and it got nerfed. Excuse me, what is this game? It's called Diablo 4. Holy Milkshake is really good, man. I mean, obviously I'm sponsored by them, but I still think it's very delicious.
Ooh.
But I think the milkshakes are sold out on the website, actually. Nah, just people are asking in my chat about the milkshakes from my sponsor, this one.
The holy thing?
Yeah. You should try it once, Mekuna. Did they have like a starter pack?
I did advertising for them. I said...
Oh, so did you try it? So you tried it?
if you no, that was just a joke. But I said if you drink that, you become 10 times smarter than what you actually
Okay, that's very a bit of like false advertising. I'm always saying, like, do you remember the Holy Bolt Elixir? Like, you're getting 10% more damage, guys, and 10% off with my code ROB. Plus, you're supporting the stream. What's my starter bar build? Well, I'm going to be playing Hoda, I think. Hoda or Upheaval. They're both strong. Dude, you could even play Whirlwind Barb for leveling now.
We're gonna play Incinerate or Firewall.
Yeah, guys, I'm getting the starter sets here. This is the one I'm getting usually. Oh, this one is good. Holy Bolt Elixir IRL, guys. You get the starter set, you get the shaker, plus the most popular 14 flavors. But yeah, Hoda Barb's eating good. They also said, man, that minions are gonna be the best ever. You remember, like, the Holy Bolt minion Necro Mekuna? Like, they said it's gonna be better than that, basically. Like, they said it's gonna be the best ever.
It got destroyed, the Necrominion, what do you mean?
Yeah, but I couldn't figure it out by the patch notes as well. They said something about it's the best the minion has ever been.
Well, it's gonna be Bloodwave.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's gonna be Bloodwave.
Yeah, I think so too, but they were talking a lot about minions. So in S tier, from my perspective right now, I have Bloodwave, Necro, Hoda Quake, and Quill Volley. I'm not sure about...
again?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't get nerfed. Like, you know, if Quill Volley was the best Spiritborn build before, with all the bugs, but all the other builds also had all the bugs, Quill Volley is still the best, right? I mean, they did buff Razor Wings, so Razor Wings has some potential. But, I mean, from my perspective, and I saw it on the PTI, it was pretty strong.
I think it was clearing 110, 120 maybe?
Okay, that doesn't sound like S tier. It sounds more like A tier. But who knows? Because minions get all the procs. Yeah. Okay, actually true. How is it for Sorg for the Conjurations, Mikuna? They said all the minions are gonna get all the multipliers, right? That's actually true.
So what? For what?
Don't know, aren't your Conjurations your minions? Or do they already get all your, like a Hydra, for example? Or do they already get all your multipliers?
Yeah, I think so. Get the aspect and stuff, I think.
Man, the Call of the Ancients on the Barb might be strong, dude. Like early game, if it gets all your buffs, dude. Like that means 100% of every stat and every multiplier and everything you have. Could be pretty good. Yeah, Viscous Shield is fixed.
Didn't they also destroy the Rod of Kepeleke? Like it's 0.5 instead of 3, I think.
Yes. Do you still feel like that there's like not many good rune choices?
We all gonna use the same runes, unfortunately.
Like what?
It's still the Warcry rune, I think.
They should buff some of the stuff, like the cooldown rune, for example. It's still so weak. Did they not buff some of the Necromancer runes? I mean, that's at least an execute, right?
Tendrils?
Oh, there's crit. I'm looking most forward to play the Hoda Bob. Did I put it on showcase? Yeah, I didn't put it. This build. I need to have this one. Yeah. It's gonna be hard to say, man. So either way, you're 100% gonna start Sorg, right?
Yeah, I mean, I need to make the new lightning build anyway.
Like, pure Hoda is not looking that good. It's Hoda Earthquake that's looking powerful. Pure Hoda kind of meh.
Incinerate is also okay. I think Incinerate went to 108, something like this. But it's because of a bug again. And no one's want to play Incinerate.
Makes sense.
Like the Incinerate is not like G3 Archon Incinerate, you know, you don't teleport everyone in beam and destroy everything, like it's a lot slower.
Yeah, Northam was saying he might do Incinerate, man. Like, oh, he hates that build, I remember.
Yeah, but it's fucking bugged with a fucking bug.
Northam not playing anymore? He's gonna be playing the next season for sure.
I mean, he's gonna do build, he's gonna stream 3 days and he's gonna be out.
Maybe.
He always does that, like every fucking season.
Yeah, I mean, right now the seasons don't really have that much longevity with no more new endgame. Sorg with big balls is back. I mean, we have Mekuna here, the #1 big ball lightning Sorg. But he's not convinced, let's say. I'm looking at this unique and it's like, yeah, it looks pretty cool, man. Like, why would it be
It just looks pretty cool. But you are not looking at the big balls one. You are looking at the wrong one.
Wait, what? This one here?
There is two uniques for ball lightning.
Yeah, ball lightning orbits you, creating a field that damages enemies. The Okun's Cataclysm.
This is the one, but there is another one where you throw big ball lightning. Like the ball lightning is like 3 times bigger.
Yeah, but that one fucking sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. It's fucking booting the one.
Just ordered the hazelnut milkshake. Hey, let's go. Thanks for supporting. Yeah, that sounds good. You won't regret it. It's really tasty, man. Make sure to shake it with some ice. I always put some ice in there. Mekuna's balls are too big. Mekuna played the injured ball lightning Sorg. Oh, yeah.
That was the good old time in season
2. Those were the days, guys, in AOZ. We played a Hoda Bob with... oh, my God, man. Hoda Bob was so cool. You know, if a ball lightning would actually be strong, we would go full circle. You know, we get the season 2 theme, like with the powers, like it's, I don't know, like what are the purple Helltide, we had a different color Helltide, and now we have the vampiric powers. Now we have the witch powers, and back in the days we had the vampiric powers. And then we have Hoda Bob, fucking viable, and we had ball lightning being viable. So can't we just quadruple the ball lightning damage? Full nostalgia. I don't know, man. I don't know, in the end, can't you just do some like shadow bullshit and it's gonna be strong?
They don't like shatter. Maybe we play fireball shatter. I kill the trash, you kill the boss again.
Yeah, no. I don't know, ball lightning was cool, guys. I mean, this legendary, this unique is pretty strong, but maybe not enough.
Well, you're losing one big multiplier, you're losing cooldown, you're losing crit. Losing it, like, you lose so many things, like on the focus.
Yeah, the cooldown's big. It also allows you to cast ball lightning while moving.
I don't know what that means, I didn't even test. I could not get the focus.
Well, it's not gonna stop you. Like, you move and you cast ball lightning.
So you just move like you're not casting.
Yeah. But only ball lightning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like flame
I don't know
shield.
Oh, like just unstoppable?
It doesn't make it unstoppable, but like you do flame shield. You move, you cast flame shield, it doesn't... Like, it doesn't interrupt you
this
with
way.
anything.
But I think I still need teleport enchant, I think.
Maybe.
We don't walk anyway. And that ball lightning unique should give us teleport enchant like a third slot.
Elon removed Creparian's checkmark on X.
What is going on with Elon on
I
X?
don't think Creparian even had a checkmark on X. I don't think he ever had one. It's also like he did not remove the one from Asmongold either. What are you guys talking about? Not Zack, it's Zack. Fuck. See, he still has the checkmark.
But even Asmongold still has the checkmark, I don't understand.
Removed it and gave it back? No, I don't think so. Okay, I've never seen it removed. Furthermore, like this is something you pay for. Do you have a screenshot? Like a link? Whatever. I don't think, I guess there's just a lot of fakes. So like, I don't think Riparian had a check mark. Man, this picture is fucking great, dude.
The drama on the X is insane. The checkmark was removed. But Asmongold checkmark never got removed, I think, did it?
I don't know. I didn't see it. Like, and nobody can link me a link, so...
I mean, I got the picture, but I think it's edited, maybe.
This reminds me of, what is it, like Findet Nemo with the fucking seagulls. Mines? Yeah, guys, we might get leaderboards in the future.
I mean, it's sure that we will, but...
Yeah, I don't see he losing it. Yeah, we'll see. It's definitely cool to see Ball Lightning and Hodabar back, but hopefully Ball Lightning is stronger than expected.
Back in a bad way.
This picture
I mean,
is
maybe
pretty
there is some crazy interaction that make it great, but for the moment, not really.
cool. By crazy direction, I mean, there gotta be some bug, man, I believe. What about the Super Ball Lightning, man? It sounds super OP.
It sounds like just frozen.
Yeah,
orb,
link it.
worse.
Sorry, what did you say, Mikuna?
It seems like frozen orb, but in lightning. It's just a lightning bolt instead of a frozen orb. It's like a lightning orb.
okay, but it's back now. I don't know.
Yeah, it's back, and I think that's like Photoshop. Like it's easy to Photoshop black on black.
Yeah, it's very easy to Photoshop, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
Even I can Photoshop black on black.
yeah, I don't even think you need Photoshop. You can do this in Paint.
Yeah, Paint. You
Wait,
just take black
wait.
and you cover it.
Wait, yeah, seriously. Man, which one is it? This?
No, you just,
yeah, okay, it took me like 5 seconds. Okay, I have to do this one, but yeah. Oh, fuck, okay.
No, you don't do that. You just copy paste
Whatever.
the gray around, like around. No, you just take around, like, you know, the same background. You copy paste the background.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That's like a very sloppy work.
Yeah, okay, I don't know, maybe.
You copy paste the background and you copy and then you pass on the check mark.
Yeah, but I mean, why would people like post like this?
Acknowledge it on stream? Who?
Oh, yeah, okay, Aswan said it himself. I believe him. Aswan God's not playing games. I think he is. Gets loot from chat. He does. Has 0 achievements? I don't think so. He used to be like top WoW player. Like he made a lot of videos back in the days. And guides as well on his YouTube.
Check mark and gaming tag. Later, but no gaming tag after that.
Yeah, I'm reading it. Keeper, thanks for linking this, guys.
I mean, he would not have the gaming tag because he is not streaming on X, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never checked. I think they had like a Starforge tag at some point. Hey, Universe. Cheers, man. Yeah, I don't know. Shadow Clone Rogue might be strong. Like, I have no idea. Yeah, guys, it's not a criminal offense if you take items from your friends or from viewers or whatever. Don't
You can
know
go
why.
to jail for that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was in, like, I remember it from like a Lost Ark or something where he was like honing gambling and his viewers gave him like all the stuff to gamba. Yeah, I mean, that's why you play trade mode, right? If you don't like it, then like, either don't do it, play solo self-found, at least in PoE it's possible. People actually not so negative.
CEO Elitist Jail. Minus 100 euro.
It's okay for streamers to accept items from friends or chat if you openly do it. Well, I mean, even if you unopenly do it, it might be a bit shady, but it's not against any laws. Like what? Yeah, hiding is a bit of a problem if it misrepresents. Like, again, when I did this, I did not try to deceive or mislead anybody. I said it multiple times on stream that I got some gear from my friends, but I did not say it on YouTube in every video. There's a reason people help guide building streamers. Yeah, I mean, it's also content, right? Like, I'm here to entertain you guys, and sometimes I want to showcase a build. And sometimes I just don't have that build, but I still want to showcase it. Yeah, I could see the problem. Cree4z. We'll see. Well, it's gonna be fun, Mekuna. We'll see, I guess. Probably gonna make... just like my plan's gonna make some videos. Maybe even like a cope tier list.
It's too hot to tell right now.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just gonna say this. People still want to see it, right? Like, okay, Sork, like, ball lightning looks pretty decent. Lightning speed looks pretty decent. Who knows? On Barb, I kind of like, I mean, there's only really like Hoda, Earthquake, and Mighty Throw that are good. Like, nothing else got a buff. Like, Whirlwind 4%. Nope, not good. People love Hoda. All right, yeah, thanks for Mekuna. Thanks for chatting. I really hope the Sorcerer is gonna... There's gonna be some crazy cool stuff to play. I mean, because they did like kind of acknowledge that it was the weakest class. So maybe there's some more, like, what do you call it? Shadow changes.
More buff to shatter.
I mean, maybe it's also like Sork is just balanced, you know, and some of the other stuff is broken.
Yeah, I just feel bad then that everything is broken and just you are like normal.
Yeah, but I think it's the same for like Druids. But yeah. Alright, thanks for chatting, Mekuna. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Talk soon. GG.
Yeah. GG.
And maybe on Monday, Mekuna, we do some level practice. So on Sunday, we'll see. Just for fun.
That's gonna be quick anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, what, 2 hours or so. Alright.
Yeah. Okay.
Good night.
Yeah. Night.
Okay, that was Mekuna, boys. I think you might be streaming, right? Mekuna 7. That's how we talk to. Spreadsheet link, exclamation mark sheet. It's very much work in progress. Wait, is he playing PoE? How will you activate the Hoda Quake build? Whirlwind? No, there's no Whirlwind. Why are you talking about activating what exactly? Okay, wait, what do you want me to activate? Yeah, we just downloaded PoE. Probably check some stuff. Making a rotation. WW. No, but you don't have to do any of that. You just do tem. So every 2... You want attack speed, and then every 2 hammers proc an earthquake. And you have like a ton of multipliers, man. It's actually ridiculous. I guess the duration... I did read somewhere that the duration was not working. Fuck. Maybe this was dreamt. But the good thing is we have heavy hitter. Can anyone confirm if duration was working? Like earthquake duration for Mantle of the Mountain. Well, I mean, it's going to be easy to test. Like, I mean, if you have 100% duration, it should double your damage in theory, if everything is working as intended. I mean, they might have also... Wait. They might have also changed this. So you gotta check the patch notes. Duration. What happened to Diablo? There needs to be like fix the bug where earthquake duration blah 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 or something. Fix an issue where earthquake were not properly consumed with seismic line spawned by hammer when using Mantle of the Mountain's Fury. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they fixed it. Barb leveling. I'll make a planner for it. I think you can play both Hoda or Upheaval. There is already a build for that. So again, you can always check all my builds right here, yes? I think this one is a good one as well. This one is from Rennie. There's also a showcase video here. This one was insane. These ones. I'm gonna go bathroom for a sec, guys. Yeah, then we'll try some PoE, some towers and stuff. Hey lad, D for bat? Dude. There's always more like this. That is the build, I'll link it. I gotta keep updating this though. Oh, let's try some maps with 4 things on them. Yeah, sure we could. Alright, let's change to POW. New patch is so live. Well, boys, we're gonna continue working on tier lists tomorrow.
On with the work.
What is it, Empyrean? Different kind of Empyrean. So we also have the new PoE patch, guys. A PoE 2. Here's the patch. Leap or ground stomp? What's better, leap or ground stomp? I mean, it depends on your playstyle. I like the ground stomp better. But who cares? Okay, so apparently... So how do the citadels look like in the fog? Is this a citadel? Is that something like they improved it? This is a citadel? Okay, that's pretty pog actually. How far can you see them? Like, can I... Okay, I think you still gotta be like at least somewhat close to them. Yo, but that's fucking cool. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, this is cool. Alright, guys, they just put the Citadel markers into the game. You can see like a light here in the fog with the different colors. So there is a red, orange. I think I also have a blue one somewhere up here. Man, those indicators are sick. Yeah, and then here's another one, blue one. That's all the citadels. So we have a cool indicator. Plus you have a zoom now on the map atlas here. Hey, let's go, man. Yeah, that's dope. Cool change. Wait, this is like 3 different glows though. What's the expensive citadel? Fuck, there's no... They should have the same rarity, no? At least from what I remember. Yo, but that's fucking cool. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, this is cool. Alright, guys. Guys, they just... Alright. This is cool. Alright, guys. Yo, this is cool. Alright. Let's just start a bit later. Yo, this is cool. Alright, guys. Citadel markers easy. Yo. You have like a dark logo. Should we use that? Okay, I don't need this. Kinda do need the overlay though. Dope. Yeah, that's dope. Cool change. Yo, this is cool. Anyone still experiencing crashes during loading screens? Sometimes. They did say there's like a fix that Nvidia is working on. But do you know like the color indicates which one it is? Yeah, it just seems like extremely blocked off here. Yeah, I guess we can kind of start from up here. Not really sure if I'm cool on these. Oh, it's still going. Did it also say they buffed them? I think we might need to change.
Lovely. I shall overcome. An easy trophy. Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do. Still need like a bit more damage to be like super comfortable, especially with breaches. Man, this is such a bad breach location. Seems so weird, like having these checkpoints here now.
Fury.
Okay. My XP in this is still insane for my build right now. What's the price of Headhunter right now? I mean, I think I'm actually pretty okay without this build. It's like mainly some mana stuff. It's gonna give me a lot of quality of life, right? Yeah, loading screens can still be an issue for sure.
Too slow.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna path towards a tower here too. Oh shit. I didn't even see this. New tower looks not tower. Couldn't read the chat.
I had hoped for better.
You always hope.
How can I help?
Greeting.
Still, I thought they at least tuned them a bit down. Chaos Lightning. Is that rarity?
On with the work.
Triple res. I thought I had some of these here that I didn't necessarily want to run. Oh, they do have a new look here too. That's pretty cool. Okay, monsters have 96 ailment threshold. That's gonna be very bad. Can just do some chill ones. I think aim and threshold is going to be really bad for this build. It's going to be way too much. 50 res. Did I remove the music? Oh, how does that have blood filter on Xbox? Isn't it the same way? You go options. Yeah, actually, I don't know, guys. Like, how do you set up the loot filter? That's a good question, actually. On console. Like, here you can just click this. How does it work on console? I've not really tried that.
Nature's fury.
Nature's fury. Abyss, Delirium, Hive. Does this connect? Doesn't really look like it's connecting, right? It only works via the website? Dang. Definitely feels kind of weird having maps in there. Okay, so you gotta go on the website for that.
Storming arrow.
The arrow is very storming. So do we feel like it's more density in here? Hell yeah, ready for the new season, of course. I don't think Whirlwind is gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be good for leveling. Yeah, the Citadels are looking pretty sharp, let's say. It's a big dead end. How that good for leveling? Yes. Should be pretty good. I've got made like a budget build. I'll probably take a look, yeah. I think it's time to go here, right? Yes. I think it was tank setup I was playing. What waves? Bloody hell.
Now this will come in handy.
We should almost be full. Probably should have ported there to the checkpoint.
Take this.
Open the window for a second. Russia. Okay, let's see. Continue. Ooh, they even fixed the tower range now. But I don't see where the latest map that I did is. fuck is going on here? Okay, now I see it. Verify you're human. It's like so sus, man, after all this like hacking stuff that I have to log in again. Man. It's like the PoE website like keeps wanting me to log in. Okay. Big day for RPGs, keep laughing. Thanks, Barricade. Eat War, thanks for the support. Love this game, it's so addictive. Oh, it is. Hell yeah.
Go on.
Poison Kong dropped so much. Damn, dude. I guess you win some, you lose some. What's gonna be the best stat on a Headhunter here?
Fury!
It'll be so much more safe, I feel, with a little bit more damage.
Don't mind if I do.
Ailment Shriddles. Oh yeah, I'll make some leveling guides. I think Barb leveling is pretty easy. This weekend I'll make a lot of videos. Did they already buff Expedition in the patch?
Got no pack space for that. Fury! Too slow.
Too weak, too slow. Mana. I think I might go for the more strict one. At this point already.
quite nice.
Man, these arcane beams are so ridiculous. I can close the door. I did forget one guy. Fuck that, I might have a checkpoint here. Is the stronghold buff also already live?
Barely broke a sweat.
Oh yeah. Nice. Okay, that was my first good experience with a stronghold, guys. It's a strongbox. Fuck stronghold. That's Diablo game.
That's quite nice.
Sure is quite nice. Oh, that's a dead end. Another sale? Probably, yeah.
Fury.
I mean, they're definitely gonna have a sale at some point. Just don't know exactly when. Can't be standing still at all again, man. I definitely feel like I need a bit more DPS against those breach monsters. You know if the DLC will have another sale, yeah. It's always chaos that's getting me. 12% increased damage from the Herald. LFG, man.
Yeah, you are not. Yes.
Ooh, that's 250. Oh, might get pretty good, huh? Okay. We VAR this one normally. Then we could get extra socket. A bunch of cool stuff. Oh, new D4 season. Pretty cool. There's news. I got the full recap going. Get lucky. It's already worth 1 divine? I just found it perfect. Do it, you won't. It's just gonna get weaker. You watch. It's 110 divine, 110 exalted orbs. Not corrupted. Get it. We got crit bonus. Oh shit. It's pretty big, but they pay less for it. Probably still better than what I have. I might just keep it. No, it's not bad. We'll see. Level to fire spells. Well, the thing is, like, fire is still, like, not in the meta at all, right? 5x. Just put it in the 10 here. Loot filter isn't activating. Okay, I don't know, man. Might be, it might not be. Sounds tough. Well, the stuff I really like here is that you can now see kind of where you want to go. Okay, that one I could have seen before, right? But this one, definitely not. Like here, you just definitely know like which direction. It's gonna be pretty cool. Chin 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 chin. So we'll do... It's gonna be hard to make a tier list, I feel, for Diablo. There's just so much guessing and coping. But we might get there. At least at some point. Oh yeah, so right now I'm playing exclamation mark build. Shot arrow. We also have some cool stuff for the Hoda Barb. Breach felt okay for me. I'll probably play some more tomorrow as well. I mean, there's definitely a lot less monsters, but no monsters. When I did it, it felt pretty okay, but like I also have a slow build right now. We'll see. I'll play some more tomorrow of both games. I think it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna get some snack and then I'll go to sleep. Thanks for watching, my friends. So we're gonna have probably a tier list ranking these builds. I have to think about it a bit. Like, this is definitely a cool change. I think it's gonna make the price of the monolith keys gonna go down for Arbiter, because you can like now target farm them in some way. Like a lot easier at least. And then we'll see from there. And then it's just gonna be 4 days until D4 starts. It's gonna be pretty fun. I'm like 99% sure I'll be starting Barbarian. Not 100%, but like 99. Yeah, we're gonna make a tier list. I already do have my sheet. And I'll continue expanding this. It's very much work in progress. That's how it looks right now. I have not updated most of the stuff. But we'll be doing that. It's gonna be fun. Alright, my friends, thanks for watching. GG, good night. I will see ya tomorrow for some updates. There's gonna be some more cooking for sure. I'm definitely gonna be looking and ranking the Barbarian builds. It's definitely a hold on the number one. Holter number one. Alright guys, you have a good night. GG, peace. So much PoE music. Alright, GG, good night, guys.